Welcome back to the Encore Audio's YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. You know, I have found a spindle full of sandy beach. It says Sandy B on it, but it is Sandy Beach. He passed some time ago. You can look down in the description. It gives a description of how and when he passed. He was at a step study, in his daily morning step study meeting, and reading the first step, and what a way to go. Anyways, I found a bunch of workshops and individual talks, the Brentwood meeting. It's my full collection. I hope you enjoy this talk. Have a good day if you want to. I really hope you do.
There. Get this here. Okay, Chris. Hi, everybody. My name's Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic. Can you hear me in the back? Yeah. Okay. I want to start out by telling you what this is not. This is not a class on the steps or a workshop on the steps, or once you've been here, you don't need to talk to your sponsor anymore, or anything like that. I've been around a long time, and I know a lot of stories, and I'm going to tell them all during this 12-week period. And in there, you'll hear about the steps and about AA and all of our comings and goings. And I hope through this that your perspective on AA will change if you're new, and that you will hear things to make you very excited about being a member of AA and to realize how wonderful it really is. It's very important that I say that, because if I make some comment about one of the steps or a principle of the program and your sponsor has told you something else, pay attention to your sponsor. That's the person who is taking you through the steps, and that's who you want to follow. You want to follow that guidance. And I say that because we all who've been around a while see it a little bit differently than the next person. And so there's no official version of anything anywhere. What we have is the official literature, and that we stick with, the Big Book and the 12 and 12. I myself am a great believer in both books. I know the 12 and 12 came in 1950, and the people who were around before that felt like we don't need any new guys on the block. But it was written by the same author with 12 or 15 years more sobriety, and his perspectives, especially on about half of the steps in the 12 at 12, are just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I mean, you look at 6 and 7, I mean, coming out of the Big Book, we barely have a handle on them, and then in the 12 and 12, here's this wonderful explanation and portrait of them. So I'm a believer in using both the books. Next weekend in Akron, Ohio, AA will be 72 years old. It's AA's birthday, and there will be 10,000 people in that little city, completely overpowering its traffic, and as they run around, jumping up and down, celebrating, not drinking. Now, they've been doing it there for a long time, so the residents are used to it. And matter of fact, I was there last year. They plan their yard sales for when AA shows up. If you can imagine that. You look around, you go, look at all the yard sales that are going on, and then you find out, yeah, this is the most potential buyers that are ever wandering the streets, and they probably get a much better price. So AA will be 72 years old, and when I was born, there was no AA. Now think about that. Just in my lifetime, We've gone from nothing in the world that could help alcoholics to an organization, and I learned this a couple of weeks ago in Delaware. The general service manager from the New York office was there, and he said, we've now translated all our literature into 59 languages, and we're in 198 countries. That's pretty powerful stuff for those 2 books that I just mentioned. Those 2 books contain a way of life that when alcoholics get a hold of it, they get sober and happy, no matter where they live, no matter what they're drinking. That's pretty good evidence that this works. And the funny thing is that if you went back to the beginning of recorded history, maybe 4,000 years ago, there's always mention of the alcoholics. We were around forever. As soon as they fermented some wine, we found out how to drink it differently than everyone else, and soon became the outcast of the society, whatever society it was. And for all those years, the treatment of alcoholics was to ostracize them, to push them into a separate place, whether it's an institution, a jail, or just out of town. And nothing was able to lay a glove on the disease of alcoholism. Not medicine, psychiatry, everything that's been tried over all these years, with 2 exceptions. One of them came 100 years before AA, and then AA itself. And way back in the 1840s, and this is all true history, some of you knew, you never heard of this, 5 guys were drinking in a bar on an eastern seaport city, and they were successful businessmen, middle age, and they knew that they had a drinking problem. And they knew, as they discussed it amongst themselves, that they were going to lose their families, their business, and the respect of the community, and they just pretty much accepted it. They just said, well, let's enjoy it while we got it, because they could see the handwriting on the wall. One of them said, I wonder if we could keep each other sober. And they all laughed at that and had another drink. And he said, no, I'm serious. We know we can't stay sober ourselves, but maybe we could keep each other sober. I'm going to go home, and we'll meet here next week, and I'm going to write a pledge, a solemn pledge. And then we'll come back, and we'll all take the pledge together in front of each other. Yeah, I'll drink to the pledge. And they came back, and he had written out a pledge, and if you get the history, you can see exactly the words. I pledge solemnly to all the powers in the universe never to partake of any substance that changes my feeling, and on and on. And they read it and solemnly took it with one another and went home and didn't drink. And they checked with each other each day, and pretty soon they had a week. And so they started telling other people in the city, why don't you come and stand in front of us and take the pledge? So they did. And they were fairly well-known businessmen, so they capitalized on the fact that they were well-known to attract others. And eventually they got the mayor. So if you're sitting around and you go, wow, the mayor just took that pledge, I ought to join that organization, get to hang around with the mayor. And so they kept doing this, and at the end of the first year, they had 4,000 people in a parade. 4,000 people. And they said, this is such an amazing thing. we ought to spread it around the rest of the United States. So they assigned vice presidents to go to other cities, such as Philadelphia, New York, Washington, D.C., and they took the pledge and the message up to these other cities. And at the end of 4 years, they had around 300,000 people who had taken the pledge and were part of this thing that started in Baltimore, Maryland. Now, 400,000 people, at the end of 4 years, AA claimed 100. But we know they only had about 70. So, you know, we exaggerated even back then. Now, once this thing got successful, they were sitting around, the original 5 guys, and they said, well, we have to name this. And he said, well, why don't we name it after the #1 man in America, George Washington? Because that'll get even more attention. So they named it the Washingtonian Society, and it never had anything more than the pledge. It was kind of like a pyramid thing, where the excitement was bringing more people to the parade and going out and how about don't you take the pledge? And then there was sort of an excitement level about it. Now, once something succeeds like that with high publicity, it was in the papers. Abraham Lincoln gave a speech at one of their annual conventions before he was president, but he was one of the people who spoke to them about the wonderful work that they were doing. And about that time, the country was very interested in prohibition. And the prohibition forces thought that the Washingtonian Society would be a great group to endorse prohibition. And the movement to end slavery was picking up momentum, and they thought that this movement with all these sober people would be a wonderful shot in the arm for the abolition movement. So that's a wonderful cause to get involved in. And they got involved in both of those causes, which we now know as outside issues when you look at our traditions. And within a year, no one was left sober or in the organization. It disappeared off the face of this country to such an extent that in the late 1940s, when Bill Wilson was writing the traditions about how the organization should handle the problems it was encountering as it got bigger, one of Bill's friends said, you ought to look at the Washingtonian Society and get some ideas from them. And he had never heard of them. How about that? He had never heard of them. So when you disappear, you disappear. So for that little period, there was a little glimmer of hope for alcoholics, and then that disappeared. My point in making these stories about the history is to begin to establish how powerful the disease of alcoholism is. That throughout recorded history, nothing was able to do anything really about it until 1935, when Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob Smith, in a chance meeting, began this thing that we know as Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, another historical precedent about the powerlessness that we have, because that's really what our first step is all about, is in the early history of AA itself. And some of you may not have heard the origins of how Bill got sober. So I'll tell you in the matter of a few minutes. In the late 1920s, there was a millionaire who belonged to a very wealthy family in Rhode Island named Roland Hazard. And still up in Rhode Island, that name, a lot of people know that name. And he was to take over the family business. But he was an alcoholic, and it became obvious that he was not going to last. And he himself realized. And he'd been hospitalized. And out of desperation, since they had an unlimited amount of money, they decided to send him to Switzerland to see a psychiatrist named Dr. Carl Jung. And he stayed with that psychiatrist for a year and saw him every week. And Dr. Jung attempted in those therapy sessions to cause him to have a profound personality change so that he would look at the world differently and he wouldn't have to drink. And at the end, oh, thank you, my friend. At the end of the year, he said to him, you understand your situation. You understand that if you do go back to drinking, it's very likely you'll end up in a sanitarium somewhere. And so I want you to, good luck, and just stay away from the alcohol. And he thanked Dr. Jung and came back to the United States. On his way back, he went through Paris. Somebody in Paris asked him the wrong question. They said, would you like a drink, Roland? And he said, don't mind if I do. And in the matter of a few months, he was back to see Dr. Jung in worse shape than he was when he got there. And he came back and he said, Dr. Jung, you got to help me. I mean, now I'm worse off than I was. Please, please help me. And Dr. Jung said something that started Alcoholics Anonymous. This is what he said. And Bill Wilson later wrote a letter to Dr. Jung to thank him for helping to start Alcoholics Anonymous. Dr. Jung looked at Roland and said, there's nothing I can do for you. Now that'll pull the rug out from under you. I'm sorry, son. There's nothing I can do for you. That was a great act of humility when you're one of the smartest psychiatrists on the planet and you're willing to admit there's nothing I can do for you. And he went, nothing? He said, no, I can't. I tried. I did everything that I know how to do, and it didn't work. So what he induced with that statement in Roland was an absolute state of desperation. The state that we all encountered. Absolute hopelessness. And then he said, now I have heard of a few cases where people found a spiritual way to have a profound change. If I was you, I would go try to find that. He didn't even tell him where to look. Now, I submit to you that had he done that in the reverse order, Roland never would have gone. If he had simply come back and said, why don't you try a spiritual thing? What he had to do first was tell him, there's nothing I can do for you. Whenever I see that sentence, I think of the chapter 5 that we read at the AA meetings with the ABCs at the end, 3 pertinent ideas. And the first one we've been talking about, that we're powerless over alcohol. The second one is, no human power could have relieved our alcoholism. And I picture Dr. Jung looking at Roland. I mean, this is the end of the human power. And he looks at him and says, there's nothing I can do for you. And that's what we all come to grips with in one way or another in our own lives, is the realization there isn't anything on the planet that can help me other than spirituality. Whoa! And that's where it started. At that time, there was a spiritual movement that had started with a Lutheran minister, Kent, we had a Lutheran minister there, who got tired of the bureaucracy and the hierarchy of the church. He said the problem with the religion is the middleman. These churches and all the people in the middle, we ought to just meet in small groups and talk about spirituality among ourselves, and that's how we'll get spiritual, and we'll leave out the churches. And it caught on. And his name was Frank Buckman, and and the reason it was called the Oxford Movement was that he had spread it across the United States, England, and he was in South Africa, and he had a bunch of people with him from Oxford University. And the South Africans called him the Oxford Group. Oh, the Oxford guys are here. And the name caught on, and this movement was called the Oxford Movement. And it was very big at that time in the United States. And so Roland came back and found an Oxford group and got sober. And stayed sober for a number of years, and it's unclear whether he died sober because he did not become a member of AA after AA got started. But he was the messenger that, for all of us in this room, that started the whole thing. Now, he had a summer home in Manchester, Vermont, which becomes a very crucial city in the history of AA. Because also in that city, Bill Wilson was born about 5 miles from Manchester. He went to Burr and Burton Academy in Manchester. So he, one of the key players in AA, is there in Vermont. Roland Hazard's family had a summer home in Manchester, Vermont. Dr. Burnham from Brooklyn had a summer home in Manchester, Vermont. And Dr. Burnham's daughter was Lois Burnham, the founder of Al-Anon, and the wife of Bill Wilson. And that's where they met, was there in Vermont. And then over from Albany, New York, where his father was the mayor, was Ebby Thatcher. And Thatcher is a big name up in Albany. I think there's a Thatcher Park and a Thatcher Square. And they had a summer home there, and Ebby was a raging alcoholic and a big friend of Bill Wilson's. And they did a lot of drinking together and partying. And Ebby was on his way to his bottom, which consisted of driving a car into a farmhouse on a Saturday morning, drunk, and going all the way through the living room into the kitchen, at which point he asked the farmer's wife for a cup of coffee. So we were spectacular alcoholics back in the 30s. He went in front of the judge, and the judge let him go and said, look, you got to behave yourself. We all know you. You got a good family. So please, try harder. And he tried harder. He looked, and his family had made a deal with him. And they said to him, Ebby, you know the summer home in Manchester? If you agree to stay there and never come to Albany, where you are embarrassing us, because his father was thinking of running for vice president, and he didn't need Ebby creating sensational stories to ruin his campaign. He said, if you agree to stay in Manchester, we'll give you the home and an allowance to stay away from home. We'll give you the summer home. He said, okay. So he had his drinking money. He had a home. Couldn't have a better deal than that. One day he's quite drunk, and he looked at the house, and it needed painting. He said, I'm going to paint my house. How many alcoholics have done that? I'm going to paint this house. So we go downtown, and we buy a couple bottles of booze, a ladder, some paint, and a paintbrush, and come home and have a few drinks. And then we actually get the paintbrush out, paint maybe 15, 20 square feet. Then we go over and sit down, have a drink, kind of look at the nice job we've done and imagine the whole house painted. You ever do that? Man, this is really going to look good. And he was watching the paint dry when some birds came by and crapped all over the paint, the fresh paint that he just had, and it got him furious. And he went inside and got a couple shotguns, sat out there with his alcohol, and any bird that came anywhere near his yard, bam! He's firing the shotguns. The neighbors are getting quite upset. They call the sheriff, and he's arrested for firing guns and scaring people and all that. And he's in front of the judge, and the judge is thinking of sending him to jail when Roland Hazard comes in. And Roland asks the judge if he would please release him in his care. He said, I'll be responsible for him, well, with that family name and all of that. The judge felt comfortable sending him off with Ebby, and he took him to the Oxford movement. And Ebby got sober. And they both went down to New York City to work down there, helping in the Oxford group with the soup kitchens and feeding the poor and doing all those things. And while he was there, Ebby got to thinking about his drinking buddy, Bill Wilson, who he knew was in New York and in Brooklyn. So out of the blue, he calls him up to see how he's doing. And Bill Wilson, our co-founder, was on his last legs. He had been very successful on Wall Street and had lost everything. Nobody would hire him. His wife was working in a department store, and he was stealing money from her purse in order to buy gin so that he could put together a great big deal so they'll be rich again. It was an illusion, and he'd been through a local hospital a couple of times where our dear AA friend, Dr. Silkworth, had been working with him. And Ebby called him up and wanted to know how he's doing. Bill said, come on over. It was Saturday. Lois had gone to work. He had a bottle of gin. He could hardly wait. The two of them would sit there and reminisce. And Ebby showed up, and Bill looked at him, and he looked healthy, and it scared Bill. He said, Ebby, what's wrong? You look healthy. And he said, Bill, I found religion. And Bill said, don't worry, we can get rid of that. Come on in. I got a bottle of gin. We can get drinking again. Ebby said, no, Bill, I found this thing, an Oxford thing. I've never been so happy. And Bill's looking at him, and he really is happy. And he can't figure it out. Bill went to church. He tried to believe in church, but he just couldn't believe in the divinity of anything. And so he sat there looking at Ebby, and he couldn't deny that Ebby looked wonderful. And he started talking to Ebby about his problems believing in God and church and all the things he had when he was a little kid. And Ebby looked at him and said, well, Bill, why don't you choose your own conception of God? And there was no way that Bill could argue with that. How are you going to argue with that? And so he thought about it, but he drank the bottle and drank another one and ended up back in the hospital. Never felt so depressed. He was down just on his last legs. And out of sort of desperation, he thought about what Ebby said. And Bill said, I might as well give it a try. And he said, God, if there is a God, please show himself to me. And the room lit up. There was a bright light. He recalled a wind, sort of like being on a mountaintop. It lasted a couple of minutes of just wind noise and bright light. But as it was happening, he could feel the desire to drink leaving him. And he sat there just astounded at the end of that experience. And now we have another psychiatrist who saved us. And that's Dr. Silkworth. Because a little while later, Dr. Silkworth came in to see how he was doing. And Bill said, Doctor, you're not going to believe what just happened. And he said, what? He said, right in this room, there was this bright light. God came in this very room, and the wind was blowing, and I saw all these wonderful things, and I don't feel like drinking. Now I can imagine a few psychiatrists who would say, oh, very interesting. Why don't you take some of these pills and calm down? But Dr. Silkworth said, If I was you, I would believe that and I would go with it. That was just wonderful. If I was you, I would believe that and go with it. And so he did, and he went over to find Ebby at this Oxford group. And Bill went drunk a couple times to the Oxford group meetings, but eventually he got sober and never took another drink and never had a desire to drink, even though he had the worst time in those early years, always being broke, just one failure after another. But that was the beginning of you and I sitting in this room. Now, he went on to talk to Dr. Bob out in Akron. I'm not going to go through all that part of it. But out of all of that turmoil came the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, and they borrowed the principles of the Oxford movement and turned them into the 12 steps that we are living by today. And eventually the alcoholics separated from the Oxford movement, and we came up with the title for our book, Alcoholics Anonymous, which is the title Bill wanted. Now the majority, as I understand it, wanted The Way Out. And Bill didn't like that. So he went to the Library of Congress, and there were 10 other books called The Way Out. And he knew the drunks wouldn't want to be number 11 in anything. And there was no book called Alcoholics Anonymous, so playing to their egos, it was real easy to get the book named Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, the reason it was chosen for that anonymity, and I'm wandering all over on historical stuff because I like it. The reason we ended up with the title Alcoholics Anonymous, in the beginning, there were so few alcoholics in the city and in the little cities where it got started, that they were afraid that if it was publicly known that the number of drunks wanting to get sober would be so overpowering, people knocking on the door. Such was the power of the egos then. If they find out we have this organization, there'll be thousands of them waiting in line to get into AA, and it'll drive us crazy. We won't be able to handle them all, so we have to stay anonymous. In other words, the reason for anonymity was quite different than it is now. They adopted that, and then as time went on, they found the great spiritual value of anonymity and maintaining it at the level of press, radio, and films, not breaking the anonymity of new people, not promoting Alcoholics Anonymous at all, but relying on other people to promote it for us, like reporters, doctors, and it's worked all these years. It's a program of attraction, not promotion. So anyway, Bill took the 6 principles of the Oxford group and was in the process of working on the book, and people were pressuring him to get more done. They had farmed out the stories for the members to write, to go in the back of the book, and the members that didn't know how to write very well, they had some reporters helping them with their story, so God knows whether they got edited or whatever, but we did end up with some wonderful stories. And and Bill was writing, and he was postponing the chapter How It Works. He was dreading finally getting down to the nuts and bolts of how it works, because there were so many different ways as you went around the country that people talked about how it worked. In New York City, it was a kind of an agnostic atheist crowd who thought it ought to be a psychological program. And they had their voices going. Enough of this God stuff. It's this thing, you get in here and you just, And then out in Akron, they said, look, it has to be Jesus or we're not going. So we had the Jesus crowd and the agnostic crowd. coming to grips with each other. And out of that helter-skelter came God as we understand him. Bill doesn't give the credit to Ebby on that one day. He says it was out of this clashing of ideas and compromises. That's where the God as we understand him came from. Then, going from the 6 principles to the 12 steps, Bill sat in his bed trying to come up with the final version that he was going to submit to the fellowship, and he knew he was going to hear all kinds of arguing back and forth. And he sat there going, the drunks are wiggling through some of the loopholes of these 6 principles. So I'm going to write some loophole closers to fill in between these things. And he started inserting what he called loophole closers. And when he got finished closing the loopholes, he looked down and he had 12. And he felt 12 was such a wonderful number. I mean, he's like, 12. 12 is so cool. Very biblical. We got 12 months. I like 12. And it just became like, wow, 12. So the reason we got 12 is loophole closing. And we ended up with these 12 steps and later on the 12 traditions. And as these 12 steps are incorporated into the alcoholic's life, miracles take place on a routine basis. Absolutely routine. They happen so routinely we don't even label them miracles anymore. Oh yeah, his family is all back together. He's a productive member of society. He's going to work and supporting things, and he's helping out everywhere. And he used to be a selfish, self-centered bum who wouldn't do anything for anybody. And we forget that that is a miracle to transform that individual from this to that. And that's what happened with our 12 steps. And in the foreword to the 12 and 12, Bill describes what he thinks the 12 steps are. And it's the 2-sentence thing that says, AA's 12 steps are a group of principles, spiritual in nature, which, if practiced as a way of life, will accomplish 2 things. 1, it'll expel the obsession to drink, and 2, it will enable the suffering alcoholic to become happily and usefully whole. So there's the author's assessment of what these steps are. They will get rid of the obsession to drink and enable you to become happily and usefully whole, complete, a complete person. And so the reason I've told all this history, and if I wanted to, I could go to our literature and I could show you where the 2nd step appears in the big book, and you would notice, my God, it's way up around page 50 or 45, somewhere's in there. So all of the steps and the preface with the Roman numerals, it's like 60 pages before we get to the 2nd step. Why? Because the first step is that important. That's why. The first step says we're powerless over alcohol and our lives have become unmanageable. That's exactly what I've been talking about for 40 minutes, is the powerlessness that this disease inflicts on society, and how for 4,000 years no one could lay a glove on the disease of alcoholism. And if it hadn't been for a miraculous little series of events, alcoholics would still be committed into nut wards or just out on the street, and they'd be outcast from society, and we would not have 2 to 3 million miracles around the world. All of that came because of the power of these 12 steps. But the problem is, the 12 steps The other 11 steps will never be attempted unless you have to. You follow what I'm saying? You just aren't going to talk anybody into making amends, a moral inventory, prayer, meditation, admitting when you're wrong, la-di-da. Not going to talk them into that unless they have to. So AA in no way tries to convince you of the existence of God. Even though we talk about God all the time, there's no AA God. If there's 150 people here, there's 150 different higher powers. It's not a religion. So no one here is trying to convince you that there is a God. But I'll tell you what we're good at. We're good at convincing you that you need to find a God, or you're screwed. That's what we're good at. Hey, I understand you're not interested in spirituality. No, I'm not. How about if I hold this 45? Well, I'll try it now. It's like Tony Soprano saying, why don't you get spiritual? Oh, okay, hey, where's the prayer? That's the first step. I'm simplifying it, but that's what it is. It is saying you are powerless and your life's unmanageable and there's no human power that can help you. So that's why we take a long time. And you'll see in our literature it suggests to you that people who have been sober for a number of years, who aren't happy and just aren't getting it, never took the first step 100%. They almost were as bad as the rest of us. They got a problem, but not the same problem that the rest of us have. It's a modified version of our problem. Slightly less serious. Slightly different. Just a little bit different. Little different childhood. Little different part of the country. Little different background. Whatever. And so we're often a little different part of AA. So when you start out with being almost powerless over alcohol and almost having an unmanageable life, then you almost need a sponsor. And you almost really need to do these steps. And you almost get sober. Now, almost getting sober is very much like almost having a parachute. After the plane gets blown up and you're out in the air, and you know, I almost took a parachute before we came up here tonight. Too late. You follow what I'm saying? So what do we mean when we say powerless? This is what most newcomers think. They think that means whenever they drink, they get all messed up. They think that alcohol being in their system causes all the problems. The problem with that limited definition of alcoholism is the following. You go to treatment, you learn all about alcoholism, and you say to yourself, you know something? They're right. Holy cow, I am an alcoholic. If I drink, I'm going to die. I mean, I believe that to my soul. I honestly understand, as I never understood before, that I'm an alcoholic and that I should never, ever drink. Now that knowledge and that insight is useless. Now how do you like that? It will not keep us sober. Why? Because the disease of alcoholism is fatal because it gets us when we're sober. We are absolutely powerless over alcohol when we have no alcohol in our system. We have no defense against the first drink. That defense has to come from a higher power. So an alcoholic who's learned all this, oh my God, I'm so excited, I'm not drinking anymore. I understand if I ever drink, this is the insanity of alcoholism. And so he goes back to his old bar where some of his friends hang out, and he likes to eat there. They have the best sandwiches in the world, and he's sharing with the bartender. Joe, you know I'm an alcoholic. Well, I thought maybe you might be. Well, I am. I found out. I went to treatment. I understand alcoholism. It's an allergy, an obsession. Of just, oh my God, I'm so glad to find this out. If I ever have another drink, my wife is leaving me. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, that's where it is. And the doctor said, if I ever do any more damage to my lip, could I have a beer? If I ever do any more, what was that? He just ordered a beer while he's explaining the fatal nature of his own situation. Does that sound crazy? Uh-huh. That's us. Fully understanding that alcohol will kill us, we go order another drink. And we tell ourselves, this time it'll be different. This time it will be different. So we're stuck with the situation where we're damned if we do and damned if we don't. It's a very hopeless situation. There's no way that you, as an alcoholic, aren't going to drink again unless a miracle takes place. And so that puts us in a very tough situation. We have to come to grips that there's no way we can stay sober without alcohol. But the alcoholic is facing what I saw as two horrible choices. One, I keep drinking and these horrible things keep getting worse. That's choice number one. I keep drinking and all these horrible things happen. Okay, I don't want that choice. So what's my second choice? Don't drink at all. Now there's a good, okay, I'm going to choose choice number 2. I'm not going to drink at all. You know what happens when you don't drink at all? You are sober all the time. All day. All night. All week. All month. All year. No break. There's no break ever from being sober. Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but that's why I drank. I needed a break from being sober. That's what alcoholism is. We can't stand being sober. Our lives are so painful and unmanageable that we need relief from them. Do you understand what I'm saying? I remember it. Oh boy, 3 more hours, 3 more hours, 3 more hours. Okay, bartender, okay. You remember that? No. Oh, okay, now I'm all right. No more of that. That's why when people said to me, just don't drink, I went, you're crazy. Why would I do that? So do you see what has to happen in order for an alcoholic to survive? Something has to happen so they can not drink and be happy. That is the transforming miracle of our 12 steps. That is what happens. No alcoholic can just stay sober on willpower and be in pain for the next 30 years. You just can't do it. It's too hard. So we spent all this time setting up the first step. so that when you take it with absolute despair. Okay, holy cow. And now we're willing to do the rest of the steps. Finally, we have this willingness and open-mindedness to do things that we think are stupid. I read those steps. I said, are you kidding? This is going to help me. I need money, man. I got 6 kids. I'm out of the Marine Corps. I need money. And this is all abstract inventory, spiritual. Get out of here. So what was going to motivate me to do those steps? The first step. So if you are new, that is the key to long-term sobriety, is 100% surrender. So that you are eagerly looking forward to solving this horrible situation that you're in. The point of the first step, to tell you quite frankly, is to convince you that your situation's a lot worse than you think it is. Now, that's not good news, but it is good news. Because if you will suddenly realize, oh my God, it is so bad, I might pray. That's pretty bad. It has to be bad to do that, right? I mean, you're not going to. I might actually pray. And so that's why we spend all this time setting up the powerlessness and the unmanageability, so that you won't walk away from the first step thinking that the rest of it is kind of optional. You know what I mean? Well, I'll work a few of the steps so when I go to meetings, it'll sound like I know what I'm talking about. I remember doing that. I had a little underline in the thing, and I go, what was that? Rarely have we seen a person. I used to say that. Rarely have we seen a person, you know. I know drunks, they call them rarely. So anyway, we've reached the end of the time, and I hope you've gotten an idea of the magnitude of this program and what it took for the universe to give us a solution. Most of us realize that Bill Wilson did not know how to write a book like this, that there was inspiration coming there in the 1934 and 35 that began this process, and that inspiration is being passed on around the world today as that very simple message is handed to one alcoholic after another. The secret of AA is one drunk talking to another. There's nothing else. Everything else in AA is to facilitate one drunk talking to another. We have conventions, we have meetings, we got literature, we got all of that. But the real action is the sponsor talking to the... Bill used to call it, somebody said, well, my God, you drunk, nobody knows what's going on. It's the blind leading the blind. And Bill said, no, it's the semi-blind leading the blind. Because there it was. We had people with 3 months sobriety going to Chicago to start AA there. You follow what I'm saying? They just, okay, take a book and go find a drunk. Okay. And Chicago has great AA now. But that's what was happening. It was just one person showing another one what they had already done. So all the people here who have a good bit of time, men and women who sponsor people, they are the custodians of this message. And if you're new, please learn the message as it is in the book, so that when you pass it on to the next person, and you're going to be called on in your first year to pass this on to somebody newer than you. So please take the time to understand each of our steps, the way they're written down, so that the message you pass on to the next drunk will work, and their life will be transformed. We're at the end of the time. I want to thank everybody for your attention, and we'll stand, and let's just stand in place and reach across the aisles, and we'll close it with the Lord's Prayer. Thank you all very much.
I think we got a great talk going on here. Thanks for watching the channel. Taper Dave here. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom?
Good evening, everybody. My name's Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic. How you all doing? Way in the back, can you hear? Okay, good. If you are here for the first time for this particular series, we're just going to spend Sunday evenings for about 50 minutes just telling stories. I've been around a long time, and I know a lot of stories, and maybe out of these, you'll get a different way of looking at our steps. We will be going through the steps, but this is not a step class. It's not a workshop on the steps, and as I said last week, if anything I say is different from what your sponsor says, you just pay attention to your sponsor. I'm just going to share some of the history of AA and how I see these spiritual principles in my life today. And hopefully we'll have a lot of fun, and maybe we'll learn a few things. As I said last week, AA's birthday is today. And there's a big celebration going on out in Akron, Ohio. And this is a very historic day for those of us that keep track of AA history. And I'll talk a little bit about it as we get going. I also said that the 12 steps are best described in the foreword to the 12 and 12 by Bill when he called them a group of principles, spiritual in nature, which, if practiced as a way of life, will do two things. It'll get rid of the obsession with alcohol and enable you to become happily and usefully whole. So being a complete person and being a happy person is what the 12 principles are designed to give you. And I've been saying this for 30 years. If you're an AA, been in here a while, and you're working the steps and you're not happy, you're doing it wrong. Because they're designed to enable us to have an underlying sense of joy and happiness even when sad events are happening. In other words, they coexist. We always have that sense of optimism even as we're going through losing a job or a relationship or parents or whatever it is. There's that eternal sense that everything's fine, in spite of the seeming evidence to the contrary. And so that's what's in store for you. And if you're new, I wish you the best of luck. And I hope you get as excited and enthusiastic about it as a lot of us are, because it never wears off. And I've been enthusiastic for 40-some years, and it just doesn't go away. It's here. It would go away if I stopped coming here and stopped being plugged into it, but I have no intention of doing that. So somebody sent me something today talking about history. As you know my story, I came in the 1960s, and I was a Marine pilot, and the Navy was in charge of all of our medical needs. And it was the dark ages as far as alcoholism was concerned. And what I was sent was a notice that a Navy doctor, age 93, had just passed away, and his name is Joe Zuska. And what he did, he was a doctor all the way back to the World War II, the Battle of Tarawa, Saipan, and was on a hospital ship during the Incheon landings, and he ended up in Long Beach in the 60s, and a retired Navy commander was visiting with him who was a recovered alcoholic in AA, and he asked him what the Navy was doing for alcoholics. And he said, nothing. The policy at that time was, in the mid-60s in the Navy, alcoholism was punishable by time in the brig. That was the treatment of alcoholism. And so when he saw what was going on and the fact that the Navy at the same time encouraged a lot of drinking, he thought that something ought to be done. And I'll read these paragraphs. Though the program which he thought up had not been approved by Navy officials, Zuska began holding weekly meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous in a conference room at the Naval Station in Long Beach, then moved to a Quonset hut where the number of participants grew. He found an 80-bed barracks, turned it into an inpatient recovery facility. Word soon spread that lives are being changed, and higher-ups in the Navy found out about it. The brass was alarmed for two reasons. According to policy, there were no alcoholics in the Navy. And therefore, there was no need for a treatment program. And also, there were quite a few alcoholic admirals and generals on active duty at the Pentagon that were getting very nervous about someone starting an alcohol program. But they went out to investigate his illegal alcohol program and found out how much good it was doing. And in 1967, the Pentagon gave official approval for Alcohol Rehabilitation Center, and the Navy jumped to the lead in terms of treating military alcoholics. And I just wanted to mention that because it's hard to imagine that I was back there, and if you were an alcoholic, the only thing available was the brig. So you had to hide it, and when I did go in, I was sent into the nut ward, and AA found me. We ended up last time talking about Bill's spiritual experience in Towns Hospital, Bill Wilson being one of our co-founders and the main author of most of the materials that we share today. And in that experience, Bill had the desire to drink lifted out of him while he was in the hospital and barely sober, and he never drank again. And out of that experience, called the spiritual awakening, came two things. One, the freedom from the obsession with alcohol, and two, an absolute necessity to pass this message on. He couldn't restrain himself. The transformation was so exciting, he just knew that he had to give it away, which is part of our whole program, all happening in one awakening. And so he went out immediately when he was released from the hospital to sober alcoholics up. And he went around to the bars. I mean, what did he have to talk about? Well, what he had to talk about was this huge spiritual awakening. And so everywhere he went, he talked about this big moment and the lights in the mountaintop, and God was there. And, you know, if you're in a bar talking to an alcoholic who's having a few drinks about the mountaintop and the lights and all that, you're really not going to get too many takers. People would say, well, I get that when I drink rum. I'm very familiar with that experience. And so try as he would, he couldn't get anybody interested in his great recovery until he went back and talked to Dr. Silkworth, who was the doctor at Towns Hospital, a psychiatrist who by accident got into the alcohol business. He was a very prospering psychiatrist, and the crash of 1929 put him out of business. And the Towns that owned Towns Hospital was not a doctor, he was a profiteer, and he got him over there and used his skills with alcoholics, and that's how he just took it because there was no other job. But it's lucky he got there, so he told Bill, he said, you know, I don't think that hot flash story is going to work. So what you have to talk to alcoholics about is the dead-end nature of the disease. You have to tell them that if they keep drinking, they're going to just keep going down, 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 and make it so awful that they're ready to surrender. And so you could see how our steps got put in sequence right there. He was starting out with the 12th step, spiritual awakening, and ended up putting that at the very end. And as we talked about last week, we talked about our first step being the most important one anywhere. Because unless we can accept all the way down to our very core that we are powerless over alcohol, and unless something spiritual helps us, we will never make it. And whatever bad things have happened so far, much worse things are going to happen in the future. And so when that is fully explained and each one of us breaks through our denial, when we all arrive here, we go, oh yeah, I got a drinking problem, but I'm not quite the same as some of these hopeless jerks. Mine is more situational. My boss was mean to me, and if you were married to the woman I'm married to, you would drink a lot too, but I'm getting a divorce. That's going to take the pressure off, so I won't be drinking this much. You understand how you talk yourself out of being an alcoholic of the hopeless variety, because the hopeless variety has to do the steps. And nobody wants to do the steps. I mean, so I want to be almost hopeless. So I'll just hit some meetings, go out to lunch, and that ought to carry me. Carry me. And we find out it carries us to the grave. But we all go through the game of pretending that things aren't as bad as they are. And as a matter of fact, some of us arrive here and we're not even alcoholics. And we become alcoholics while attending meetings. How could that happen? You come here and you're not an alcoholic. You go to about 25 meetings and you go, you know something? I am an alcoholic and have been one for 20 years. How could that happen? We got honest. We finally got honest with ourselves, and we took a close look and we saw this was indeed a terrible situation. So that's where we left off last week, that our co-founder, Bill Wilson, had this miraculous experience, and something inside of him was not going to let him stop carrying the message. That was quite a blessing to have that event happen, so that he was committed to do this. Now, I think we mentioned that he grew up in Vermont, and the chain of events that led to him receiving a message from his sponsor, Ebby Thatcher, and going to the Oxford group, which was a spiritual movement that preceded AA. I think I mentioned last week that this was a group of people. A Lutheran minister decided that the church was screwing it all up and we ought to eliminate the middleman, and we'll just meet in our homes and talk spiritual things, and we can help each other get more spiritual. And it really caught on. And I thought it was interesting, along those lines, I was reading a book where Dr. Jung was quoted, and I'd never seen this quote before from Carl Jung. And someone asked him, what was the main purpose of religion? And he said, the main purpose of religion is to prevent people from having direct contact with God themselves. You go to church, and the church has the contact, and you chip the money in, and they'll take care of you, and the contact will occur later on. Later on, you will actually have contact. And of course, that's the difference with AA, is that we are working on contact with our own Creator, direct personal contact, as opposed to a lot of knowledge about the Creator. You follow what I'm saying? AA doesn't have any of that knowledge. We just have 12 suggested principles which will establish your own contact, and you will have your own experience, and that becomes the foundation of your life. Well, anyway, Bill is about to go back to work, try to earn a living and recoup from the terrible situation they're in, and he gets sent out after about 5 months sobriety to Akron, Ohio, where we run into the second key player in our lives, Dr. Bob Smith. And oddly enough, he was also from Vermont. So both of the co-founders came from Vermont, which is way up in the northeastern part of the country. And whenever I'm in California, I love to remind them that the greatest social movement on planet Earth didn't start in California. And you know what I hear? They go, yeah, but it was going nowhere till we got it. And then we really got it going. It was going nowhere till California AA's got it. Now, in all fairness, they are really fired up out there. So it's really... But of all places, the drinking capital of the world, Vermont. You just wouldn't ever put that in a Hollywood movie. Let's have both guys come from Vermont. But they did. Now, Dr. Bob was 16 years older than Bill. And his father was a judge, and he grew up in St. Johnsbury, Vermont, further north, and Bill was down in Manchester and East Dorset. And Dr. Bob was a good student, and he went to Dartmouth College, and while he was there, he learned about drinking. Dartmouth still has that wonderful reputation of party. But he graduated. He hadn't really picked up the pace where it was screwing up his life yet. And he decided to be a doctor. And so he went to Michigan, to a Michigan University, to go to the medical school. And he lasted about 4 months and had to drop out because due to drinking he couldn't possibly keep up with his studies. So he went back to Vermont and took about 4 months off and came back and registered in a different college called Rush and was in that medical school. And at the end of about 6 months, his father came and got him and brought him back to Vermont. This was a pattern that he had. His father would rescue him, take him back, and watch him so he couldn't drink, and then send him back into action. But he eventually graduated from medical school and was lucky to get an internship in Akron, Ohio. And he started his practice, and for the first couple years, he really didn't drink that much. He got involved with his practice and was building it, etc. But then he just lost total control and had to go back to Vermont again. And again, he stayed like 6 months with his father and then came back, stayed sober about a year, and then just started in terrible. He was hospitalized probably 3 times as much as Bill. But he wouldn't get it bad because he had to perform surgery. Bill would go all the way down till he was a babbling idiot on the floor and then go in just before he died, whereas Dr. Bob was going more frequently, but it was a really hopeless situation. And right around 1931, a funny event happened with the Firestones. Everybody knows Firestone tires and Harvey Firestone, the multimillionaire, and all of that. Well, it turns out that a gentleman from Florida went out there. He was from Fort Myer, and he was a member of the Oxford group. And he went out there as a special secretary to Harvey Firestone. And he noticed that Firestone's son, Bud, was an alcoholic. He was just drunk all the time. And so he talked to him, and he said, you know, I'm in this Oxford group, and I've seen alcoholics get sober in Oxford, which was happening. Bill Wilson was one of them, and Ebby. And so he said, why don't you come with me to an Oxford group meeting and see if you like it? So he went to this meeting out of state. I forget where it was. And when they came back, his son stayed sober. Bud Firestone stayed sober. So after a couple of years, his father said, well, we ought to get that Oxford crowd here in Akron. And the Oxford group liked celebrities. They liked that whole idea. If you had celebrities, that would attract more people to come into the movement. So in Harvey Firestone, it was a big public relations deal. It was the social event of the year. The Oxford people are coming. And even Sam Shoemaker came. And they took over the Willard Hotel, or the Mayflower Hotel, and they had a huge deal. And because of all that publicity, Dr. Bob's wife, Ann Smith, and Henrietta Seiberling, who become important players in our history, went to see what it was all about, and they liked it. And they started attending. And it was very beneficial to their lives, and they had quite a solid group there in Akron. And after a year or so, Ann Smith said to her husband, you ought to come with me to this Oxford group meetings. We meet at once a week, and you could come, and they have had success with alcoholics, and I think it would help you. So Dr. Bob went for 2 years and really enjoyed all of the Oxford principles. He loved all the people, and he got everything down except the not drinking part. And he just stayed in terrible shape. They were all praying for him. They were all worried about him. And you can see how important that preparation was for another Oxford grouper to arrive in Akron on a business deal, and that was Bill Wilson. There was a machine company that made tools to make rubber, and it was in some trouble, and there was 2 groups that were trying to get it. And Bill was sent out there as an emissary from one group from Wall Street to see if they could take control of this company. And Bill was promised that if they won, he would be the president of the company. And so all the way out there, he is planning, pay off all the debts, join the country club, I'll have the new car, I'll be playing golf again. He loved golf. My wife will be happy. She won't have to work in the department store. Amazing. Alcoholics sometimes have these expectations, and they've got their whole future planned over a proxy fight. You follow what I'm saying? Man, I'm on my way to being rich again. This is great. So he's out there with about 5.5, 6 months sobriety, and he starts this thing that only takes a little while, and they lose the fight. So now he's broke. He was broke when he got there, and he's still broke. He can hardly pay the hotel bill, and he feels like maybe all this spirituality isn't working that good. He starts getting a little negative. He starts thinking to himself, this isn't fair. I'm trying as hard as I can to stay sober. I'm doing everything I can, and look what happens to me. Nobody seems to care about my family and all the trouble I'm in. Maybe, and he's listening to the bar people in the Mayflower Hotel, and he can hear the music, and the crowd is in there laughing. He said, maybe I ought to just go in there and have a few drinks of gin and be king for a day. But he starts recognizing how frightening that thought is. Because you know when that thought takes hold and then it starts getting going, So he decided right there that the only way he was going to stay sober was to find another alcoholic to help. And many people say that that was one of the real origins of Alcoholics Anonymous, when an alcoholic realized that for him to stay sober himself, he'd have to go out and find another alcoholic to help. So he picked up the phone and he made these phone calls to people who become part of our history. Reverend Tunks was the minister who had set up the whole Oxford group thing in the first place. And he referred him to another man named Shepard, who gave him some numbers of the Oxford group people, including Henrietta Seiberling of the Seiberling Rubber Company. And she and Ann Smith were very close. And Bill called up and said, I'm an Oxford grouper from New York, and I'm a recovered alcoholic. I need somebody to help. And Henrietta Seiberling said, my God, we've been praying for Dr. Bob to have something rescue him. And it's rumored that she said, yes, we've been expecting your call. Possible a little poetic license there. But in any event, she very excitedly called Ann Smith and said, get Dr. Bob over here. This is the moment. The man is here to save him. And Ann said, well, I don't think he can be saved today. Saving will have to wait till tomorrow, because he went out to get me a Mother's Day plant, and the plant is under the table, and he's passed out on the bed. So he had to wait till the next day, and they got Dr. Bob up, and he slept most of the day, a terrible hangover, just not feeling good. And his wife is nagging him to go see some guy from New York who wants to talk to him about alcoholism. And he doesn't, you can imagine, Sunday, you don't want to go talk to anybody. And on the way over to the gatehouse where Henrietta Seiberling lived, he promised her that he would talk for 15 minutes. And they sat down and talked for 5.5 hours. One drunk talking to another. And Dr. Bob was astounded. He didn't know anyone else felt like he did. He didn't know anyone else told the same lies. He didn't know anyone else drank like he did. He couldn't believe his eyes when this guy it was like looking in the mirror, and the mirror's talking back. So there was that instant identification of one alcoholic talking to another. And they talked, and they talked, and they talked. And Henrietta Seiberling got Bill temporary quarters in one of the country clubs out there for about 5 days. Somebody paid off his bill in the Mayflower. When the week was up, he went to live with Dr. Bob because he didn't have any money. And the two of them started trying to sober people up. Right away, they went down and tried to get one doctor, and that didn't work out. And after about 8 or 9 days of this, Dr. Bob decided that as he thought about his life, he was way behind on his medical education. And there was an American Medical Association convention in Atlantic City. And maybe he ought to just get on that train and go over there and catch up on some of the courses that he missed. And, of course, as soon as he gets on the train, he's drunk. And he goes to Atlantic City and stays drunk and comes back. And on June 10th, they dumped him out of the railroad car on the platform and called his wife to come get him, and they carried him home. So AA's birthday is in celebration of Dr. Bob lying on the railroad station, having had AA's first slip, although it wasn't AA yet. And Dr. Bob never had another drink. Bill got him up. He had to perform surgery. He gave him one beer to calm him down and some kind of a goofball pill to steady his hands. And he went in there, performed the surgery, and they said, and Bill waited with his wife, and he said, now come on home and tell us how it went. Well, the surgery was in the morning, and pretty soon it's noon, he's not home. It's 3 in the afternoon, he's not home. It's like 5 in the afternoon, he finally comes in. They're worried that he went back to drinking. And they asked him, "Where have you been?" And he said, when I finished the surgery and I thought about my life, I realized that my drinking had hurt a lot of people here in Akron. So I went around and made amends to them all. That may be the record for how soon you do your 9th step after your last drink, because he did it the same day. But in any event, that started the beginning of one alcoholic helping another, and we'll pick up on that next week and see how they started working there in Akron and simultaneously back in New York. But now we get back to the principles, and having established in our first step that we are powerless absolutely over alcohol, we're confronted with something that generally drives all of us new people crazy, and that is the concept of a higher power, of God. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. And I remember that, and of course, as soon as they brought it up, I liked the AA people, I liked my sponsor, I was having fun, we're going to meetings, and then we came to, okay, now let's sit down, Sandy, and talk about God. And I just said, I don't think we want to do that. I'm not comfortable with that. I just don't feel like I want to do that. And so that's what our second step is all about, is how to get out of that box that we've been in with regard to this thing called God, or Spirit of the universe, or higher power, or whatever name we want to give it. Many, even way back in the beginning, they would say, well, then just make the AA group your higher power. They are certainly know more than you do about alcoholism, and you could certainly rely on them while you're trying to wrestle with this problem that you have in your mind about something bigger than yourself. And so, as Bill writes the literature, he's addressing all the different types of us that arrive here. Because one type that arrives here is somebody who's going to church all the time and prays and does novenas and says rosaries and is drunk all the time. So they create the illusion that relying on God doesn't work. I'm down there all the time. I'm talking to the priest and I'm doing this and I'm drunk. So no sense for me to try this God stuff. I'm already trying it and it doesn't work. Well, as it turns out, he's not really trying it. He's going through the motions. He's saying the words and he's showing up so that people will think that he's really trying, but in his heart, he has never really given spirituality a fair trial. Now, that's a funny thing for us who like to claim that we're very logical. We like the scientific thing, not the spiritual stuff. I want to see it on a blackboard. Well, scientific experiments are designed to see what kind of results we get. So anybody with an open mind wouldn't mind performing experiments to see what might happen. And most of us have never given spirituality an experiment. We've never had an open mind. Okay, you really want me to try this? We wrote it off without trying it because we were very smart. And we knew that if I did try it, it wouldn't work, so why try it? Anybody think that way? Some of us are so smart, we know what the experiment will produce without doing it. The reason I don't pray is I already know if I prayed, nothing would happen. So why should I pray if nothing's going to happen? I thought that way all the time. I thought it was really smart. And I found out that was not smart. It was stupid. That's what that was. And so then there may be someone who doesn't know anything about God, churches, nothing. They have no experience whatsoever. And so Bill said, well, how are we going to approach that person? Well, one of the strongest cases we have is to explain the situation to them, which he does in the beginning of Step 2 in the Big Book. Now, if you're new, Step 2 is not numbered in the Big Book. It's called the chapter to the agnostic. We agnostics. Of all places to place finding God is in the chapter We Agnostics. When my sponsor gave me a big book and he said, now everything you need to know is in here and all of that, and I looked at it and I just said, yeah. I mean, it was hard for me to believe it was going to solve any of my problems. But I did notice the chapter to the agnostic, and I went through it and I made some marks. I think I mentioned that last time and underlined a few things so it would look like I read it. When he came over to talk to him, oh yeah, I was reading this. This is really cool right here. I like this. But you don't think I was going to take it seriously, do you? I knew what my problems were, and I knew what was necessary. Money. That was the heart of all of my problems. And so when I saw the chapter of the agnostic, I said, being smart, I said, I know what that is. That's the chapter that tells the agnostics how to stay sober. It obviously doesn't include any steps. So I knew I was going to eventually go to that chapter and find out how the agnostic stayed sober. And of course, when you read the chapter, it says, hey, if you're an agnostic, change your mind. Become a former agnostic. Well, why should I do that? Why should I change my mind about spirituality and higher powers? Why should I change my mind? Said, well, maybe you ought to read this. And the first paragraph in that chapter says, if when you drink, you have little control over the amount you drink, okay, that's everybody. And if when you stop, you can't stay stopped, okay, that's everybody. Then you may be suffering from an illness that only a spiritual experience will help. You're suffering from an illness that only a spiritual experience will help. And I think I said last time, I told my sponsor, well, I don't believe in spiritual experience. He says, well, then you're screwed. This is the situation that you're in. And then it goes on to say, to die an alcoholic death or to live on a spiritual basis are not easy alternatives to face. That's the quote out of the Big Book. And so if we had someone new here and you're struggling with spirituality, alcoholism, spirituality, we might make it into a quiz show. And we might invite you up. You know how they do that on the quiz shows and everything. And so you want to be an alcoholic? Come on up. And we got 2 doors back here, Joe. And Joe's standing out in front. And you got to choose one of them. All right. Now, let me show you door number 1, die an alcoholic death. You want that door? No, I don't want that door, Sandy. Is there another door? Yeah. Live on a spiritual basis. Which door do you want? And if you're like the rest of us, you're going to stand there with your arms crossed, thinking. Alcoholic death, spiritual basis. Sounds like 2 pretty bad choices to me. I don't like either one of them. Is there a 3rd door? No, there's only 2 doors. Do I get a phone call? Yes, you get a phone call. So you call the family doctor. Hey, doctor, this is Joe. Listen, a friend of mine's curious. How bad's an alcoholic? Oh, God, it's really bad. Okay, I'll do spiritual basis. How's that for a scenario on how to get spiritual? Okay, I'll do door number 2. Now, why'd you choose door number 2? Because door number 1 is worse. We're getting spiritual by default. We don't even believe in it. But there's nowhere else to go. So then we go, okay, and this is the beginning of spirituality. Okay, maybe I'll try it. Now, you know what that maybe is? It's the beginning of open-mindedness. Maybe I'll try some of this. Okay, so what can we look at that would help us in that situation? And I'll tell you what I had to look at that was wonderful, and we don't have enough of it today. When I got sober up in Washington, D.C., we had 7 speaker meetings for every discussion meeting. And every speaker meeting had 2 speakers, like we have it Saturday night or Thursday night over here. So 90% of the time, I was sitting in the audience listening to 2 stories. And all the stories said, I was hopeless, and they told me how bad off it was, and now I'm doing great. And it's because I changed my mind about a higher power. And then the next speaker got up. And pretty soon some guy got up who was just like me. Just like me. I wouldn't touch that goddamn. I came in here and, okay, I'll try that stupid stuff. Hey, it worked. I'm so happy. Everything's wonderful. What was in front of me was a steady collection of proof that I could not deny. That's the power of speaker meetings. You sit out there and you hear this story, and it's worse than yours. And sometimes I would hear these stories and I'd go, well, this person didn't get straightened out. That's a hopeless case. And then they would tell me, and so I changed my mind. I tried this spiritual stuff, and my God, I got my health back, my family, and now I'm doing this, and now I'm doing that. And so this is what enables us to see spirituality. It's no longer a theory. We have visual proof right in front of us that this person, just like myself, somehow changed their mind about this God thing, and the rest is history. It's all right there in front of my eyes. And so we come back and look what it says. It says, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore our sanity. That is what the process of coming to believe looks like. We just keep an open mind, and then we watch. And we see changes taking place. And then maybe you start seeing them in yourself. You go, I don't understand why I feel so terrible. I go to the noon meeting at Yana, and I feel better when I come out. Why is that? All they're doing is talking junk in there. Why should I feel better? I don't know. Come up with an explanation. Could it be that there really is something called spiritual energy that heals people? Could it really be true that it's healing you? I remember when I first felt better, it made me nervous. You mean this stuff might work? I mean, part of the thing I was afraid of, what if I prayed and it worked? Boy, would I look stupid. I've been bad-mouthing prayer for 25 years. All my friends will give me a hard time. They'll go, you were wrong. And of course, alcoholics hate being wrong. I mean, I'd rather be right than anything. As long as I'm right, I won the argument. Rather be right than happy. Yeah, I just like being right. Where do we get that rule? I want to be right. We have a whole program, as you're going to find out, where the real name of the game is being wrong. Hey, I'm wrong about that. Boom, get rid of it. It's the ticket to freedom. Oh, wrong again. Boom. But in the beginning, for an alcoholic to admit he's wrong is like turning the Queen Mary around in Tampa Harbor. Tugboats. Okay, I'm wrong. Wow, hope that never happens again. It's a monumental thing for self-centered alcoholics to admit they're wrong. First time my sponsor said, look, Sandy, you're wrong. And I said, okay, you're right. No, you're wrong. I said, well, it's the same thing. We'll say it. It wouldn't come out. So I was wrong about spirituality. And so is everybody who never gave it a fair chance. That's all that's required. Can you suddenly come from a stubborn no to a maybe? Could I possibly begin to actually allow myself to think that there could be a power greater than myself that would make its presence known to me personally? Not through somebody else, not through some minister telling me that this power exists, but to actually experience it. There's a big difference between knowing about a spiritual power and experiencing it. There was, I don't know if I have time for, yeah, I got time. There was this story about sociologists, and they found, I'll make it long story short, they found a lost tribe in a cave system that had been there. They didn't know anything about modern civilization. And the sociologists, for a change, decided to take 10 or 20 years to bring these people into the modern world instead of bringing TV in that day, because the shock would be so different. And they were in this cave system, and they had fires, and they were able to fish, but they'd never been outside, and they knew about fire and eating. So they started explaining the outside world, and they started learning how to speak in their language, and they're teaching people English, and this process is going on, and they decided that one of the most important things that they would have to teach them about was electricity, because when they came out, they were going to see elevators going up and down and lights going on, and everything in the world is powered in one way or another by electricity. So they were deciding what was the best way of teaching people about electricity. And there were two schools of thought. And the two schools remind me of the AA way of teaching about spirituality and the church way. So the number one way was, we're going to slowly educate them out of textbooks about electricity. We're going to start with ohms and watts and resistance, and it's going to take years. It's going to take years, but eventually we could get a few people up to maybe the sophomore in college level of electricity, and then have them take a test and would know, yes, they understand electricity. Now, that was method number one. Now, method number two was a little simpler than that. They decided, why don't we put a generator outside, and we'll run a wire in, and we'll bring an electric lamp in, and we'll connect the lamp, and we'll hand them a bulb, and we'll say, turn the bulb in the socket. And then what's going to happen? All of a sudden, boom! There's going to be light. And they're going to say, you see that? That's electricity. Now we want to show you one more thing about electricity. So they unscrewed the bulb and they said, now stick your finger in the socket. And he did. Yo! That is sort of personal experience with electricity as opposed to a theory about its alleged existence. AA fits in the second category in the experiment with spirituality. We use the steps in order to get you to stick your finger in the light socket, and then you personally experience something, and you can call it anything that you want. But that's what the second step is designed to do, is to enable us to have a personal relationship, a personal awareness, and it returns us to sanity. Now, sanity, and I'm going to close with this, sanity is described as soundness of mind. But I'll tell you what I think it means. I think that until a human being experiences the actual awareness of their own creator, they're all insane, because they are seeing the world in a way that isn't true, that is simply manufactured, that is made up by our ego. And we live in this frightening place where there's no higher power, we're not even aware of it, it's just a rumor. And when this happens, the power comes in to enable us to see how wonderful people are, to see how wonderful AA is. We suddenly look around and go, look, all these other people are just like me. I am part of AA. I'm not apart from AA, I'm a part of it. And that awareness, that little awakening, is the beginning of no longer existing apart from the universe, our friends, and our higher power. We find out that the only problem we have, according to Chuck C., and I'll talk about this a lot later on, is conscious separation from God, our fellow human beings, and the universe. We actually believe that we exist apart from all this, and it's very frightening. And as this energy comes in, we realize that we don't exist apart from, but we are part of. Isn't it funny that apart as one word means separated from, and when it's two words, it means part of. So rather than being apart, we are a part of. And when you become a part of something instead of you're it, it's a beautiful place to live. Okay, we're at the end of the time, and I thank you for your attention, and we'll just stand in place and wrap it up with the Lord's Prayer. Thank you. Well, hi, everybody. My name's Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Sandy.
I want to thank everybody for coming back. And if you haven't been here before, what we're doing is talking about AA, trying to tell some stories about its history, and share some thoughts from somebody who's been around a long time about what maybe this spirituality looks like from this end of the swamp. And if it's helpful, that's wonderful. If not, then don't buy the CDs. And Chris will remain a pauper. And as I said earlier, this is not a step class or a lecture or a workshop. It's just some ideas about everything. And the person to listen to about anything in your early sobriety is your sponsor. So if something here seems different than what he or she told you, then you just go along with your sponsor, because that relationship is incredibly powerful, and that's where you want to have faith, and you want to just do the suggestions that come from there and see if you don't get wonderful results. Anyway, I think we left off last week in telling the story of AA getting started with Bill having visited Dr. Bob out in Akron, Ohio, and how this great social program was started by two people from Vermont, which is just the most wonderful irony in the world. And after staying there for a while, they called on AA number 3, Bill Dodson, who was a lawyer. And then they got a guy named Ernie Galbraith sober. And then Bill went back to New York, and Dr. Bob kept working, looking for drunks in Akron. And Bill went back and worked on drunks in the New York area. And when he got back, here he is by himself. He's got this idea of trying to get something that's really going to help alcoholics all over the place. He's got about 7 months sobriety himself, and he's broke. Doesn't even have a job, and he's trying to figure out how in the world to make this work. And a funny thing happened because two guys came out of Towns Hospital, which is where Bill went through. One of them had been there 9 times before. This was his 10th time. And another one, this was his first time, and they both fed into the Oxford group, had a little bit of sobriety, and when they met Bill, they both immediately took to his ideas. They just said, oh my God, we want to be part of that team. So I think it was very important that Bill run into Fitz Mayo and Hank Parkhurst. And both of their stories are in the first edition of the big book. Hank is the unbeliever, and Fitz Mayo is the Southern gentleman. And Fitz's father was a minister in Virginia, and he was more of the intellectual type and liked to think about things, and made a nice addition in Bill getting perspective on things. Whereas Hank Parkhurst was a bull, a hard-charging salesman. He managed people. He was in charge. He used to be a football player. And he just was, let's go. In other words, you just didn't sit down and discuss the strategy. You just went full speed ahead, which was a nice combination to have at this stage of the game. Fitz eventually, I mean, this is, we talk now about, well, somebody only has 2 years. Do we want him to lead the meeting? Or it's, well, he only has 2 years, and maybe he shouldn't speak yet at an open meeting. So with a little under 2 years, Fitz went and started AA in Washington, D.C., and it became incredibly successful. They had all kinds of meetings there by 1940. And he remained a constant supporter of AA activity. He would go to Akron and come to New York whenever he was needed to review the big book, to do whatever was necessary. But Bill's real partner was Hank Parkhurst. This was the guy that got things going. And shortly after he got sober, now, in the Oxford group, they really had this spiritual awakenings. They went in those rooms and, do you believe in God? I mean, they got on their knees and God bless America, and it was cranked up. And we got up and testified, and so he was really fired up about sobriety. And he had a convertible car that he drove Bill and Fitz around in. And they were driving down Park Avenue one night, and Bill looked over, and he was standing up while he was driving. And he shouted out, "God Almighty, booze was never as good as this." And so he really was into his spiritual awakening and how wonderful it makes you feel. And he was just as fired up as Bill was about sharing this. We got to get this word out to the alcoholics that are still suffering. And he tied right in with Bill's idea that what we needed most of all was money. That was the secret to everything. I mean, how are you going to get a worldwide organization together without money? And Bill worked on Wall Street, so you can see his plan was for a chain of drunk tanks, because the hospitals were getting upset when you tried to get alcoholics sober there. They threw up all over the other patients, and it was hard for hospitals to have a policy of accepting people to dry out. And so he wanted a chain of drunk tanks, and then he wanted the drunks to quit their jobs and travel around the country starting AA in different cities, and that was going to take dough. So we'd have to pay for these guys like paid missionaries. And then eventually we're going to need a book so that we're all singing from the same page. But the book wasn't the big thing in the beginning. What was the big thing was raising money. And Hank was his buddy. And boy, they're going to go out and they're going to raise money. And they spent about a whole year trying to raise money, and they got nothing. They got nothing. They'd go to these foundations. They'd go to rich people in New York and Bill's connections from Wall Street. And the people would say, well, what are you talking about? A couple of drunks? I mean, I'd rather give to the Boy Scouts or something like that. I just don't see it. They didn't raise anything. And Bill had a brother-in-law who was a doctor who was a very important player in Bill's sobriety, because he kept paying for him to go to Towns Hospital. Probably wouldn't have made it without his brother-in-law's money. And he was commiserating with him, he and Hank. And he allowed, as how he had met somebody from the Rockefeller office last year. And he thought he had his name, and would he like him to call this guy? And yeah. So he called him up, and it turned out to be Rockefeller's personal secretary, the guy who made all the decisions on what went in front of John Rockefeller to look at the Rockefeller Foundation, and his name was Willard Richardson. And he said, come on over. They didn't even have to wait. So Bill's on the elevator in the Rockefeller Center, or wherever the headquarters was, and he gets out on Rockefeller's floor. So he's going, the dough is near. We are close to the jackpot. And the two of them started telling him about this thing where they're using spiritual principles to help drunks get sober, and we got about 15 of us that are really doing well in Akron and here. And Richardson, who looked at a lot of worthy causes, thought this one was a real winner, and Rockefeller would love it. So he said, could you guys come back and meet the trustees and the big advisors? Oh, yeah. So they had a big meeting in the conference room, and they described all this, and they said, oh, yeah. Let's send a couple of these guys out to Akron. They can do a written report from Mr. Rockefeller. So they went out and they taught Dr. Bob. They went to the hospital and they saw the work that was being done. And they typed up this report and gave it to Mr. Rockefeller, and they waited and waited. And then Willard Richardson was called in. And Rockefeller said, this looks like a very wonderful thing. I don't know when I've ever been moved by something like this, but I think money will spoil it. Now, I'll be willing to donate a few dollars so these guys don't get their homes foreclosed, and this Mr. Wilson and Dr. Smith can have $30 a month so that they can hang in there. But I honestly think large amounts of money would be a big mistake. which didn't set well with Hank and Bill. But it turns out it was God's plan that we don't get money in here, because it really would screw it all up, and there wasn't any coming. And so they formed an alcoholic foundation because Bill decided, in spite of what Rockefeller said, they got to raise money. And the way to raise it is to have a foundation, and they got some of the people from the Rockefeller Foundation to be on the board. And it was called the Alcoholic Foundation, and it was to raise money. So now they went out with the Alcoholic Foundation, and they're going here and going there, and they're going nowhere. Now, in order to raise money, Bill had written 2 chapters that ended up in our big book. And it was A Vision for You and Bill's Story. And he used these 2 chapters when he was hitting up people for dough. He would leave that with him. He had multi-lith copies, and he would go in there and go, well, we got this organization. Here, read this. Read about what's going to be happening. And even after they read them, they didn't make any, nobody gave any money. But somebody that Bill knew said, why don't you take those 2 chapters down to Harper's Publishing and talk to the religious editor down there. See what he thinks. And so they took it down there, and the religious editor said, this is very good. We'd like to publish a book like this. Do you think you can finish this book? Bill said, of course, I have it done very soon. And they offered him $1,500 as an advance. And boy, did that sound good. This is, back in 1938, and that's a lot of money. And when you're broke, it's really a lot of money. But Hank Parkhurst talked Bill out of it. We don't want them having the profits off of this book. So we want to keep this for ourselves. We can form our own publishing company, and then we'll make all the money. I mean, they were both, and Bill kind of went, yeah, that is a good idea. We'll make the money. And of course, nobody, it's so hard to publish a book or to get anything like this started, but with those 2 power drivers, they're ready to go. So Hank goes in and gets some stock certificates and a blank letter of incorporation. They never did get it incorporated for a couple years, but he wrote out stock certificates in the Works Publishing Company, par value $25. You could make payments over 5 months of $5 a month. And they went to the AA meeting selling the stock certificates to the drunks. Well, they weren't AA meetings. They were the Oxford meetings plus the alcohol squad that met at Bill's house. And they also met in a restaurant after meeting. So there was the meeting after the meeting, even when it was the Oxford. And the drunk said, you want us to buy stock in a book that ain't written yet? I don't think so. So they knew they had to get something, and Hank and Bill went up to Pleasantville, where the Reader's Digest was headquartered, and they talked to one of the editors there, and they told him about this book and this organization, and the editor said, my God, that's exactly what Reader's Digest loves. We love doing human interest stories. And yes, I think we'd be very interested in this. And Hank said, and you'll mention the book? And he said, yes, yeah, we'll mention the book. You call me when the book is finished, and we'll get ready to go. Well, now they went back to the Oxford drunks, and they said, boys, we've done some checking here. We checked with the printer, and they can print one of these books for 35 cents. And we're going to sell them for $3.50, 1,000% profit. We've gone up to Reader's Digest. They're going to run a story about this book as soon as it's finished, and they have 12 million readers. So here's your chance, boys. These books are going to go out in carload lots. You are going to get rich. Well, they sold a few here and a few there, and Charlie Towns from Towns Hospital dropped in a couple $1,000. And slowly the book project is moving along. And it got quite a bit along, and so they had to hand out the chapters to write. That all the writing was now going on. And authorship of the chapters is debated. You can look at different history books as to who wrote what. But clearly Bill wrote a great deal of it. Hank Parkhurst wrote the chapter to the employer, which when you look at the beginning of that, he talks about being an executive in a large corporation with 6,600 employees, and that was his job with Standard Oil. And also, Bill and Hank edited the stories of the 12 stories from the New York people, much to their resentment. Because they didn't check with them about changing the stories. They just changed them. Make them sound better in the book. And out in Akron, they had a newspaper man that edited the stories out there. So they ended up getting the stories together. They're getting all this, and they've got a pretty good draft, and they put it together. They had a heck of a falling out over the how it works. Bill hated to write that chapter. He said, "Oh my God, I don't want to do that," because there was enough controversy over everything else. But he finally was sitting there looking at the 6 tenets of the Oxford group, which is basically what they were using. And he started thinking that the drunks were sneaking through the loopholes in those 12 tenets. So he started with a legal pad and a pencil to close the loopholes, and so the drunks couldn't wiggle out. And when he got through, he felt very spiritually wonderful because it ended up 12. And there were 12 apostles. There was 12 months in a year. He thought, this looks very spiritual. I'm glad it ended up 12. So you can see it was just totally arbitrary, but he made a big deal out of it. And when he circulated it, then all hell started breaking loose. Because Hank and Jim Burwell of New York, Jim was a Reformed atheist, and they did not want a religious type program. They wanted a psychological program. So you talk about the psychological problems of the alcoholic, and then after they get here, you can slowly work in some spiritual stuff. But in their opinion, it would scare all the drunks off, so we can't have that. That's the New York crowd. Now, in Akron, they wanted to just have it be Jesus. Why beat around the bush? And so you got these two factors going, you know, it's going to be Jesus, no, it's going to be nothing. And out of that terrible conflict came God as I Understand Him. And that solved the problem because the New York guys could say, that really means psychological. And so that they really got this thing going. They had the multi-lit. They sent it around to a few people to look at. They sent it to the Catholic Committee on Publications. And they thought it was pretty good, but they wanted one thing changed in Bill's story, where he said that he was catapulted into heaven. And they felt that the Catholic Church was the direction to get to heaven, and that they had promised that to all of its people. So would he mind changing that word? And so he did, and he changed it to utopia. So if you're ever reading that, you'll know that the Catholics got their little finger in the pie after all. And so they're all set now, so they go back to Reader's Digest, and they go in there and they go, Mr. Blackwell, we're ready to shoot. And he said, shoot what? He said, the book. We got the book ready. Oh, you're the guys that came up here about 6 months ago. Yeah, I remember you guys now. You know, I thought it was a great idea, but when I talked to the senior editors, they didn't like the idea at all, and I forgot to call you. So now they had all these loans and the stock certificates out, and they can't pay the printer. And so one of them, an Irishman named Ryan, had a friend who knew Gabriel Heater. Now, Gabriel Heater had a radio show that was kind of like today would be Larry King. You follow what I'm saying? Everybody listened. And during the show, he always had a human interest thing. And so they called him up, and by God, he would get Ryan on there, and Ryan would talk about his recovery and the book. And so this was all set, but Ryan had a tendency to slip. And the radio show wasn't for 10 days. And so Bill got 4 big guys and put Ryan in the New York Athletic Club under guard night and day. And he made it to the Gabriel Heater show, and it did go out, and it helped some of the orders to come in. But it was a very difficult thing and very close. I can't go into all the details, but it did finally make it, but with some loans from one guy from Baltimore and another one from Dr. Silkworth. And then something bad happened. Hank had been Bill's partner from the day they met. And Hank had an office. He was still in the oil business, even though he got fired from Standard Oil. And he had an office over in New Jersey. And he and Bill came up with this idea of forming a co-op so that the northern New Jersey gasoline dealers could buy at great quantity and save money. And it was called the Honor Dealers. And the funny thing was that the secretary that Hank had name was Ruth Hauk. And when Bill came over working on this, it wasn't long before all Ruth saw were drunks coming in there to get sobered up. And there wasn't any oil business going on. And then when they got the idea for the book, guess who typed our big book? Ruth Hauk. Typing it, Bill would dictate and she would type, and then he'd come back with corrections and she'd retype it. And they were broke, so they didn't have much money to pay her salary, but they would give her stock certificates in the Works Publishing Company, not yet incorporated. Here's another stock certificate, Ruth. Go ahead and keep typing. This is going to be worth a lot of money someday. So you can see everything is just hanging in the balance. Hank was going through troubles with his wife, and it got worse and worse. In the middle of that, he took a liking to Ruth, and the two of them started dating a little bit. And then Hank's wife sued him for divorce, sued him for everything that he had, called him a lot of bad names, and he came in feeling terrible and told Ruth he really wanted to marry her. And Ruth said, "No, I can't do that. I want to keep working on this book project." And that really irked Hank, that his buddy Bill was taking his girlfriend away from him to work on the project. And he did what any good alcoholic would do in a situation like that. He got drunk at Bill for this outrageous conduct, and it caused a lot of serious problems for Alcoholics Anonymous. He got drunk. He would come in the office and threaten people. They eventually wanted to move the office into New York, where Bill was, and without checking with him, they did move it. The furniture was his, and now it was in New York. And Bill had decided that there was enough money to buy back all the shares in the Works Publishing Company, which would give the big book to Alcoholics Anonymous, and it wouldn't be to any shareholders or anything like that, except for Hank's shares. And so Hank came in drunk and upset, saw the furniture, and accused Bill of stealing it. So Bill said, well, listen, why don't I give you $200 for that furniture and you hand over the stocks? And Hank was desperate, so he handed them over. And then he went out to Cleveland to get a little sympathy from his brother-in-law, Clarence Snyder. Now, Clarence was Mr. AA in Cleveland, and I'm going to tell you some stories about Clarence at another time, probably next week. But he was really amazing. But he didn't like the idea of a centralized AA, and he didn't like Bill Wilson getting all the publicity. Oh, Bill Wilson, Bill Wilson, Bill Wilson. You know, it's like, jeez. Because Clarence had started the first intergroup, he had done the first pamphlets, he had written stuff on everything, and he was really a amazing 12-stepper and one of the great contributors to our program. But he also was sympathetic to Hank, and he listened to Hank's version, how he got cheated out of the money that was coming from the big book, and then Hank said, now Dr. Bob and Bill are going to get rich. And besides that, I know they're doing something with the Rockefellers. I think Rockefeller secretly gave them $64,000. You ever wonder why Dr. Bob wrote Gossip? Has to be. You have to watch that in his last talk. Gossip did a lot of damage right here. And so, as a matter of fact, Dr. Silkworth took a look at Hank Parkhurst and told Bill that he thought he was getting paranoid and that he might be dangerous. So it was that type of a situation. He caused so much trouble out there because Hank took his cause and went to all the Cleveland groups and said, my friend tells me what's going on in New York, and they're making a lot of money, they've got to deal with, I mean, they just repeated a lot of things that really weren't true. And then the word started coming into New York that the Cleveland groups were going to leave the big organization and go out on their own. So Dr. Bob and Bill went out to Cleveland to talk to the people. And they held a regular dinner with the speakers, and Bill and Dr. Bob spoke, and there appeared to be some sort of understanding. But as soon as that part was over, 4 or 5 of the Cleveland guys said, now we want to meet you two over here in this other room. And in that other room was a lawyer and a CPA, and they were armed to the teeth with evidence of this terrible wrongdoings that are going on. In other words, they were really ambushed. They had no idea this was coming. But Bill did bring with him all the financial records. And so at the end of the thing, they just said, all right, well, here, we'll turn them over to the CPA. This is the current financial status. And Bill and Bob are both broke. They're getting $35 to $50 a month, and there's nothing coming in. The whole thing was not true. So the people that were there apologized and accepted that, but the buzz continued for years that those guys in New York, they were up to something, and we know, and so it took quite a while for that to settle down. So you can see when you start something in AA, especially back when AA was so new, it was frightening because that might mean the whole thing could collapse. And then we wouldn't stay sober and so on down. Anyway, Hank never really got sober again. He had a few years here and there, but never, and he died in 1954, and they never could resume their friendship and all of that. But having said all that, he was one of the main players in ensuring that our organization got started. His enthusiasm and the way he just didn't take no for an answer got us over a lot of hurdles that we should be grateful for. And Fitz, the Southern gentleman, actually brought AA to Maryland as well as Washington, D.C., and was one of the great characters that we had in the early history. The last one that I mentioned earlier was Ernie Galbraith. And Ernie's claim to fame, does anybody here know Ernie's claim to fame? He eloped with Dr. Bob's daughter with about 3 months sobriety, which did not go over well with Dr. Bob. So this outrageous behavior on the part of newcomers started early, didn't it? Don't get in a relationship for the first one. Okay, Dr. Bob, come on, let's go. So anyway, that's where we'll leave it off in our little drama about the unfolding of the AA story. And there are so many stories that we could add in here, but I want to save time to get back on the spiritual path with these principles. And I think I mentioned, if I didn't, I'm going to mention it now, that sometimes it's helpful to jump all the way to the last step. It's like reading the ending of a book, and then you go back and read the rest of it. And the reason that's interesting is because the last step tells us what the point of the other steps are. So if you know that ahead of time, then you can see, well, what is this all about? And the last step says, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. One result is all that's talked about. You get a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. We tried to carry the message to alcoholics. What message? How to have a spiritual awakening. It's very important to know that's the message that we're passing on. Not just how to stay sober, but how to transform yourself so that sobriety is fun and that the world looks different. And so that's the point of the whole thing. So as we go back to the beginning, we can see that we're taking a series of actions that is going to cause this to happen. And I don't know if I mentioned last time Dr. Young's quote about religion. Did I mention that? Oh, okay. The primary job of religion was to keep the people away from direct contact with God. And AA is just the opposite. The point here is to have your own personal experience. And so we talked about surrendering, and it has to be 100% or nothing else will happen. And then we talked about the debate process of slowly allowing ourselves to say maybe to the idea that there's a higher power, and to really get honest and tell ourselves we never did give spirituality a fair shake. We laughed at it, we gave it lip service, but we never really did give this thing a fair trial. And so we're in a situation where unless this works, we're probably going to die, so why not give it a shot? And so that's where we were able to come to believe in a power greater than ourselves, restoring us to sanity. And we make a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of this power, God as we understand him, and this came out of that big argument from Akron and New York. That sounds almost impossible. I see, I'm going to turn my life over to something that I don't even know if it exists. I am going to turn my life, jeez. That just sounds too mysterious. It sounds too far out. Made a decision to turn my life over. Well, let's take a look at our lives today prior to doing that. We're running our own lives. We're not turning it over to anything. We are the final arbiter of every single thing that we do. Nobody tells me what to do. I decide. I am the one who makes all the decisions about my life. And if you have the type of sponsor I have, he says, "Hey, how's it going?" And if you're honest, you go, "Not good." Now there's a beginning. There's a beginning. My sponsor said, if we could get you to stop doing it, we would remove the management of your life from an idiot. And so, if we can't believe in anything else, we could believe that if I stop running it, it's probably going to improve. Self-centeredness. Bill just goes into that in the big book. Self-centeredness, the root of our problems. Self-centeredness, selfishness. We step on people's feet. We're in constant conflict with everybody around us. Selfishness, self-centeredness. They say it enough and finally you go, okay, I'll go along with that. All right, I am self-centered. I've known it for a long time, but I've never admitted it. And all self-centered people make the following statement once they admit they're self-centered. I'm going to do something about that. I'm going to damn well do something about being self-centered. Oh, good. What are you actually going to do? Well, I'm going to focus on not being self-centered. I say, you are going to sit there and focus on not being the center. Yes. Well, when you look at it, you go, that's impossible. I'm still the center of becoming unself-centered. It's just a joke to think that I can become unself-centered. So the only answer, possibly, is to find something else to be the center. And in the beginning, it's liable to be our sponsor. I'll make my sponsor the center of my life, and I'll let him or her make all the decisions for me, on my behalf. And generally under our breath, until I get my act together, and then I'll take it back. But we don't say that out loud. So we're making a little concession in this direction. You can see that. And then we go, well, yeah. With respect to alcohol, it makes sense. This AA program, they know a lot more about alcohol, so I'm going to take this little alcohol chunk and turn that over. So there's a big step in the right direction. But with all other areas of my life, I think I'll still keep them. Because, and I always love this sentence, if I turn everything over, I will be the hole in the donut. I will be a non-entity. I will have nothing to do. Because right now my full-time job is running my life. And so this whole thing's just, my God, I'm going to turn this over. Well, a lot of times we come in here and we talk about being a slave to alcohol. That alcohol got a hold of us, and all of a sudden it totally controlled our lives. And we really didn't have a say-so in how things were going. I wanted to not have a drink, but there was nothing I could do about it, and so I did, and then as soon as I drank, I didn't know what was going to happen. It was up to the alcohol. I might wake up in my own hometown, or I might be 2 states over. It was being directed by alcohol. And I desperately wanted my freedom back. We hear a lot about freedom in AA, and my choice back. Oh, my choice back and my freedom. And so when we get to AA, and we get free from alcohol, now we got what we asked for. freedom. Now I can do anything I want. Let's see. What should I do? What would be best for me? Well, maybe this plan. So I try that, and people are in my way. They're blocking me. I can't get there. Maybe this would be a better plan. Turns out that freedom is not all it's cracked up to be. It's a big struggle. I'm free to do anything. All my choices are here. I'm standing right here. I can go 360 different directions. But I can't figure out which one is best for me. So right now I'm standing still. And so this is what we get back. And when we first get it, we go, I love it. I'm not trapped in there. I'm not a slave to alcohol anymore. And Bill goes on and goes, I wonder how independent we really are. Are we independent of our character defects? Are we making the decision, or is greed making the decision? Are we making the decision, or is pride making the decision? Am I making this decision freely, or is lust influencing me slightly in the decision that I make? Am I not, in fact, being jerked around by all my character defects, even when I'm sober? Am I in a constant state of frustration and anger, restless, irritable, discontent, sober? I'm being yanked around by all these forces. My life is a mess with all this freedom. What am I going to do about that? Now, the funny thing is, the highest pay grade in Alcoholics Anonymous is servant. And a servant is someone who willingly allows a power greater than ourselves to tell us what to do. A slave doesn't have any choice. They're forced to do the work whether they want to or not. And ironically, the jobs that a slave and a servant do sometimes look very much similar. Both of them are sweeping the floor. Both of them are picking up boxes in a supermarket, which a lot of us drunks, when we're new, that's what we're doing. Only the servant is happily doing it because it was their choice. It was their choice to give up their choice. So as Bill explores this in both the Big Book and the 12 and 12, he discusses how independent we really are. Maybe we just think we're independent. And we encounter the second spiritual paradox of our program, the first being that we win by giving up, that victory is achieved through surrender. And now we're going to find out that true independence is achieved by becoming dependent on a loving higher power. That the best possible life for me would be one that was guided by my own Creator, my own loving Creator, who knows way beyond me what's best for me. And so this step is the beginning of this process. And nothing gets turned over in the third step. I remember reading it and then going, okay, I got to get my life turned over. Over, turnover, okay, over. When you're new, you do really weird things. And so I always try to do these things in front of a mirror because I figured the facial expression was crucial in whether your life was turned over or not. So I'd get in front of a mirror. Okay, God, you got it. No, that's it. Okay, God, you got it. No, that's not. So no matter what I did, I didn't feel like anything happened. I mean, I was turning and turning and turning. Okay, God, you got it. Okay, God, take it. Okay, God, you got it. Got it. Go on, done. And there I am, still in charge. It didn't say that we got it turned over. It says we made a decision to turn our life over, which is like making a decision to get a college degree. There's still some work to do before we get the degree. And so something that is completely turned over is an awakening. So what that leaves us with is the rest of the steps, which are between us and our own Creator. And so as we leave this step and begin this journey, the whole journey will depend on how earnestly we are trying to turn our life over. And Bill makes an interesting comment in the 12 and 12 where he talks about willpower. It's the first time I think it shows up in the literature. And of course, if you have a sponsor like I do, he said there's no way you can stay sober on willpower. Don't even think about it. I mean, drunks just can't resist alcohol, so don't even think that this can be done by willpower. And then it turns out the only way to do it is through willpower. So that sounds like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. Well, you can't directly achieve sobriety through your own willpower, but it takes willpower to go to meetings. It takes willpower to buy the big book and read it. It takes willpower to do the steps. I have to make this choice. And so Bill puts in the 12 and 12 that this is the proper use of the will to bring it in harmony with that of our higher power. He also talks about free will, which I've always been interested in. I've often wondered if I ever had free will. You know what I mean? Because it seemed like my character defects were always jerking me around. But my influence of my parents, the influence of the church, the influence of what I had read, the influence of the university, well, how do I know whether I'm free to make any kind of a choice? So that debate could go on forever, the determinism and free will. But I'll make you a bet on this one. There's one area where we have free will, absolute, complete free will. We can either choose God or not choose God. That is absolutely up to us. And what is suggested here is you've gotten this far by not choosing God. And that was all of us. We may have heard about it before, but we never chose it. We just abandoned it. I stopped going to church on Sunday because I was too drunk on Saturday night. And so what is left here is, why don't you try choosing, quote, God, higher power, and then see what kind of results you get. And so my point to anybody new is, your job is to no longer manage your life. You follow the guidance from your sponsor and your group and from the literature and our spiritual program. You have a huge job, though. Your job is to keep very careful track of the results and report back whether things are going worse or better. Just jot them down. Wow, another month went by. I seem to be better. We don't even want to, first we don't want to admit it, because then we'd be wrong. Because we already told everybody this wasn't going to work. That kind of stuff doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me. And when it does work, I remember I didn't want to tell my sponsor. I was secretly getting happy from praying. Because I knew all my buddies would jump out and go, ha, 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 ha. But it was. There was nothing like personal results to convince us of the reality of this program and our own Creator. And so if you're at this step, turn everything over except judging the results. And I think you're going to find that you're off for a heck of a good ride. I tell new people that I sponsor, there's only one question you should ever ask. What should I do next? That's it. Okay, I'm up here now. What should I do next? Okay, I went through. Now, if you do that, whatever it is, the reason you're going to be happy is, in order to do it, you have to get willing. You have to become willing. Oh, you want me to go early and make the coffee? I don't want to do that. Okay. Second you say okay. You know that process I'm talking about? No, I don't want to do it. Okay. You feel like $1 million. You feel like $1 million. No more resistance, no more barrier to all this stuff. Okay, I'm a player. Okay, count me in. Never thought I'd join a dirtbag organization like this, but okay, I'm a member. All right. That is when happiness begins. Okay, I'll do it. Instead of, no, never. Oh, it's so lonely out in no Neverland. Oh, it's terrible out there. There's many of us spent a lot of time out there. Finally, we had to swallow our pride, come back. Okay, what do you want me to do? And that was the beginning of quite a nice life. So whenever you can, just go, okay. All right, we're at the end of the time, and we'll wrap it up with the Lord's Prayer for anybody who cares to join in. And thanks for your attention. That ought to work. Okay, Chris. Well, good evening, everybody. My name's Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic. That inform people about AA, because AA doesn't promote itself and hire an advertising agency. And one of them was Liberty Magazine, where there was a story, AA and God, or Alcoholics and God. And it was kind of a religious thing, but it did get a few inquiries, but not as many as the other one. And the other one was concerned a baseball player for the Cleveland Indians named Raleigh Helmsley. Now, Raleigh Helmsley was an all-star catcher in the 30s and 40s for the Cleveland Indians and caught Bob Feller, who, when I was growing up, you said Bob Feller, and you went, that's the fastest pitch there is. And he was a pretty famous pitcher. Well, Helmsley's performance as a baseball player began to drop off significantly as his alcoholism progressed. He was able to keep it under control for a while, but as time took its toll, his performance slacked and his batting average dropped, and the manager of the Cleveland Indians became concerned. And he, through a friend or some little story, heard about the Oxford group. And there was a group in Cleveland, because AA hadn't been started. So he went to the Oxford group and he said, how much to get Helmsley sober? Because he's a very valuable player to us, and we'll pay good dollars to get him. Of course, the Oxford group is going, no, there's no money involved. But he has to join an Oxford group, and we are getting some alcoholics sober in these groups. As a matter of fact, we have a hospital in Akron, which is where he has to start out. And of course, that was Dr. Bob down in St. Thomas Hospital in Akron. And the manager said, well, he won't go to a hospital. There's no way. I've tried to talk to him about it. He doesn't like how he's not going to go to a hospital. And the Oxford group says, well, unless he goes there, there's nothing that can be done. So they finagled with an opposing pitcher to deliberately hit him. And then the trainer ran out, and it was a very minor injury, but he declared that he had to go to the hospital. The injury was was so bad, and so off they shipped him down to Akron, and he had no idea what was coming, but he was on his way to getting sober, which he did. And as he developed 1 and 2 years sobriety moving into 1941, his performance on the field skyrocketed. His batting average goes up, and he's not making any errors, and he's throwing people out at second, and it was, wow. So the reporters are coming around, and they're going, to what do you owe this? How come you're suddenly doing so well? He said, oh, I joined Alcoholics Anonymous, and everything is turning out wonderful. And they said, oh, really? Well, tell us all about it. Well, this little organization, I go down and they work on me. It's just amazing what they're doing. Well, that story went in all kinds of major newspapers in the sports sections, and sporting enthusiast alcoholics read it. And some of them said, well, if it's good enough for Raleigh Helmsley, it's good enough for me. So we see an early example of anonymity breaks doing some good. And Bill was, they didn't really capture the anonymity till a little bit later, and there were people were getting their picture taken, and when they did the Jack Alexander article, there was a picture taken of AA members. Now, the other character that was played a predominant role at this time was a very famous AA who got sober in 1938, probably AA number 10 or 11, and his name was Clarence Snyder. Now, Clarence's story is absolutely amazing. I think he was born in 1902 in Cleveland, was a super everything. Super salesman, super anything, that athlete, dancer, you just name it, until drinking came along, and he was one of those alcoholics that wham, when it hit like a ton of bricks. So he had gotten married, and his wife, who also joined AA later on, became very concerned with his drinking because he's being fired from everything, and she's trying to get him to go to a hospital, and he's now just drinking around the clock like a crazy man and totally unpredictable, and she was thinking of having him locked up, reaching her last straw with him. And her brother was a truck driver. So she said to her brother, what if you have Clarence stay with you in the truck, and if you keep him up in that compartment on the top of the truck while you drive all over the country, there's no way that he can get drunk. Which is true. And so they started off on this trucker's, Daniel, you'll appreciate this, on this trucking route with Clarence up in the thing there. Well, of course, there's a few days without a drink. He's going nuts in there, and he's trying to dream up things to tell his brother. And his brother was tired and everything, and Clarence said, look, why don't you go get a meal, freshen up, and I'll guard the truck while you're gone. And, of course, guarding the truck included going down to some gin mill and getting some cheap whiskey and coming back, and his brother finds him drunk guarding his truck. And that ended the relationship, and he said they were on their way to New York City, and he just dumped him. He just dumped them on the streets in New York City. And Clarence is trying to survive there. And he had a sister-in-law that lived there that he had befriended earlier and really did a lot of things for. I mean, really saved her house and did some tremendous things. And he figured she really owed me a favor. So he calls her and says, you remember all the things I did? Well, maybe I could come by. Oh, yeah, sure, Clarence. And she wasn't aware of the exact condition that he was in. And when he came over, she just slammed the door on him and just said, I'm sorry, but I'm not helping you. You just stay out there. And somehow he worked his way back to Ohio and decided to return to his wife. And he came home, and she looked at him through the door and knew better than to open it, and just started telling him No, you're not coming in. I know it sounds hard, but you're not getting in. And he said, well, I hope I'm going to die, and it's hopeless. And the funny thing is that her sister had called her, telling her that Clarence had been there, and also that her sister had heard from a doctor in New York that there was a doctor in Akron that could help Clarence. And the doctor in New York was Bill's brother-in-law, Leonard Strong, who was a big player in getting Bill to see Rockefeller. He paid for Bill to go to Towns Hospital. His name is pretty well known in AA history, and that's where Clarence found out about Dr. Bob, was through Bill's brother-in-law. Anyway, he hemmed and hawed about going down there, trying to get his wife to give him the travel money to go to Akron on the bus. And she knew if he gave him the travel money to go to Akron, he would drink the travel money and he would still be there outside her door in Cleveland. So she went down to the bus company with him, bought the ticket, and made him get on while she was watching, so they stamped the ticket and he couldn't get a refund out of it. And then she followed the bus for the 2 other stops in Akron until it hit the main road for Cleveland. I mean, the other way around, until it hit the main road for Akron, and off he went and was dumped out there, and finally made his way to see Dr. Bob. And they check him in the hospital. And this is how the Oxford group worked back then. They checked him in the hospital, and he recovered physically for 3 or 4 days. Then Dr. Bob came by. He was a big man. And he said, all right, son, you're ready. And he said, ready for what? He said, ready for God. Son, I want to know something. I want to know it right now. Do you believe in God? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. No, you can't be not sure. You either believe or you don't. Now, what's your decision? Well, maybe, I guess so. No, you don't get so. Yes or no? That's a lot of pressure. When you're sitting in a little short nightie on a bed with 4 days. Sobriety. He said, okay, I do. Okay, get on your knees. Why? Because we're going to pray. In this little short nightie? Yeah, get down on the... So he got down there, and this is what Clarence said Dr. Bob told to him. They got down on the knees, and Dr. Bob looked up and said, Jesus, this is Clarence Snyder. He's a drunk. Clarence, this is Jesus. You ask him to help you stop drinking and to manage your life. Okay. Jesus, could you please manage my life and help me keep sober? And then he stood him up and he said, good man, you're on your way. Now go back to Cleveland, and start sobering up drunks. He's only got a week's sobriety. Go back to Cleveland, start sobering up drunks. Because you weren't an official member until you brought back somebody, and then they got sober, then you were in. You are now a full-fledged member. Now, Clarence is a good salesman, and he's back there talking to people right and left because he wants to hurry up and get somebody to go down to Akron with him. And he was going to weekly meetings in the Williams home, which is where the AAs in Akron were meeting with the Oxford people. A wonderful couple. When you go out to Akron, that's on the tours to go by the Williams home. Anyway, he's not getting anybody. The drunks are just listening, but he's not closing any deals with these guys. And he runs across a guy with alcoholic paralysis. This is one of my favorite AA stories of all times. Alcohol paralysis is where you're lying on the ground and you can't move, but you're conscious. So you can talk and people can talk to you, but you can't get away. So Clarence can work on closing the deal as long as he wants. The guy can't get away. So he's kneeling down by his side, and son, do you want to get sober? I'm going to take you down to Akron. They got a hospital. I don't want to do any of that. And he just keeps pressuring, and finally he says, okay. And he says, well, have you got $50? It costs $50 to go through Dr. Bob's hospital. That ain't bad for 5 days in a hospital. And he said, no, I haven't got any money. I mean, who had money lying in Skid Row? He said, but my mother, if she knew that I was willing to go to the hospital to recover from being a drunk, she would advance the $50 just like that. And Clarence said, where does she live? This is Clarence. He's not going to wait for him to get sober and go out there. Where does your mother live? All right, and it was way out of town in the country. And he went and borrowed a car. He got somebody to loan him a car. He went right out there, that same day, and drove out, and pretty soon the regular road ended. He's on a dirt road, and pretty soon that ended, and it's kind of a trail, and the hunting season was going on. People are shooting, and he's walking through the woods to some address out there, and finally he sees it. It's a small farmhouse. He goes up to the door, knocks on the door, and this elderly woman comes, and he says, are you Mrs. Ryan, or whatever the man? And she shakes her head, Ryan, the name. And he says, well, I'm here because your son is lying on there. And she's going, She was Polish and didn't speak English. And so he's talking to his mother, but he cannot communicate. She recognized his son's name and something like that. And there was a young 8-year-old girl who was attending school and had learned English and became the translator between the two and communicated the message so that the mother gave him $50. He went back and got this man down, and he got sober. And so Clarence was AA's top 12-stepper. That's without a doubt. I mean, Dr. Bob had them all coming in the hospital, but we're talking about going out and getting people and bringing them down. And he got into the automobile business. He was such a top salesman, they gave him 2 demonstrators. Now, not many car dealers where the salesman gets one of each type model to take home, but he did. And he used the 2 cars to ferry down the Cleveland contingent to the Akron meetings. That's how many people he was getting sober, and he's bringing them down to the Williams house. Anyway, this is going on for a year or so, and he noticed that almost everybody in the car was Roman Catholic. I don't know why he had so many Roman Catholics up there in Cleveland, but his carload was almost all Roman Catholics. And something happened when the Roman Catholic guys got sober. Their churches noticed the difference. And they would go up and go, Pat, you look wonderful. What's going on? Oh, Father, God is saving me. I found the Oxford group down in Akron, a Protestant organization. Definitely not approved by the Pope. And they go, oh, Pat, you really shouldn't be going there. But Father, it's saving my life. And then pretty soon there's 2 other guys, and then 3, and the church feels like it's got a rebellion on its hands. And they actually were calling them in, saying if they keep going to the Oxford Protestant organization, there's a chance they'll be excommunicated. Now that creates a heck of a dilemma, because both of them are terrible choices. And so Clarence is thinking as he's driving down there that what we need is a group outside of Oxford where we do the same thing. You follow what I'm saying? We'll just meet over here. We'll call it something else. And that way these guys can keep getting sober. So he advanced the idea to Dr. Bob. And he said, somebody that he brought down named Abby, driving his wife back home, he was talking about he wished he had a place where they could meet in Cleveland. She said, oh, you can use our house. It would be perfect. It's a great big house. Our children are all gone. And besides, if you're meeting there, when my husband gets out, he'll have no choice but to go. And so Clarence tucked that away in the back of his head, and he went down there and he talked to Dr. Bob, and he said, I got these Catholics, and they're liable to get excommunicated if they keep coming down here. So I'm thinking of starting a separate meeting up in Cleveland. And Dr. Bob just went berserk because he did not want to upset the Williams and all the hospitality that they had. So he was caught in a tough place. And he said, no, don't do that. Well, Clarence went home and thought about it, and he came back the next week and he said, I know I'm not supposed to go against my sponsor, but I'm starting that thing. And it's going to be Thursday night at this address. And lo and behold, he did. He went up there, and the Akron contingent came up and tried to stop the meeting. But they weren't successful. And here's the quirk in history that Clarence parlayed into a lot of controversy. The big book had come out, and the name Alcoholics Anonymous was now being used for the alcoholic squads that met separately, like Bill Wilson would go to the Oxford group in New York, and then he'd have the drunks come over his house for a separate little meeting. And that was starting to irritate the Oxford groupers in New York, but Akron, they were more cool with that idea. And Dr. Bob just didn't want to upset him. Anyway, the book came out, and so Clarence decided that what I'm going to call this group is Alcoholics Anonymous, after the big book. Well, technically, that was the first group to call itself Alcoholics Anonymous, which, if you want to use your ego and really stretch a point, you could later claim to be the founder of Alcoholics Anonymous, which Clarence did boldly in the newspapers with no anonymity, go on radio shows. Tonight we are interviewing the founder of Alcoholics Anonymous, Clarence Snyder. And this was not going over well in New York. But he was amazing. He wrote sponsorship pamphlets. He wrote the first intergroup in Cleveland. He had institution things, how to go to a jail, all kinds of stuff. And his vision for the future of AA was that the major centers around the country would do their own thing. In other words, Cleveland would put together all their pamphlets and all this and the telephone numbers, and they would get the word out, and they would do all that, and Dallas could do that, and Los Angeles could do that. And the last thing we need is some central office telling all of us what to do. So you can see there is some tension building. And the second level of tension was New York. Even when I got sober in D.C., you would find the old-timers, they would say, let me tell you the whole program. I can condense it down to two simple things. Don't drink and go to meetings. That was the whole program. Don't drink and go to meetings. Whereas Clarence and out in Akron, it was serve God, pray, help others. You follow what I'm saying? It was totally spiritual. And New York was just don't drink. What's the problem? If you don't drink, you can't get drunk. What's the problem? And that tension exists today. I mean, you hear you know, in New York, we'd like to make it more psychological. The last thing I heard was that there's no groups left in New York that say the Lord's Prayer. I don't want to do that. That reminds me too much of religion. We're going to get rid of that. And I think they say the Serenity Prayer. And then out in Akron, we got to go back to basics. We got to go back, and you hear, we got to go back to basics, back to basics. We got to get... And between those two tensions, we got the wonderful middle ground known as our 12-step program, and God as we understand Him. And it's a real blessing. It's nice to have that kind of tension because it'll allow you to think about things from different perspectives. And it's still going on. It's still going on. Somebody went to Founders Day and they brought me back a pamphlet from the Cleveland Intergroup, The Four Absolutes, which were part of the thing. And it was just you read that and you realize there's no way to stay sober without them. You see what I'm saying? And that's fundamentalism. And then over here we go, what are they? Could you please go through them? So people seem to be staying sober and happy without them, but they shouldn't be able to. So I'm not taking sides. I think there's just, I love both of it. I think that's so healthy and I really enjoy it. Anyway, that's enough for bringing us up to where we left off last week, which was the third step. And I'm going to keep mentioning this. I started the discussion on our principles, etc., by going to the very end, the 12th step, so that we see what the target is, and there it sits. It says, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. So that's the only result that the 12 spiritual principles are aiming at, having had that spiritual awakening. Now, you know, you hear, well, if you're just sober, if you're just this and that, fine. But the deal here is to have that awakening yourself. It's a personal experience. And that's the jackpot. So when we go back and look at all these other steps, that's where they're pushing us. They're pushing us towards that moment in our lives, which is a transforming experience. And to be selected out of all of humanity to have a shot at that is really an honor. Because there aren't many groups that are shooting for that. There aren't many groups with meetings all over the place, and we're sitting in there, well, I'm going to do these stuff. I mean, and the only reason we're doing it is because alcohol's waiting out there. Nobody in here is a spiritual giant. We just know if we don't keep trying to do this stuff, I'm going to walk out there one day and a bottle of vodka is going to appear and go, hi. And I'm going to pick it up. And then I'm going to get beat up real bad. And so that's why I'm going to do something I really don't believe in. And I'm not inclined to even attempt. And that's how we all got here. And get forced into something that is the most wonderful thing that can happen to a human being. So I don't know why we're so lucky when it looks like we were so unlucky to get here. As I said earlier, when the cop pulled you over for a DWI, little did you know that that was God's man moving you towards salvation. He just didn't look too spiritual when he pulled me over. But he was. So the last thing at the end of the third step was the third step prayer. I got this bookmark from the New Haven conference. And I'm just going to read it to set the stage for the fourth step. God, I offer myself to thee to build with me and do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help. Of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life, may I do thy will always. These are not thoughts that I would come to naturally in my own selfish mind. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking, I wish God would build with me so I can help others. I wish he'd just take me apart and put me back together so I can help lots of people. I don't ever remember thinking that. I said, I need some money. That was what I remember. That's what I was. This stuff is not part of our makeup, okay? It just isn't. But the third step ends with this prayer, and just for the trivia crowd. The third step also ends with a prayer in the 12 and 12. It's the only step that ends with two prayers, the serenity prayer and the third step prayer. And also for the trivia experts, the origin of the serenity prayer came about in 1941 when Ruth Houck, they had moved the office to New York, and if you remember, Ruth Houck was the one who typed the big book, getting stock certificates to the Works Publishing Company. And they finally moved from New Jersey to New York, and so now in 41 they're getting inquiries from around the country, and the book is selling, and it's starting to go a little bit, and so her job was to answer correspondence. And she opened a letter one day, and in it was simply a clipping out of a newspaper that an AA member had sent in. And it was an obituary column, and it was an obituary for some man. And at the end of it was the serenity prayer. And she looked at it and said, well, that's kind of interesting. So she started typing it on cards, just little cards. And then when she would respond to an inquiry, she'd drop a card in the envelope. So the serenity prayer, with no one knowing it except Ruth Houck, was slipping off to all different parts of the country where they got the card and said, that is cool. And the next thing, it's part of Kansas, it's part of California, and all over the place. So anyway, that brings us to the fourth step, and what I wanted to do is, I'm not going to go through the dynamics of the fourth step. I thought about this long and hard, and I want to talk about the big picture of the fourth step as I see it. And then we'll talk about the dynamics of it. But sometimes to understand something, we got to have stories and things like that. So normally I don't use notes, but I had 4 points that I want to emphasize about the big picture of the fourth step. And the first one is, it's not about admitting your sins and then doing penance for them. It's got nothing to do with that. That's the furthest thing from the fourth step that there is. Made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. It has nothing to do with things we've done wrong that we're going to have to make good, or that we're going to suffer for, that we have to say 25 Hail Marys. That is not it at all. The purpose of the fourth step, it's about awakening to a brand new world, the one that your Creator made for you. That's what it's about. If awakening is the answer, then what's the problem? And this is hard to understand sometimes. If awakening is the problem, then is the solution, then the problem is not realizing that we're not awake. We have no concept that there even is a problem. Do you understand what I'm saying? We have no idea until we awaken that we were existing in a state of not realizing that we weren't awake. We were following some reality that had been there all our lives. And then as we work the steps and this transformation takes place, we look around and we go, my family's actually a lot better than I thought they were. You see what I'm saying? Well, now you are awake to see how it really is. And so this is the state that we're in. The inventory is one of the most vital parts of achieving this awakening. It's so important, we have 2 steps devoted to it, 4 and 10. So inventory constitutes 1/6 of our program. Do you ever think about that? It constitutes 1/6 of the AA program. And then I wrote this. So what's the deal? What's the big deal? Here's the big deal. We have to undo everything we've ever learned about the world. Oh, I don't know about that. Now, how's that for a big order? How about what an order? I can't go through with it. I'm going to undo. That's what old ideas availed us nothing mean. What they're saying is we're trying to have an awakening and no longer see the material world from the old guidelines, but we're going to see it from an awakened perspective. So why the inventory? Why would that be so important? In order to explain it, you have to tell stories. So I'm going to tell you a story I told my granddaughter a couple of months ago out in California. And she's 12. And she was sitting out in the audience at the Oxnard convention. And I said, with your permission, I'd like to tell my granddaughter a story. Now, why are stories important? Stories are the only way to talk about God, because nobody knows God, nobody sees him or anything. But when we tell stories about it, then we go, oh yeah, I see, I understand that. We see it at AA meetings all the time when a speaker gets up there and tells their story. And we see this marvelously intelligent, sympathetic person standing there, and then we hear the story of what a reprobate, hopeless piece of junk they were, and we go, how did they get from there to there? And we go, God. There's no other way. I'm looking at God's work right in front of me. So how did we see that? By them telling their story. You see what I'm saying? We heard a God story. And every time any one of you tells your story, you're telling a God story, whether you know it or not. Because that's what's going to come across. So anyway, I said, Zoe, I'm going to tell you the truth, wink, wink, about the world. Are you ready? Okay, yeah. And she was sitting out there. And I said, here's the real scoop. The creator of the earth is this wonderful goddess. Granddaughter, the creator has to be a goddess. And this goddess created everything that there is and loves us and is just an amazing creature. She's so big that her foot can fit between the earth and the moon. Now that's a big foot. She can take one step and get to the sun. It's just an amazing, absolutely beautiful. Long robes, but the most outstanding characteristic is her hair. Her hair is just brilliant. It's just the most amazing hair you've ever seen. Her head's so big it has 6 billion hairs in it. And she loves each one. Knows every one of those hairs. And after many, many eons, she said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to create a surprise for my hair. I'm going to create a great big theater and take my hairs to the movies. So she created a big theater in the round called Earth and plopped her hairs in to watch the show. And this movie spared no expenses. It's got earthquakes, tidal waves, wars, airplanes, elevators, technology. I mean, it's just the most wonderful show to watch. And she said through her hair, she says, this is a long movie. It lasts about 75 years, so you have to remember, it's just a movie. Okay? Don't get wrapped up with the plot. And it's just a movie. You are the goddess's hairs attending a movie. And I said, now, Zoe, you'll notice that your grandmother is no longer at the movie. She left the movie about 2 years ago. But she's still a hair on the goddess's head. We're all hairs on the head, and we're either in the movie or not in the movie. But nothing to worry about. That's my story to her. Corny story, but it caused her to think. And later on, she was, I'm so glad to think, I like to think that way. I like to think about that. So what could I say about the fourth step, about the inventory? And this is the story that I came up with. The real dynamics inside of us is we are all individual slide projectors. And we project onto the big screen, planet Earth. the real big screen. This is the ultimate reality. And we look up on the screen to see what's going on. And we see all kinds of stuff. Because society also has a projector going. And so we're up there, we're looking at all of this, and it's nothing more than a story that our ego is manufacturing inside of us, puts it into a slide, puts it in, shows it up there, and we go, oh, Jesus, look at that. And we've been told that the name of the game is go up to the screen and rearrange things till it's suitable. Go up there where you see it's unfair and fix it. And go up there, see, you live in this little house, there's a big house. What you want to do is change it so you're in the big house up there. The secret of life is to go up and rearrange everything on the screen. The answer to everything is on the screen. You see what I'm talking about? That's where you look to see what's real and what needs to be done and what everything's all about. Now, there was a campaign slogan about 20 years ago, and they boiled it down to one line. And the line was, "It's the economy, stupid." I don't know if you remember that. It's the economy, stupid. So I would say to all of us, the line that we should learn is, it's the projector, stupid. It's not what's on the screen, it's what's going on inside the projector. That's where we got to go. That's the ticket to everything. Whoever told you to look up there didn't know what they were talking about. This is how spirituality works. We have to go inside the projector booth and see what is going on in there. We have to inventory the booth and see why everything up there is so upsetting. And so we go inside, and as we take an inventory, we find out that our ego is in charge of the show and is putting together. It just resents everything. See the resentment? Oh, yeah, God, yeah, there is resentment up there. I can't stand it. No wonder I'm upset. Look at what's up there. And it's projecting these slides that we're making up ourselves. And when Bill writes that, we create our own problems. That's how it's done. We make up a story or a slide, we project it on the screen, and then we react to it. And it becomes quite frightening. And I'm looking up there. And so I went in, and I'm going to tell you what I saw. I went inside the projection booth, and the guy running the projector was Frank Morgan. Any trivia people know who Frank Morgan was? He was the actor that played the Wizard of Oz. And he was running my whole show. He was in there going, whoo, okay, watch out, bad witch coming in from 1 o'clock, okay. And if you remember the movie, The Wizard of Oz, everybody was going nuts with all this stuff. Dragons and goblins and people are jumping out and it's dangerous. Don't go here, don't go there. Watch out for this, watch out for that. And then they got up there and they looked around and they went, hey, who's that behind the screen? The screen fell over and there's a little old man standing there. And he went, whoops, I guess the game is up. And that's what we want to do to our ego. We want to expose the show until it says, whoops, the game is up. And so in the old days in the Western, when they said get out of Dodge, I would say to all of us, it's Dorothy, it's time to get out of Oz. And the fourth step is how it's done. That is where we go in order to transform everything. We go into the projection booth and we start correcting what's inside there. And we do that by carefully inventorying resentments and fears and sex, and there's a carefully laid out plan. But this isn't being done to punish us or for any wrongdoing or anything. It's going in there to transform what's going to be seen on the big screen. Beautiful. What's really in store for us is beyond our wildest dreams. And so we need to understand this in order to be thorough. When I started doing that, I just went, oh, God, all this stuff had to be fixed, and I feel terrible, and this and that. I had no idea where it was leading me. And so when you look in the big book, I was thinking about this. Resentment's the number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. From it stems all forms of spiritual disease. So it turns out we've been spiritually sick. And then Bill makes this interesting sentence. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. When we fix the projector, what gets shown up there in the physical and material world is fixed. When we straighten out, when the spiritual malady, the broken projector, is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. Everything else springs out. Psychological problems or whatever it is. And then later on, Bill goes, our old plan was, get up on the screen, see what's wrong, I got to move this. But the more we fought and tried to have our own way, the worse matters got. Does that describe the situation? So is that plan working, what we've been taught all our lives? Go fix this, go fix that? No. It's got nothing to do with theory. It has to do with results. How's your plan working? See, you're wearing a wristband from a nut ward. That was what my sponsor did. He said, if you write a book, don't put your picture on that. Okay. So we turn back to the list. Now listen to this. For it held the key to the future. The whole key to the future is in this list that we're going to fill out in our fourth step inventory. We were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. I just gave you a new angle to look at it. I made up a story to see what the book's talking about. We're going to look at all of that from a different angle. We began to see that the world and its people really dominated, and then it says, well, how do we escape? And I wrote in here, from Oz. You follow what I'm saying? Okay, I see the deal. I got to get out of here. Well, how do we get out of Oz? We saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. How are we ever going to do this? Here we go. We ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully give to a sick friend. At least God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one. God will have me have a tolerant and kindly view of everything. You see how it's just, I'm working in here. God, I don't know how it's straight. Could you please tell me, wow, hey, you're doing good work. Thank you. In other words, this is the result of this kind of work. Then I wrote up in my book, thanks a lot, society, sarcastic remark, because the sentence says, wasn't it because self-reliance failed us? Now, I don't know what you were taught, but I was taught self-reliance. You better rely on yourself. If you can't trust yourself, who are you going to trust? You have to do it. You're the man. Do it. You're the man. You're the woman. Do it. You're it. You're it. Go do it. Don't ask for help. You do it. What? Real man never asks for help. No. Self-reliance. Boy, I'd like to find whoever's preaching that one. Perhaps there's a better way than self-reliance. You think there could be a better way than self-reliance? Let's see, self-reliance got me in the nut ward. Hey, maybe there could be a better way. We think so. For we are now on a different basis, a different perspective. The basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We are in the world to play the role that He assigns. How does He assign us a role? Puts a slide in the projector, it goes up there and we go, oh, I see what I ought to be doing. We will intuitively know how to handle situations that used to baffle us. Inventory is the adjustment of our spiritual self to transform everything else, including the big screen. We're at the end of the time. Thanks for your patience, and we'll all be back here next week. Thank you very much.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
Well, hi everybody. My name's Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic. How you all doing? Well, here we are back again. I hope you're having as much fun as I am. This is very enjoyable for me because I love telling stories. And that's what this has turned into. So I hope you like hearing stories, and we'll just keep going till I run out. And then I'll have to get back to the steps. And we've said that on at the beginning of each of these, that this is not a workshop or Joe and Charlie or how to do the 12 steps of AA. But rather, this is just somebody who's been around a long time and has some stories about AA and some thoughts about what the steps mean spiritually and what the picture of the whole deal might look like. And so that's what I'm going to keep on doing, and I've been happy so far with how it's been going. And generally, I've been starting with some stories about the early AA. And last week, we were talking about one of the great characters in AA, Clarence Snyder. And I didn't really finish with him because I think I got where he was out in Cleveland and it started an intergroup and written pamphlets and how to sponsor people and how forward he was compared to the rest of the country even. I mean, Cleveland had so many people sober that it was a natural target for the first international convention because they knew they could get lots of people to come. As a matter of fact, they had the 10th anniversary conference in Cleveland. It wasn't an international conference, but they got 3,000 or 4,000 people to show up in 1945. And I'm sure that the main guy behind that was probably Clarence. That, all right, let's get them all here to Cleveland. And I wish they had some talks from there. Maybe they do. I'll have to ask Lee. But anyway, after, and I forgot to mention that Clarence, these people that I talk about, I generally am referencing their story in the big book. And Clarence's story is the Brewmeister. And it was in the first, I think it was in the first 2 editions, and then I don't know if it's in this time or not. And he got the title for that. That hardly described his life, which was, as you heard, drinking whiskey and being out on the road and with trucks and really just getting sick as a dog. But way back when he first got married and his wife had gotten pregnant, the doctor told Clarence that a glass of beer once in a while might be good for his wife. So being a good husband, he decided to set up his own brewery in the house with the with the home brew and started with something about this big, and there wasn't any left for her to have a glass. So he had to get a bigger container of home brew, and I don't know if she ever got a glass, but he got an awful lot of beer and started having parties at his house, and that went on for a number of years until he found out that whiskey got you there a lot quicker, and you didn't have to pour down 48 ounces of liquid. You could just use beer as a chaser, and that became the thing for the future. But after a while, Clarence moved to St. Pete, Florida, and spent a lot of time over here as the elder statesman in AA with the most time of anybody. So he was in big demand to go around and speak, to do workshops, to do step studies, and he did that for year after year after year. And right before he died, maybe about 5 or 6 years, he met a lady, and they got married and went over towards Orlando, Castleberry, and that's where he spent his final days. And the retreats, I don't know if they're still going on, but the retreats that the retreats that he organized were really popular all over the country. People with long-term sobriety would come, especially from areas that I'll talk about in a minute, which we already covered, but areas where spirituality wasn't emphasized as much as other areas. And so there was this psychological approach up in New York and part of New England, and then there was the Christian approach out of Akron. And so the people that came through that influence had a much heavier dose of spirituality in the steps. And so, they just saw that the people who didn't have the heavy dose of spirituality were looking at the people that did, and they were going, why is that guy happier than I am? We both have 20 years, and we both have the same kind of income, and we both have a house, and why is he walks around happy all the time? What the heck is going on? And that sort of led to, well, maybe I've got to dig a little deeper here and take my program to another level. And so that was, there would be new people, but there were also lots of people who had some time that went to Clarence's retreats. And over the years, it's been said that the retreats were religious, but they really weren't. He was very careful to divide them into two parts. There was the AA part, which stayed strictly with the literature, the steps, etc. And then when that was over, you had a chance to leave if you want, because now we're going to be saved by Jesus. And so, but that was always part of Clarence's deal, and he wouldn't back off. He wouldn't stop talking about that, and he wouldn't stop breaking his anonymity. He said the traditions weren't around when I got sober, so why the hell should I care about them? And I don't know, but some of it may have been that the traditions came out of New York. And if you recall, there was the pull and tug from New York and Akron. And so he really made a wonderful contribution. And while I'm on the subject of New York and Akron, it was kind of funny that there was a series of coincidences. One was a very powerful guy in New York was Jim Burwell, who was a former atheist and very big in getting it started there, and then helped Fitz in Washington, D.C., and then Philadelphia. And so his influence was pretty strong, and he wasn't trying to make it a non-spiritual program. What he wanted was to fake out the new alcoholics by leading them to believing it was a psychological program, and so we'll push the God stuff way down the end. And then after we got him here a while, then we'll tell him about the spirituality. And his theory was that it would widen the net and would get more people to come in, and in the long run, reach more alcoholics. Whether that's true or not, I have no idea. But that was the thinking behind it. And just sort of following that suit, the Oxford group in New York was starting to get tired of the alcoholics, whereas the Oxford group in Akron didn't want them to leave. As the inevitable became real, that there were so many new people who were alcoholics that the rest of the Oxford groupers were feeling outnumbered because, us alcoholics, we're recruiting and we're out there finding more people to come. And so when Bill was holding little separate meetings in his home on Clinton Street in Brooklyn, and also they would meet at a cafeteria after the Oxford group. The Oxford group people, I don't know if they went home, the rest of them, but the alcoholics would all hang together and go out for coffee and a sandwich like we do today. Must be something about being an alcoholic that after a meeting you got to go get some coffee and an ice cream or something. Anyway, the Oxford group was trying to get the meetings at Bill's house and the cafeteria stopped. And they were putting a lot of pressure on the alcoholic members of the Oxford group to stop going there because they were less than 100%, which was the term they used. You're not doing this 100%. Whereas in Akron, it was very difficult for Dr. Bob to even consider leaving because they had such dear friends in the Oxford group out there, especially the Williams, who gave them their home to hold the meetings. And so it really was all the way up into 1940 before they finally moved to Dr. Bob's house and then down to the King Street School, where there's still a meeting on Wednesday nights if you go out in Akron. And that's the meeting that came from Dr. Bob's house. Now, in addition to those people, there's we very often hear about Sister Ignatia. And I see Beth from Akron, and she knows the history better than I do. But anyway, we hear a lot about Sister Ignatia, this wonderful Catholic nun from Ireland, who was at the St. Thomas Hospital in Akron and was very interested in helping alcoholics and had actually helped some before Dr. Bob got sober. She had another doctor who was smuggling him into the place where they sell flowers in the hospital, and it put a cot back in there because if the administration knew, you got what in there? A drunk? We don't want drunks in the hospital. They throw up and bother the other patients, and so we can't have them in here. But she was their defender, and of course when Dr. Bob came along, they were a natural pair to start this alcohol approach, and she ended up with a special place in Akron for alcoholics, and it was a 5-day deal, just like Dr. Bob. That's how long it took to dry out and get told about spirituality, and the Oxford group members would come and see the drunk, and they were turning out lots of drunks. And what she gave them as they were leaving, and she called them in very privately and said, I want to give you this Sacred Heart medallion, which is a very Catholic thing. And it is made out of felt generally, and there's a little picture of a heart, a bleeding heart, and it's the Sacred Heart medallion. And she gave it to them to keep in their pocket, much like our coins today. It was the predecessor of keeping your good luck charm in your pocket. And she told them and looked at them right in the eye, and she said, if you're going to take a drink, you have to bring this back to me first. And she said it in such a strong fashion that it was really hard for alcoholics to take that first drink with that thing in their pocket. And they go, God damn, Sister Ignatius will find out about this, and she'll talk to the people up there, and I'll be in trouble no matter what happens. And so she had a big effect on that, and thousands of people got that, who were from all religions, but they got that little Sacred Heart medallion in their pocket. And in around 1950, a little after that, after Dr. Bob died, the Catholic Church transferred her to Cleveland, where she set up a very exact replica of what she had done in Akron. And she named it Rosary Hall Solarium. Not sanitarium. Rosary Hall Solarium, after Dr. Bob's initials, RHS. And did the same thing there with thousands of alcoholics, with the 5 days. She had a name for each day. Eventually it was inventory, acceptance, and then a moral inventory, and then a plan for the future as you went out the last day. And AA was there, and they got sponsors and all of that. But she was a major contributor. I think she died in the 60s, to us. And one other that I want to mention tonight was a man who joined the Oxford group up in Massachusetts in 1923, and his name was Jim Newton. And while he was there and in the New York area, he became very good friends with Frank Buckman, who started the Oxford group, and Sam Shoemaker, the minister of the church in New York, that's where Bill went. And Roland Hazard, who we talked about earlier, went to see Dr. Young. And another guy named Shep Cornell, who is in the big book. He was one of the early guys and was one of the people who got Roland Hazard, who got Ebby Thatcher away from the judge and brought him into the Oxford group. So he already knew some of the key players in AA, only he didn't know they were key players. And we find this throughout all of AA history, that there's this gathering or this accumulation of people like Bill and all the other people who were summering in Manchester, Vermont, and then because they knew each other as youngsters, they grew up, and there was the founder of Al-Anon and the co-founder of AA, all and Ebby and the whole 9 yards. So anyway, Burwell was asked to move to Florida, to Fort Myers, to work for Thomas Edison. And he was a very good executive assistant and organizer, but he also was trying to make some money in real estate, and he had a real estate license. And, of course, Edison hung around with all the big shots in America, and one of them was Harvey Firestone of Firestone Rubber Company out in Akron. And he was down in Fort Myers, was talking. He says, I need a special executive secretary. Anybody be good for that? And he said, yeah, Jim here. He would be perfect. And I guess there was a good pay raise, so Jim packed up his bags from Fort Myers and went on out to Akron, Ohio. And after he was there a while, he made friends with Firestone's children. There were 6 children, and one of them, Bud Firestone, was a raging alcoholic. And the father was doing everything he could to get him sober, and nothing was working. And so one time he sent him off to whatever hospital or treatment they were doing back then, and Jim Newton went with him to see if he could help out. And on the way back, he was not doing well, got drunk, and so he said, why don't you come with me? I'm going to an Episcopal conference somewhere, and I want you to meet some people. And he was thinking of the fact that the Oxford group had sobered up some alcoholics, and maybe it would work for this guy. And so on the train back, he had Sam Shoemaker was at the convention, and so they talked to him, and before he got back to Akron, he was saved. and joined the Oxford movement. They had to go elsewhere to go to meetings, but he did join that. And then he gets sober, and he's doing well, and his father is watching this, and he said, what happened to you? So, I got in the Oxford group. Well, what's that? Well, it's all over we don't have it here, but it's all over the place. It's really big, and it's helping people all over. So his father said, well, let's bring it here. And so phone calls were made to Frank Buckman, and it's going to be a major event. The newspapers are covering it, and the top dog is going to organize something. So it's at the Mayflower Hotel, and Jim Newton had joined an Episcopal church there. It was the same one that the Firestones went to. And the minister, whose name is all over our AA history, was Reverend Walter Tunks. And he was asked to host the Oxford thing. And so into town comes the entourage, and there's an awful lot of publicity going out in Akron. Come and attend one of these Oxford things. Firestone is all excited. This is going to be a wonderful thing for Akron. And attending that meeting, because of all the publicity, was Ann Smith and Henrietta Seiberling and the Williams, Henry T. Henry and Clarice Williams, whose home was used for all the meetings. And so the reason that Newton's name is brought into all of this is, without him, the Oxford group may have never gotten to Akron. And if it hadn't gotten to Akron, then Ann Smith wouldn't have been able to tell her husband about it. And Henrietta Seiberling wouldn't be available, knowing all about Dr. Bob's problem, as he attended on a regular basis. And Reverend Tunks, whose name was in the lobby of the Mayflower Hotel under the church directory, wouldn't have been called into play when Bill Wilson was sitting there thinking about having a drink. And he looked over at that church directory and said, maybe I can find some alcoholic to help me. He called up Reverend Tunks. Reverend Tunks said, oh, yeah, we can get you. He got one guy who got him in touch with Henrietta Seiberling. And then she called Ann Smith and set up the meeting with Bill, and then they all met in the Williams home. So you can just see that all the players came together when Firestone said, we're going to have a big deal in Akron. And so Newton kind of played a very key role without realizing it in getting us started. And so that brings us pretty much through the 40s. World War II came along. AA stayed sober in great numbers. And you see that in the tradition when he's talking about the people in Alaska or Salerno beachhead. They just had a thing on the History Channel about the Japanese invasion of Alaska, the Aleutian Islands, and that was the first time American territory had been occupied by foreigners, and it lasted a while. It was quite a deal getting them out of there. So anyway, next week, and Bill is starting to write the traditions, and so next week we'll start around the 1950 and talk about the traditions in the first convention and some of the things that happened as we move along in time. So maybe we'll just follow a time frame. So moving back to the spirituality of this program and the frame of reference that I've been using, it's really been helpful to me, which was to start at the end. But if, in other words, what's this whole deal about? Well, let me tell you the ending. I know that people hate that when you go to a movie. What's the ending? But sometimes it can be useful in understanding what we're trying to accomplish as we move through all the steps. And the ending is having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. We tried to carry this message about a spiritual awakening to the next person. So there's a tremendous emphasis on this profound personality change called the spiritual awakening, because it's in that transformation that it becomes real easy to not drink. That is why AA is so successful, is because without alcohol, we have found a way to see the world as a very friendly place to live. And I don't know about you all, but I did not see the world that way. That's why I drank. The world was frightening. It made no sense. I saw no purpose in life. I was a loner. I didn't know what people were up to. I just saw greed, and I guess you got to make a lot of money. I don't know what's going on. Give me a drink. And then I found a place to live that was wonderful. And it was the world of 3 drinks. And in that place, I was as happy as could be. I wasn't wanting anything. It was just a lovely place to be. Unfortunately, I didn't stay at drink number 3. I tried to improve on nirvana and ended up in jail. You know what happens when... But I swore the next night I'm going to stay at the 3 level. Never could do that. And I know I'm not the only one that tried. Tonight, I'm just going to stay at the 3 level. So anyway, when we take alcohol out of the equation, we're left feeling pretty bad. And we're going to stay this way. I mean, we don't drink a day at a time, and life is lived a day at a time, but our ego is telling us, yeah, but some of these people are thinking of staying sober forever. Yeah, I guess they are. That's a long time to feel the way I do. How could I feel this way forever? I can't feel this way for another month. I'll be lucky to last another. So it's clear something has to be done about how we're feeling and what's going on inside of us. That's what the awakening is. That's the, wow, is that nice? That's the answer. Sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly, as Bill had a rapid one, and the rest of us have to be content with gradual change. But eventually, even ourselves, we realize, wow, what they've been talking about is real. I can feel it inside. And we each have our own connection with our Creator. And that is what we maintain in order, or increase, in order to not go back to drinking. So we talked about surrendering and coming to grips with the fact that we have a situation that only a source of spiritual power can address. So out of sheer necessity, we have to change our minds about a higher power. Not because anybody proved it to us or showed us one. We were just shown the plain truth about our situation. Hard, cold facts. Unless there's a higher power, it's over. Now, we didn't want to hear that. Well, oh no, it's not. I'm not that bad. I'm not so bad I need a higher power. That's horrible to be that bad off that you need isn't that funny that we would think that way? God, I hope I never need a higher power. And then when we find out what happens, we're so glad. But I didn't know what it was all about, and it seemed to me like that's the last thing I want. A higher power coming in, messing around in my life? How do I know what'll happen? And my sponsor would point to the wristband from the nut ward and go, well, maybe better, I don't know. There was no winning with him, because he would never talk theory, he only talked results. And I never could win. I couldn't, I was so far behind the power curve trying to earn money and come out. And he just kept saying, you just keep following the plan. And I'm glad he did. So we talked about how that inventory was so important that we had 2 steps for that. And we used the story, and people have told me during the week that they really found it helpful to view the inventory from a slide projector point of view. And just reviewing that, the way humans operate is to look out at the world and try to fulfill what's missing inside of them by rearranging what's out there. Get some money away from that guy and move it over towards me. You follow what I'm saying? And then I'll get a pilot's license, and then I'll be up there, so I'll move out of this into an airplane. You see what I mean? And so we're moving, and things keep getting in the way. You know what I mean? Well, that guy got it. Now, then this guy. Now, what happened to this? And then, well, what the hell? Why was my insurance canceled? You're ruining my plan that I'm trying to lay out up there. And then I get up in the morning. I'm feeling halfway decent, and I read the paper, and now I'm totally depressed because I'm hearing about all the things out there that are screwed up, and now I feel depressed. I shouldn't have read that damn thing. So we had no way of knowing that isn't where the game can be won, that it's an inside job. We should have had a clue from drinking that the name of the game was an inside job, that you fixed inside here and everything changes out there. And so that's the point of inventorying, is to take our focus away from the world as we see it. Because what I'm seeing is what I'm putting together in my slide projector. I'm making lots of slides and I'm putting them in there, and then I'm looking up there and I'm not liking what I see. Well, I made it. I'm the guy who put it together. Because these things are made by thinking. So whatever thoughts I'm thinking up, I'm seeing that. If I sit here and think, the world really sucks. I haven't had a break in 10 years. I'm going to do that with my eyes shut. Now I open my eyes. What do I see? I see the world sucks and you don't get a break for 10 years. It's right there. It's clear as a bell. I can point it out to everybody. See that guy? He's got a break. He's doing all right. You see that? See that? There. It's true. Now the guy sitting next to me, he told himself, everything's really cool. I'm pretty happy with everything. And then he looks up, same stuff. And he says to me, isn't that great? And I go, what the hell are you talking about? That's not great. That's terrible. I never saw the connection between what I was doing. And I'm doing it by thinking. Thinking. That is the obsession with every human being. What are you going to do about that? I got to think about it. I got to think about it. Well, how long do you think you'll think about it? Oh, man, I don't know. It could be a couple of weeks. I got to think about this. I got to think about it. So I go in my bedroom and stay up all night making about 2,000 slides. So that I can keep looking at them and, well, it's worse than I thought. I got to think about it more. I got to think about it some more. So everything, and we're going to find out that spirituality really is not about getting anything. It's about getting rid of stuff. It's about getting rid of everything that we created, which is our ideas. That's why Bill writes, old ideas availed us nothing. Let's inventory all of them and get rid of them. And so we have a plan for that, and it was laid out in the step last week of how to categorize all the different ideas and emotions that we have, which are resentments and fears and sex drive. and the accompanying problems that come out of that according to us. Because that's where all problems come from. Bill talked about our problems we think are of our own making. So we have created inside a projection booth with 1 million slides, and we just keep sticking them in and looking and going, oh, jeez. When is it ever going to straighten out? As if so, and then we leave and go up to the thing and try to move it on the screen. It would be like you're at the movie trying to move something on the movie screen. I'm tired of that guy always winning. Get off the screen. Well, you can't get him off up there. You can't affect anything up there. So now finally we go, all right, well, then maybe if we go in here, stop worrying about the world, stop doing anything, leave all the problems unattended. This is the quickest way to solve them. Leave them all unattended. No one even guarding them. You know what I mean? Some of us almost feel like if we're going to leave our problems alone, we need someone to watch over them. You know what I mean? Because what if they're gone when I come back to them? I mean, if this is true. If somehow we could work magic and take all of the problems that everybody has in this room, who would you be? There'd be a panic attack. What would I think about? Nothing. In other words, there's such a part of who we are that deep down there's part of us that's just terrified of getting rid of them all, because what would be left? Completely unknown. Completely unknown. What would be there? And that's what we're going to find out. That's what we're going to find out in this process of getting ourselves out of the way. We say that we're a spiritual being having a human experience. What if we can get all this human energy out of the way? What do you suppose would feel? What do we suppose would then be looking at the world? Would we, in fact, be seeing what we were supposed to see before we made up the big story that is our own drama? Before I made up the drama that I star in, you notice everyone in this room is the center of all your problems. They happen to you, or they're not a problem. My closest friend loses his job. I go, man, that's really rough, but it's not a problem for me. That's his problem. You follow what I'm saying? So anyway, we came to this idea that let's go inside. See, when I took that inventory, I said, what am I doing this for? I got stuff to do out here. I got to get some money. I can't be fooling around with this kind of stuff. This is time consuming. I got problems to think about. I got fill out this sheet could take hours, and I don't have hours free from problem worrying. So now you can see we're never going to go back to that. This is a new way of life. We're going to unlearn all of the old ways that we saw things and that we lived. And so we're going to go inside of the slide projector and we're going to inventory all the stock that's in there. And we're going to throw out stuff that really would be inappropriate to keep. And as we make the list of the inventory in there, what we got, we notice that the word rationalization appears all over the place. Rationalize, 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 rationalize. Now, if we rationalize a lot, do you think our inventory is any good at all? How do we know what we put down here as an honest appraisal of ourselves is of any value whatsoever? maybe we should run all this by someone else. Someone else? Run my life by someone else? What the hell are you talking about? I don't run my life by anybody else. And so we have this fifth step. Admitted to God, to ourselves, and another human being, the exact nature of our wrongs. And so as we get started with this higher power thing, sometimes it's not that uncomfortable to say, well, yeah, all right, well, God, this is this, and this is this, and this is that. And then we say, well, he already knows this anyway. So that's not really a difficult thing to do. I think I'll make the fifth step a two-part thing. Admit to myself and to God the exact nature of my wrongs. That really seems sufficient. But that isn't. What's coming up here is one of the greatest principles in our program. And that is, it's impossible to see the truth about yourself alone. People, and this is the step where Bill writes, people of very high spiritual development insist on checking with others the guidance they feel they may have gotten from their Creator. So if people of very high spiritual development always check with other people, maybe we really should. And that's where our sponsor or whoever is going to help us with this project comes in. And they are brought in to help us see as we bring up each slide or as you go through the list. And we look at it and we go, all right, I have a resentment about this. Here's this thing. Well, I can project it. Yeah, this is what happened. See her? She's doing that. And then this guy, see, he comes in, and then I'm the one who gets screwed. You can see it. It's right there. No wonder I have a resentment. There's no, I had no part in that, right? You can see it. I can see it. It's clear as a bell. And the sponsor's going, well, no, you actually have 4 resentments to make as a result of your part in that. What? I don't see it that way. That's the point. I don't see it that way. And it's amazing as we go through each one of these slides and put it up there for our sponsor to see how he doesn't see it the same way that I see it. He sees it from the big picture. He sees it in terms of everybody. I see it in terms of me. You know what I'm saying? It's amazing how I only see how it might affect me. And so we need another person to bring out the third dimension in all of this. And in the beginning, it's painful because it means you're wrong. This is like the death knell to the ego. For an alcoholic to admit that he or she is wrong in the beginning, when we first come to AA, is like turning the Queen Mary around in Tampa Harbor over here. It's going to take about 15 tugboats. What are you doing? I'm getting him to change his mind. And I remember telling my sponsor, okay, you're right. He said, no, you're wrong. Oh. Bill, it's the same thing. Well, say it. I'll tell you that those words stuck in my throat, I'm wrong. Do you know how hard that was to say? Oh yeah, I'm wrong. I can't hear you. Wrong. You know what is so exciting now? Is if I find something I'm wrong about and can get rid of it. Oh boy, I just found something else I'm wrong about. Boom, gone. That's the 10th step. That's Chuck Chamberlain. Uncover, discover, discard. Oh boy, something else wrong. Boom, gone. But in the beginning, it is such a... It just shatters you to be wrong. I don't know about you, but it just killed me. All right, we got through one item. And it's all right. I'm wrong. I see your point. I did have a role. Yeah. I get, okay. I had I actually caused it now that I see what's I never would have seen that on my own. Whew, I'm glad that's over. Well, let's go to the next slide. Oh, you don't think I could be wrong on this one too, do you? Well, let's put it up. Well, yeah, that's the one with my father. Now, you can see it was clear my father was very unfair to me. You can see all that. I had no part in that, right, Bill? I caused that too. All right. And so it's just amazing. Now, in the beginning, you feel terrible. I'm wrong. But every time you're wrong, it's like somebody pulled a thistle or a thorn out of your skin. Wrong, gone. And you start getting into it, and you go, being wrong has some advantages. You feel better afterwards. Wrong. And then I start looking where I might be wrong on what I have done. I'm starting to actually complete that inventory with a different perspective. It's good to see your part in it. It's great to try and understand them and give them the benefit of the doubt. Wow, I'm getting a new way of seeing things. One item at a time. We're adjusting the picture. And each one seems like a painful little wrong. But slowly, we're moving these slides, throwing them out, and a new picture is coming in. And as we will see as we get further along, an awakening, our promises, we'll talk about those, they accurately describe what it looks like when you finish this process. And as you finish it and see up on the screen, wow, a major change in the world and the people who live in it. A major change. You look out and go, I never really would have seen the world this way, and I never would have seen people this way. There's a lot of nice people. As a matter of fact, there's tons of nice people. Where were they hiding before? Where were they hiding before? Well, they were reacting to me. Because my old view of things caused me to see them as competitors, as people who are in my way of getting what would make me happy. And so the whole picture slowly gets changed to the point that we have a whole tail end of the program to maintain or improve that picture. Maintain or improve it. Maintain our spiritual condition out of the 10th step. So we've had some fun here with this, and another story that, and I'll just wrap up with one more story because that's all I got to say on that step, is the importance of bringing somebody else in the booth and start throwing those slides out, and even the ones you thought you ought to save. People like the story I told my granddaughter about the goddess with the 6 billion hairs and so on down in the, brought all the hairs to a movie show here on planet Earth. It's the greatest show in town. And so she called me about a month ago and asked me to refresh her memory. And she said, was that the only movie that they ever got to see? And I said, oh, no. They changed movies all the time. The best one, the favorite one prior to that, was when the dinosaurs were here. And he brought them all down to watch the dinosaurs. And it went on for the longest time. They set up this whole theater about 65 million years ago, and all these hares got to come down and just watch dinosaurs and all the creatures that were in existence at that time. And when it came time for the end of the show, they simply announced that the show had completed its run. And it's time to turn the dinosaur costumes in backstage, and we're going to have to strike the set. So they called a meteor in and struck the set. And the entire theater, I mean, you'd never know the show was here, except for a few remnants down below. And they started building the show that's going on now. And they're both wonderful. And if my memory was any good, I could probably remember the dinosaur show. It was on TV, if I recall. No, that was the dinosaur show. But anyway, she gets a big kick out of it. And why does she get a kick out of it? Because she's a little kid. That's why she gets a big kick out of it. Now, when adults listen to somebody telling a story to a little kid, they can pretend that they're a little kid and enjoy it. I do that all the time. I just go, God. And there's such a wonderful perspective to be childlike. There just isn't that many things to get so serious about. I hope those of you that are new are going to understand that as the years go on, our goal is to never work on our problems. Let them go. Let them go. Let me close with this. If we see suddenly all kinds of problems, where should we go to work on them? In the projection booth. We let them all go up there and go back in the projection booth. Oh, what's going on in here? Oh, I don't know. I found some old slides that we forgot to show out. Oh, I see. Well, then now we're showing those. It'll always be in here. Always. It'll look like it's out there, and we'll be suckered into going back up, messing around with the screen. All right, well, this one is different. I constantly have problems where my ego gets me during the night. I wish I didn't have to sleep. Because that's when he gets me and comes in, and I wake up and he's got this big bad news stuff. Listen, before you get going, I want to talk to you about a bunch of stuff. What? We got to do this, and they're going to crap all over you. Get out the door. Get going. Get out. What? I'm not awake yet. Get out of bed. Get over there. They're going to get you today. They're going to get you. Okay. I said, well, wait a minute. Maybe I ought to pray about it. No. These problems, this little group right here, are exceptions to the steps. Really? I didn't know we had problems that were... Yeah. These three. Now, I want you to get dressed. I want you to go out. Handle these on your own. Don't call your sponsor. Don't call any friend. Get up. Go. And then we see that person at a meeting then, and I go, what's wrong? I got suckered by my ego. I got the same old con game. Hey, buddy, want to buy it? So anyway, with each other, maybe we can stay off the screen and come on back inside. We're at the end of the time. I've had a wonderful time myself tonight, and I hope you all have too. And we'll wrap it up with the Lord's Prayer for anybody who...
I think we got a great talk going on here. Thanks for watching the channel. Taper Dave here. Just curious. Do you think this is better than Zoom?
Okay, hi everybody. My name's Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic. How you all doing tonight? I'm glad everybody came back. And if this is your first time at this session, we're just here to have some fun. And What we've been doing is spending a little bit of time up front talking about the history of AA, and then we'll get into step 6. So we've been through the steps one at a time. And where we left off, really, was as we got into the 40s, and World War II broke out, and several things happened of note during that decade. One was that they held a convention in Cleveland to celebrate 10 years, put on mostly by the people in Cleveland and Clarence, and they got almost 3,000, 2,500 or 3,000 people, which is a lot, because now you're talking about AA is only 10 years old, and that many people showed up, and some from Canada. And it was a wonderful event just to see the beginnings of what we now have at the international level with 70,000 people. And I think we mentioned before that if you're new, you want to keep track of these things. Every 5 years is the international. And so in 3 years, it'll be in San Antonio. And then 5 years after that, Atlanta. So we got 2 shots at ones that are close by for those of us on limited budgets. So if you're in the limited budget category, you might consider San Antonio or Atlanta. And they do have rooms at local universities and bus transportation, so you don't have to get the fancy hotel downtown to go to one of these. Also in the 40s, Roland Hazard passed away. And we mentioned him earlier. And what was kind of sad was that he lost 2 sons in World War II. And as did a lot of families in this country. But he was one of them. And I think I mentioned before the Grapevine was started, and by 6 people in the office who wanted to have a local newsletter that people could read, and that has developed into a major publication of AA writings and AA members sharing their thoughts on how their lives are going. The main thing that happened during those years was Bill started to work on the traditions. And this is in spite of him having terrible depressions. Not much was known about depressions, and so we had one of our people we talk about in our history, and you see photographs of Dr. Harry Tebow, who was a psychiatrist who was a big fan of AA and tried to help out wherever he could. And Bill was seeing him to try and do something about his depression, because it went on for quite a few years off and on. And we were talking about the way the news spreads around AA, and it wasn't long before AAs around the country were spreading the rumor that he wasn't working a very good program, or he wouldn't be having depressions, and that he's been taking a few on the side, and for sure he's taking pills. And he had to endure that in silence, and just let it go. And so when you think about it, if you've heard something about anything, and it really wasn't founded, you heard Frank say it, or you heard Louise say it, you know what I'm saying, and you just repeat it, it's amazing how that just goes all the way around and can cause a lot of confusion. And so that was a perfect example right there. And I thought I'd take today, since I haven't got them committed to memory, and quickly go through. I just jotted down one-word notes so I'd remember them. Those of you that are new, we have these traditions, and Bill saw the problems that were evolving once you get big. You don't have any problems that you need traditions when you're small. It's when you get big and you're starting to have conflicts within the groups, and then you're having conflicts between the groups, and then you're having conflicts between Cleveland and New York, and then between California and New York. And so Bill started looking at these, and as he traveled around the country, he would ask questions of people, and people were writing letters in to get advice about things. So out of all of this, he started writing these in the middle of having those depressions and put them together in the 40s, and they were adopted in 1950. So since we got a little bit of time here, I just want to run through them real quick and just discuss what the principles are. The first one has to do with unity, and the fact that if we as individuals don't put the well-being of AA ahead of us, there won't be any place to go. You follow what I'm saying? This is it. This is the last resort for us last gaspers. And ironically, new people seem to sense this without even being told. They kind of go, you know, I'm a wise guy everywhere else, but I think I'll behave myself here at this AA meeting. You follow what I'm saying? It's just like, because I need this. And it really is important. And then we see everybody else who used to be wise guys and jokesters and everything, and zip, when the meeting starts, people are staying focused and putting the importance of the fellowship first. And certainly no group takes more care of an individual than AA. I mean, it's not that they leave the individuals out. It's just that we have to allow, and it's very spiritual. It's one of the great spiritual things, which is to put something ahead of you. It is a great source of peace when we realize that the smaller we can make ourselves, the more happy we're going to be. The next one has to do with who's in charge. And the story they use in the 12 and 12s is, and it's typical, is if the AA's not in a certain little town somewhere, one guy or gal goes there and starts AA. That's how it gets started. You just show up in Chicago with a big book and go find a doctor and say, is there any drunks around here? You got two? Good. Tell them to come to my house on Monday nights. So now we have the My House group of Alcoholics Anonymous in Chicago officially started and totally run by the guy that starts it, because it's his house. And his particular meetings are at 7:45 because that's the earliest he can get home from work. And if you go back to places 50 years later, they're still meeting at 7:45 and wondering why. You know what I mean? I don't know. We've always done it that way. And so... But what happens is he'll get them there and he'll go, okay, we're going to read the big book together, and then we're going to do this, and this is the meeting. Okay, now we say a prayer, and that's it. We're closing up the meeting. So they tell other people, and they're getting sober. So pretty soon there's 15 people, and 2 of them have to stand in Joe's living room because that's all the room there is. And they go to Joe, why don't we move it down to, no, it's my house, it's my meeting. We're going to stay here. We don't like standing up all the time. Well, that's too bad. You want to get sober, you got to... Well, they get up to 20 people, and a small rebellion takes place, and the group announces they're moving, much to Joe's chagrin. You ungrateful drunks, after all I've done for you, you're moving. We don't want to stand up. It can't even fit in there. And everybody smelled B.O. It's terrible in there, Joe. We're going to a new place. And he has his choice now because the group just decided. You follow what I'm saying? There's no one in charge. The group just decided, and he has his choice of becoming an elder statesman or a bleeding deacon. And sometimes somebody like that will get bent out of shape and go out and get drunk. But if he's smart, he'll recognize, isn't it wonderful that these people I got sober are now taking responsibility for themselves and they're running the meeting? I ought to go there and watch it. This is pretty exciting. This is sobriety in action. And so there we have people with long-term sobriety available at all meetings, but not running them. And they are there in case a problem arises. So 5 years later, the treasurer runs off with all the money. It shakes the group up big time, and you go to the old timer and go, what do you do? The guy ran off with the money. Oh, don't worry about it. That happens all the time. We just take up another collection, and you can be the treasurer. Okay, here we go. And we calm everybody down, and we get to move on. And so it is really spiritually guided by our loving higher power. And when we're really having a problem, we can all just sit and go, why don't we just pray for a minute and see what answer we come up with? And so that's who's in charge of Alcoholics Anonymous. Then we got the one about who can become a member. You know, every organization around the world has the membership requirements, and you got the form to fill out and all of that. And sociologists often wonder, well, how does AA function? What are its membership requirements? And, of course, you've been around a while. You know the only requirement is the desire to stop drinking. So this is possibly the only organization where you decide if you're a member. The organization has nothing to say about it. How do you like that for an organization? Hello, I'm a member. Well, who invited you in? I did. And it's wide open to anybody. If you have a desire to stop drinking, you don't have to prove it. Now, let me assure you, we don't have many non-alcoholics just hanging around because it's such a cool place to be. We don't have social climbers getting it on their resume, a member of AA and all of that. But it's quite ironic that, and of course in the beginning they were very frightened that it could fall apart easily. You know, it's brand new, you don't know what you got going. And so they looked around and everybody they had there was almost dead. You follow what I'm saying? Let's say they had been around a long, long time. What we'd call low-bottom, long-term drinking drunks. And so they looked around and they kind of said to themselves, I guess this is the mold. So if somebody younger came in who still had a car, there was a great debate whether they should let him in. I mean, is this the right type of alcohol? So you can see where they were having a lot of fear about the membership in the beginning. And if you were, had problems with other substances or gambling or whatever it was, that was frightening. I don't think we better limit ourselves. And they finally, in talking to Bill, and as it got around, they just would go, well, what would God do when this person showed up and said, I'm an alcoholic and I got a million other things wrong. Come on in. Wide open. If you have a desire to stop drinking and you want to be a member, you're in. So you can see how amazingly loose things are. And you wonder, where does the discipline come? Nobody's in charge. Nobody can tell anybody else to do anything. Where does the discipline come from? And well, we all know the answer. It comes from alcohol. That's where it comes from. We don't need to tell people, well, you better do this or you better do that or something bad will happen. Something bad does happen. And so right around all the AA groups are little half pints of vodka, and they just patrol all around in the bushes out there. They're just waiting for somebody to come out and go, I'm tired of that place. I'm going to leave. And then they jump up. Hey, over here. Wow, look at that. Must be God's will. And then the vodka gets a hold of them and says, I understand you're not willing to stay in AA. No, I'm not going to stay in there. Well, we'll see about that. Watch this. Boom, boom. And then alcohol beats and beats and beats. And then you go, well, maybe I will try AA. So you can see where discipline comes from the disease itself, and a sponsor like mine. But I won't even go into that because he's passed away and I have to respect him. The next one has to do with the fact that any group can run its meetings any way they want unless it affects the reputation of AA as a whole. But even if it does, nobody can do anything about it. You follow? They're going to get a letter from New York saying, we think that just reading comic books at the meeting probably won't get everybody sober. We just wanted to let you know. But the group can just continue reading comic books instead of the big book. There was a group in Richmond, Virginia that decided to serve beer at AA meetings. And that did not go down well with the groups in the area who predicted that that was wrong. It would ruin AA, and AA ought to go shut them down. So they got a letter saying, we don't think it's a good idea to serve beer. And the thinking was that back in those days, everybody drank whiskey, and beer was the free chaser. You got wine or beer or ginger ale. So they figured as long as you eliminate the whiskey, we're going to be fine. And the problem was the members forgot where the meeting was and what night of the week it met. So the idea of serving beer at meetings fell of its own weight, and it didn't need anyone helping them. But this is how groups get so different. They can be an hour and a half long. You can have a speaker, take a break, come back, discuss it. And it's just any way, it's strictly up to the group. And, of course, we try not to do something that would embarrass AA. Then we come to a very important tradition called primary purpose. And I bring this up because this is the one that if you're new, and we have a multitude of problems, this is the tradition that reminds us that Alcoholics Anonymous has only one primary purpose: to help the next alcoholic. End of story. It is a question of we do one thing extremely well. We can't do 10 things without diluting everything. And so many of us have other problems. You know what I'm saying? I'm a golf addict. Somebody else is a gambling addict. Somebody else is a drug addict. Somebody else is blah blah addict, an overeater addict. What is being suggested in AA is we just talk about alcohol and eliminate the others. The reason that is done is because if there's a brand new person in the back of the room and I spend 15 minutes talking about throwing up food in order to keep my weight down, he might not stay. There would not be the identification with the meeting. And the thing that holds AA together is one drunk talking to another. That's it. Everything else in AA is to support that activity of one drunk talking to another. Then we have a thing that AA shouldn't lend its name to any outside enterprise because money would get involved, prestige would get involved. Way back when I think it was Shenley's, wanted to have AA endorse it as a safe whiskey. And you know what I mean? And then all the drinkers in the country would go, well, that's the safest whiskey to drink because AA says it's a good whiskey or something like that. So you could see where they would like to get, and treatment centers, they will say AA approved or AA this, and that's not true. They can say they follow the AA principles, but it's not an AA-approved treatment center. And so this is the main effect of that tradition. Then we're fully self-supporting. And this is important because AA is such a popular and well-respected organization now that many times a minister might come to another AA group and say, how do I get one started in my church? I think it would help my parishioners a lot, and I really like it. And they said, well, there's some people looking for a place to meet. We'll send them by to see you. And he comes in and he's so anxious to have them come that he says, look, you can have the hall for nothing and we'll supply the coffee. Pretty tempting offer, isn't it, when you don't have any money at all? We want to turn that down. We want to establish a monthly rent. Doesn't have to be very much, but it has to be something where we're writing a check to that church, and we're buying our own coffee and our own sugar and our own coffee cups. And that gives us the arm's length distance with everyone that we operate with. That means that 3 years later, after supplying free coffee and free room for 3 years, the minister comes to the group and he's having a little hard time recruiting membership for the church. He wondered if he could make a little announcement at the meeting. It'd be kind of hard to turn him down if you've been freeloading. And you might just say, oh, okay, but make it quick, because you know you're not supposed to be doing that. And so then somebody is saying something about, well, gee, we have a wonderful church here. You go to AA here. Wouldn't you like it? And blah, blah, blah. You can see, and all of a sudden there's that, something's wrong here. Something is wrong. And that all came back to not being self-supporting, which also is a very spiritual principle, to just let's not become dependent on anyone or anything else. Then AA's non-professional. Mainly what that's talking about. We have AA people working at treatment centers. We have AA people that can take jobs as advisors, etc. But we do not carry the AA message one drunk to another for money. It's always done out of love. And that's why it works. Because how many times have you had someone come over to your house to talk to you, and then when they leave, you say to yourself, what's the angle here? What's going on? Why would that guy take his whole afternoon to talk to me? There must be some money. There must be. You can hardly believe that somebody would come over and do that. And so that's the part where we always stay non-professional, in spite of Bill's idea of having paid missionaries. Then a sociologist may come and ask AA, geez, you're all over the world, you have these groups, everything is just amazing. What does AA's organization chart look like? And we refer him to our 9th tradition, which says AA as such should never be organized. So there's the secret to organization. You have no organization. What that means is there's no bottom or top. There's no hierarchy. There are just service boards. Hey, we need people to be in charge of the convention. We need people to help out, take meetings to jails. Hey, we need people to go out and talk to AA with Tampa so they can hear about it. All service work. You follow what I'm saying? Nobody in charge of anything. There are jobs to be done. And we get volunteers to do that. And there's no one in AA that can tell another AA member what to do. It doesn't exist. This is one of my favorites, that the most opinionated people in the world, and we belong to an organization which has no opinion on anything. And you got to admit, that's cool. And the reason is, all we got to do is take a position on anything. You know what I mean? Like I said, I think AA ought to endorse the Washington Redskins. I don't think that's going to go over too well in this room. It would divide us in one against the entire room. Oh, two. Thanks, Randy. Two against the entire room. And so any position and opinions on outside issues is very divisive, and it's not necessary, in spite of our desire. I mean, every so often there'll be a new way to get sober, rational recovery, and those some psychologists back in the 60s from Canada, There's always something going on, and we'll read about it, and then you can hear the AA, well, that ain't going to work. And individually, we can do all that, but you'll never see anything coming out of GSO. Phony program started in Canada, AA says. It just isn't going to happen. And I'll tell one quick story. Boy, I'll never get through steps. Well, we'll finish it off next week. I always tell this story that when I was in Washington doing lobbying work, that's when Senator Hughes made it, the law passed, AA's a disease, and everybody started paying attention to alcoholism, and then the Health and Human Services Committee on the Senate side was having hearings on whether to put warning labels on alcohol, like on cigarettes, and they were looking for witnesses to come with expertise. And one of the staff said, well, I know who we got to get, AA. Who would know more about warning labels on bottles than AA? So they called AA, and they sent a guy down. And he said, yes, what can I help you? And he said, yeah, what is your opinion on warning labels? He says, oh, we have no opinion whatsoever. And the letter's in the record. We have no opinion. And the senators, I can't believe it. They don't have any opinion. And it was just amazing. Sorry, we don't. Now, that doesn't mean that individuals, we can't have an opinion. And I have one, and I'm going to share it with you, whether you agree with it or not. I think this is one place where a warning label could do some good. And so we should have warning labels on booze. And this is what the label should say. Warning, this bottle may run out. You should consider buying two. And we may have, we don't have a drunk getting in his car at midnight, driving all over looking for another bottle. So it could do some good. Our last two have to do with anonymity. This is a program of attraction, not promotion, and so we maintain anonymity, just first name basis at the level of press, radio, and films. And isn't it amazing how AA grew all over the world without promoting itself? It simply did its work and allowed others to talk about it, like Jack Alexander. Allowed others to spread the good news about AA. And now there's hardly a country that doesn't have AA. All based on attraction rather than promotion. What a novel concept. And that anonymity, the early fear was that if you were breaking your anonymity in the newspapers or television, it wasn't television, but movies or whatever, and you're kind of well known, and then you get drunk, all the drunks will go, well, I'm not going to join. Look at that guy's drunk. What good is AA? And so that was the beginning of so let's keep our names quiet. As they did that, they saw a benefit that was totally unanticipated. And that was, it was of immense spiritual value to practice anonymity, to simply address yourself as Mary the alcoholic. Total identity. I am Mary the alcoholic. I'm Sandy the alcoholic. And so we took what used to be our identity, which was used to make ourselves more important, called a resume, or our line of BS. If you didn't have a resume, you had a verbal resume. You want to know who I am? And then we just had all these things that we are. And that was supposed to make us a big shot. And that was, see, it's all ego. It's all image. And we came in here and said, actually, I'm just another drunk. And we felt so free to get rid of all that identity junk and just be another drunk. And that's who we all are. You're just another drunk sitting at the meeting. Nothing special about anybody. We're just here to get sober. So anyway, that's our traditions. And now I'm going to jump into the sixth step. Now, we've been using stories to talk about these various principles, and the one we've been using is to imagine that we're projectors, and we've been looking at the screen up there, which is the world as we see it, and we see that there's all kinds of unfairness, there's injustice, there's just a lot of trouble out there as we look around. And we come in here and we find, well, the source of all that trouble that you're looking at out there is coming from your slide projector. So stop trying to go up there and move stuff around on the big screen and go inside the booth and get the slide straightened out. Because once you get straightened out inside, what appears up there is going to be quite different. And we go, really? Yeah, that's why we don't inventory them anymore. That's why we inventory me. Because we're going to fix that great big thing by fixing me. And we're going to go inside and see what's there. And so that's what we did. We went through this, and we even brought our sponsor into the booth. And we saw all of these images that we had put together, all very self-centered opinions and judgments that we put up there on a daily basis. We've been collecting them since we were little kids. And then our parents helped us collect them, and society helps us collect them. And we put all that stuff inside of us, and that's how we see what's out there. So we come to this step. Now, this step becomes a monumental step. It simply says we're entirely ready to have God remove our defects of character. Sounds very innocent. Matter of fact, in the big book, it just kind of asks us if we're willing. You know, all that stuff, wouldn't you be willing? Wouldn't it be nice to get rid of it? Yeah, it sure would. Good. Nice job. Nice job. And I want to just look at New York and Akron and compare them. If you remember, Bill started out telling everybody about his spiritual awakening, and it wasn't working, and Dr. Silkworth said, Bill, tell them about powerlessness. Tell them about the disease is going to kill you, and then they'll listen to you. So he got the idea of, we won't get into the God thing till later on. That was big in New York, and he also did not have the same feeling about Christianity that Dr. Bob and the rest of them did in Akron. He would meet with different priests in Fulton Sheen and studied Catholicism. He never could resolve the divinity of Jesus. He just debated that until he died. So he was like this about jumping into the God situation, although it's covered very thoroughly, but it wasn't as sudden as it was out in Akron, where on your first day you were taken up to the bedroom upstairs with three guys and go, do you believe in God? Get on your knees. Hey, we're going to pray. Nice job, son. But, I mean, you see what I'm saying? It was done. And then you were given a pamphlet on the four absolutes, which a friend of mine brought back from Akron, and they still use it. Now, the word absolute is pretty strong, isn't it? There's no slack. It's like reading Scott Peck. I never forget, I picked his book up and I went, hey, man, there's no wiggle room in here, Mr. Peck. Absolutes. Bill looked at this and he went, absolutes? Drunks won't come in. They're not going to listen to abs. Come on in here, you absolutely. So he didn't include the four absolutes as part of it. However, when asked about the four absolutes, Bill said, no, I didn't put them in because I knew it would keep away some people, but I put them in steps 6 and 7. I put them in step 6 and 7. They're there. Now, you won't find them until he wrote the 12 and 12. I mean, you can look for them in the big book, in that prayer in the 7th step, and you could maybe read between the lines. So what it really means is shoot for perfection. But he doesn't really let the cat out of the bag until step 6 in the 12 and 12. And when you get through reading step 6 in the 12 and 12, you feel like it was written by the author of the Four Absolutes. Because suddenly the tone is changed from progress, not perfection, to progress towards perfection. And we suddenly are discussing perfection. And this, of course, is, whoa, geez, I didn't think we were going to go that far. I wasn't going to take it this seriously. But that's exactly what he had in mind. And so what is perfection? See, a lot of us get nervous with perfection. Nobody could become perfect. But we got to remember, we started this whole discussion backwards by going to the end of the 12th step with awakening, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. So perfection has to do with awakening. It's not something that we can achieve on our own by becoming better and better and trying harder and harder. It is being in the present. The present is the deal in AA. The now is what we are trying to learn how to live in. And the now, if you want to coin a phrase, is the wormhole to awakening. That's the only place that it's going to happen, is when we're spending time in the present moment. Now, for people who sit around regretting the past and are terrified about the future, this is a foreign place to go. You follow what I'm saying? To the moment, the present moment. Perfection is the natural condition. That's our natural condition. A baby comes here, it's perfect. What ruins perfection is thinking. That ruins everything. Eden was perfect until somebody thought it wasn't fair that you couldn't eat the apple. You follow what I'm saying? It went from perfection to bad. I can't stand this place. You see what I'm saying? And that was all done by thinking. Thinking becomes, in the spiritual world, a great liability. And so I was thinking about this, and oddly enough, science and religion both deal with the past and the future. That's all they study. And science thinks they're very close to totally understanding everything. So I'm just making a story that they're going to break through. I'm going to give them a credit. I'm going to say, they've, as Bill writes in the 12 and 12, man's been trying to get nature to disclose her secrets for a long time. And someday science will uncover all this and we'll live in the happiest world. So let's just, for discussion purposes, imagine that they discover everything. They finally go down and go, here it is. We got the smallest particle. We've got quantum tied in with relativity. Jackpot. There's nothing left that we don't know. Break out the champagne and we'll toast our egos. Now the question is, what are we going to do for the next 5,000 years with nothing to learn, to look forward to? You know, haven't we spent our whole life, when I get promoted, when I finally get married, and it's always, well, with nothing left to know, the only place to go is going to be the now. That will become the place to go. What is contained in the eternal now? That is what our whole program is leading us towards, which is an awakening of the now. We get glimpses of that when we say, well, you know what happened to me yesterday? I was paying attention and then I just got lost in the moment. I was just totally transfixed by something and found myself just lost in the moment. But after a while, I got out of that and came back to the real world. Came back to the real world. Oddly enough, that was the real world, and we came back to the one with all our ideas and all our thinking. And so as we get to the sixth step and we imagine asking our higher power to come into the booth and help us get rid of all the slides that we've ever accumulated in our life. Now, have you ever gone into the attic with the intention of cleaning it out? That crap's been up there for 15 years. There isn't room for anything. I'm going up and out it goes. You remember that? And so you open the trunk. Oh man, I forgot all about that. No, I think I'll save that one. And then, well, actually, and then, so out of the whole attic, you come down with 3 envelopes and throw them out. Because it's too part of us. It's too important to us to get rid of these things. That's who I am, are all these ideas. This is the thinking I did about all these things, and that is the thinking that's driving me crazy. And so were I to, or any of us, allow this to happen, it would be perfection, as Bill said in the sixth step. Allowing all of those slides to be erased by our higher power would leave us with no opinions, no judgments, no plans for the future, no list of injustices that were done to me. I mean, the entire record about me might be gone. Where would that leave me? As they say, it would be the hole in the donut. Who would I be if all of that was gone? What would be coming out of the projector if there was just blank slides? It would be nothing but white light. That's all that would be coming out. White light. You know how wonderful white light is? Light's the one thing that scientists don't understand. Einstein said he'd spend the rest of his life, if he could live 50 more years, just studying light. It's often used for the Creator. Light. When people have these personality changes, we see a light about them, and they seem lighter. And if you can imagine this light coming out as we turn and look back, wherever we go during the day, this light is shining on whatever it is, causing it to be different. And the world that we live in is transformed. And we haven't done anything except get everything out of the way. This is a very tedious lecture, I know, about trying to say there's nothing to do except get rid of things. There's nothing in the program to do except get rid of. In other words, letting go and getting rid of. We got 2 inventory steps. When we get to 10, it's going to be, what else am I wrong about? What else am I wrong about I can get rid of? Gone, gone, gone. So that's just a brief description of what the dynamics, as I see them, of the sixth step are to enable light to flow through us. Now, it doesn't look like that, but it is. That's the point of the whole deal, is to get ourselves out of the way. Now, what are slides made out of? How do you make a slide? Thinking. That's the entire process for creating a slide. Thinking is our nemesis. And our sponsors, I'll give you an example. Our sponsors will get us and they'll show, look, Paul, this is the 4th time in a row you thought it through and come up with a stupid answer. You have faulty thinking. Faulty thinking. Your character defects get up there. It's faulty thinking. You understand? Yeah, I guess I do. But what are you going to do about it? I don't know. I guess I'll have to think about it. You see how that works? In other words, there's nothing that isn't solved by thinking. Now, thinking on the spiritual world is the gasoline that we pour on a smoking ember that would have gone out by itself shortly. That's what we do to a problem. Well, there seems to be a little problem over here. Let me think about that for a minute. Actually, it's not a little problem. It's quite a large problem now that I look at it. And if I were to look at it, maybe in conjunction with a friend of mine, it might turn into reason for a possible assassination. That's how big this problem is. How did it get so big? Well, I just thought about it all night. And the more I thought. So thinking is a very interesting word. And I remember a book called The Power of Positive Thinking. It really caught on. Positive thinking. There's all kinds of positive thinking. But what the positive thinking is doing is changing the stuff on the screen. And it can do it. You can brighten up little portions of it. But there's something much more powerful than positive thinking. It's called not thinking. It's so far above positive thinking that you can't believe it. And that's why we eventually get to meditation. And that's what letting go is. You don't take something in your hands. You go, wow, here's a terrible situation over here. I know what I'm going to do. I'm not going to think about it. That is letting it go so that it can unfold naturally. It can unfold naturally. Things are resolving themselves as we sit in here. Remember I think last week, we're afraid to leave our problems unattended. They might get away. And then you'd have nothing bothering you. Do you see how silly we are about problems and creating them? It's the only thing that gives us some sort of an identity. And that's why anonymity was so powerful in coming in and stripping away your identity and reducing it down to, I'm just another drunk like all the other people in here. And so, if we get back to a line that we talked about 3 weeks ago, God is everything or He's nothing, and we think about it, God is everything. Everything there is God. Then what we would add to that, and this is where we have all lived and all our lives, God is everything. Everything there is God. Period. Everything else was made up by mankind. You follow what I'm saying? In other words, somehow we have a whole bunch of things that exist in addition to our higher power. In other words, in addition to everything. And I first realized that when I was trying to see where I fit into God. God is everything. And Chuck Chamberlain did that in his book. He has everything, and then he was over here. And somehow I exist in addition to everything. And anybody who's in here knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's everything, but there's also me. There's me and all my problems and all the stuff that's going on, which is going on the screen. And so I know this is not a routine talk, but I'm trying to get at what Bill was talking about when he took it up to perfection. When he, it isn't just progress. It is progress towards perfection. It is progress towards awakening. And if we are at a certain level in this search and settle for just staying there because it's pretty good, we're really missing out on something that he made very clear in this step is available. I'm sorry it was such a heavy-duty talk tonight, and I promise next week with a slideshow and everything will be funny, and it'll be a lot more fun. We're at the end of the time. Thanks for your attention, and we'll wrap it up with the Lord's Prayer.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel and let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
Well, good evening, everybody. My name's Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic. How you all doing?
Hi, Sandy.
And I want to welcome everybody back. If you're here for the first time, I've mention this every week as sort of a disclaimer that this is not a workshop on the 12 steps, and this is not a how to do it. So if anything you pick up here and you're talking with your sponsor and he sees it differently or she sees it differently, you go along with your sponsor. I'm here to have some fun. I've been around AA a long time, and I got a lot of stories. And so we tell stories and try to have fun. And I try to make them applicable to the principles involved in each of the steps that we're talking about. And I'm getting so old that I have to make notes. I left a whole bunch of history out last time. And so I brought them along. I've never done that. It's a big blow to my ego to have to use notes. Drives me crazy, but you'll have to put up with it. But anyway, I had some people tell me that they've never heard my story, and they don't know who they're talking to. Who is this guy? Is he really an alcoholic? And so I don't have time to tell my stories, but I did bring a collection of slides, and we'll just run through them real quick, and I think at the end your picture's worth 1,000 words. And so we'll just run through these, and you'll probably get a good idea of type of guy that I am. So if we can turn on the first one. Now that's a shot of me before I became an alcoholic. And I want you to notice how well I stand up, how close people stand to me, and how clear and blue my eyes are. This is several years later after I became an alcoholic. You'll notice I'm having quite a problem standing, and there's no one within 25 feet of me, and my eyes are missing. So, now, this is very unusual that somebody would have a camera handy when you're having your first drink, but this is actually me taking my first drink. This is a shot of me losing my first drink. And for those of you that aren't alcoholics, when I say I lost the drink, I don't mean I don't know where it is. I mean I no longer have possession of it. So moving ahead rather quickly, here's a shot of me throwing up in prep school. Here's a shot of me throwing up at Yale. Here's a shot of me after I became a fighter pilot in the Marine Corps throwing up in an oxygen mask. That is something you want to avoid if you can. A lot of you may not know, but the microphone is in the oxygen mask. Sometimes I would hear from the tower something like this. Dixieland 5-3, this is at Sugi Tower. You're breaking up. Please repeat all after leaving 40,000 feet. This is 1957. It's a landmark year because until I got sober and had about 25 years, this is the first time I ever had a brand new car. And this is me driving out of the lot in my brand new car. Here I am picking up a hitchhiker in my brand new car. Here's the hitchhiker sticking me up in my brand new car. Here's the hitchhiker driving off in my brand new car. Here's a shot of me hitchhiking. Here's a shot of the hitchhiker picking me up in my brand new car. Luckily, she didn't recognize me. Okay, moving ahead real fast. Here's a shot of my children and my wife turning their back on me. Here's a shot of my parents turning their back on me. Here's a shot of the Marine Corps turning its back on me. Here's a shot of me having a grand mal seizure and ending up in the nut ward. Here's a shot about 6 days later when I went completely wacko and they caught me and they're putting me in this straitjacket. As you can see, they didn't have my size. I take a 42 long and that's a 38 regular, as you can see. When things go bad, they really go bad. This is after I got in Alcoholics Anonymous, and it's a shot of me eagerly working the steps with my sponsor. I don't know why, but he always kept his military pistol on the table when we were working the steps. This is 10 years later. It's a shot of me smiling. 20 years later, a shot of me smiling. All the rest of the shots are just shots of me smiling, and it's been that way ever since. So there, I hope the slideshow gave you a little bit of an appreciation that I really am an alcoholic. Leaving 40,000 feet. I don't know. Yeah.
I understand.
Okay, we spent maybe the next 15, 20 minutes or so talking about some of the history. And we basically were doing the 30s, the 40s, and the 50s this time, and then the 60s next week, which you'll understand why it's important to me next week. That's when I arrived. Anyway, as the 40s came to an end, Ann Smith died, and we always like to mention Ann, who was Dr. Bob's wife, because she is given great credit by Bill and a lot of the old-timers for being the one who really was a spiritual leader, who developed a lot of the readings, who just kept everybody on course. She was a very stabilizing influence on all of the early alcoholics. Also, Jack Alexander wrote a second article in the Saturday Evening Post, and this was, we mentioned the first one. The second one was to go back to AA 9 years later and take a look, and he really does a wonderful job of showing all the pluses and some of the little problems that AA groups have. But again, it was a remarkably positive publicity about AA, which is our program of attraction, not promotion. We let other people say all the good things about AA, and AA doesn't do that. We just help drunks. and the rest just takes care of itself, which is kind of what a spiritual life is. We just do God's work, and He takes care of everything else. It's very hard to get to that point because our ego doesn't want to be cut out of the picture, but certainly that article helped us to see that. The other, Dr. Silkworth passed away, and of course we talked about him. He wrote the doctor's opinion, and he was very crucial in Bill Wilson getting sober and Towns Hospital, etc. They had the first General Service Conference in New York, and it was the first time they got organized as AA as a whole. And after the conference, Lois and a few other women went up to Stepping Stones, which is where the Wilsons lived, and made the plans that became the foundation of Al-Anon. And so you can see it was a very few people were responsible for all these things that we have down to this day. In 53, the 12 and 12 was published. I graduated from college that year. I think they were studying me because that was the years that Yale University was studying alcoholism. And they were the original university that was studying it, and then it went on to Rutgers, and I don't know where it is now, but that was the origin where they were just trying to get a handle on this, and Dr. Jelnick came along, and some people who went to treatment in the old days remember the Jelnick curve, where it goes all the way to the bottom, and then you come to AA, and you see it come all the way back up. Then we had the 20th anniversary in St. Louis, and they had 5,000 people. So you can see the increase in the numbers of our international conventions. So at the end of 20 years, we have 5,000, and I forget what they had in Toronto, 65,000 or something like that. So you can see how much bigger AA is and how it continues to just blossom. Now the last thing, and then they also published AA Comes of Age and the second edition of the Big Book. Now, the second edition of the Big Book, this is the third edition, but the second edition had a cover very similar to this. Only it was, and that was the one I had. It came out in 55, and I came in 64, so everybody had second editions then. And the unique feature about the second edition was it had a reversible cover. So you could take the cover off the book, and the back of it was the same color, blue. And then you could put that on, and nobody would know what the name of the book was that you were reading as you were sitting on a bus. You follow what I'm saying? It was to protect people from knowing, that we were in AA in case that bothered us. Also, in 54, and you'll see it on here, AA adopted the circle and the triangle. And it appeared on all the pamphlets. It was the official symbol of AA. And for whatever reason, in 1994, they took it off. Now, I'm going to try and find out. Maybe one of the delegates is here and they can tell me why they did that. But it doesn't appear now. But it's still, we talk about the circle and the triangle as if it were still there. Okay, so that gets us through the 40s and 50s. And leaves me plenty of time to get back to our discussion of the steps, or what I'm trying to do is to talk about stories. And as you know, we've been using one analogy to carry us through, and that was the slide projector. And for those of you that are new, we came up with this because we've learned through bitter experience that it's impossible to achieve happiness by trying to control the world out there, or the world on the screen, if it were a slide projector. But that's what we were taught to do when we were little. They said, take a look, you got to succeed in that world, and you've got to accomplish this and all that. So our eyes and our focus were always out there to see what's going on, who's getting ahead of us, what's the problem. And as a result, we saw lots of problems. because there were other people trying to get the same stuff we were trying to get, because we were convinced that that's where happiness lay, in getting that screen arranged to suit me. And we came into AA and we said, wait a minute. If you're a slide projector and you don't like what's up on the screen, why are you walking up to the screen trying to move all the images around? Why don't we come back into the booth, the projection booth, and see if we can change the slides, and then see if the picture up there doesn't become more pleasing? And that was exactly what we were talking about as we inventoried in the fourth step. Well, what are all these slides that I keep projecting up there that cause me great fear, anxiety, anger, envy, lust, whatever it is? And they are repeated all the time. Everybody has their own pet set of slides. Everybody has their own pet set of problems. In other words, somebody over here worries all the time they're going to fall off a cliff. Nobody on this side is even remotely worried about something like that. They're worried about not having enough money, or not getting as much attention as someone else does. Or whatever it is, we find that we repeat these stories in these slides that we started putting together when we were young, and we just keep playing them. Well, there I am, not adequate, just like 10 years ago. Yeah, there I am. Not much, huh? There it is. You come back in 15 years. Well, let's put a slide of you up there. Yeah, there I am. Still a piece of crap. It's been that way since I got to go up and fix that. I'm going to go put some good clothes on that person. I'm going to run up there and get the makeup done a little bit better. Well, now I'm a piece of crap with good makeup on. It hasn't changed anything, because we got to come back and see what's wrong with these slides. And we talked about the fact that how are these slides made? They're made by thinking. All problems are created solely by thinking. That's how every problem we have is created, by thinking. It is not that I got fired. That's an event. I didn't have anything to do about it. And it's not a problem, because I will go look for another job. The problem is I'm very angry that I got fired because it's threatening me and I'm frightened. That's the problem. How did I get that problem? Oh, I just thought it up. I said, I'm very frightened that I got fired. Well, did the boss come in and say, you're fired and you're frightened? He didn't say that. He just said, you're fired. We're cutting back. You know, we're not doing enough business. So my slide maker, which is my ego, goes, yay, here's a chance to generate some more trouble. And I just start thinking about it. And you know the pattern. We can make about 15 slides out of that. Well, I won't have any health insurance. Then when I get sick, won't be able to afford the doctors, so any small sickness will soon turn into a big sickness. Probably get malnutrition. I can't afford food. I'll be slowly starving to death. And you miss 2 payments on the mortgage, they take the house. I read the fine print in there, so now I have malnutrition on the streets. You haven't got home yet from being fired. This is and as you all know, we could go on forever over all kinds of events that happen. And so the reason that we have sponsors and have these steps is to allow somebody else to see what's going on. And they come into the booth and they go, wait a minute, all that happened is you've been fired. You made up all the rest of this stuff. We got to get rid of this. We're going to take this one out, this one out, this one out. And that's the wonderful thing of not trying to see anything on our own. This is one of the great lessons of the fifth step. The truth about ourselves requires a third dimension. It was like when I was flying photo missions. We would take two pictures very close of the same thing. It would be like a 70% overlap. So that when they got the photos back, they could put them like this, and then when they looked in, they saw the third dimension, and they could measure how deep craters were, how deep trenches were, and how high something else was. And that's what another person, in most cases our sponsor, does. It puts things in perspective. And so we learn this by inviting someone into the booth, into the projection booth. And we find out that the way to make the picture so that it's the most comfortable thing in the world is to remove all the slides. All of the slides, because they are simply my mind's reaction to all the events I've ever had. The events aren't up there. It's my reaction to the events. You follow what I'm saying? It's, that event happened. Oh, yes. That's the most outrageous thing that ever happened to me. Do you see what I'm saying? It just happened. Wasn't outrageous to anyone else. It's the most outrageous. And so spirituality occurs not by learning anything. It occurs by unlearning, by undoing what we have put together that really isn't real. It's our entire existence of ideas which we put inside ourselves that were nothing more than reactions to something that happened. And then we create an entire story based on the reactions. And in that world, which becomes just a show business world, there's no God. And it gets very lonely. Loneliness, authors have been writing about human loneliness since almost the beginning of time. That how do you deal with the realization that you're actually, when you really cut through it all alone here? Well, we're all alone because we made up a story that we're all alone. We're the only ones in it. It's just like a dream. Did you ever dream that you weren't in? And the same with these stories. All of the stories, if each one of us got up and shared all the slides, we would be the star of every slide. Just like the ones I just showed you. Here I am throwing up. Here I am blah, blah, blah. And if we went inside of each of us with our thinking, you would go, oh yeah, that's the time I. Maybe they're positive ones. That's the time I scored a touchdown. And everybody went, yay! So that all I want to do is go back and play that one slide. There they are. They're still applauding. I know, but you're 58. I know, but I like playing that slide. Makes me feel wonderful to play that slide. And so as we discussed the possibility in the sixth step of getting rid of every slide, or as the step says, we're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. What is a character defect? It's a slide. It's a wrong story. It is not true. If we could ever get willing to have these slides erased. Then, as we talked about last week, when we turn the projector on, the only thing that'll come out is pure white light, which is our true nature. That is our Creator shining through us. And when that light appears on the outside world, it illumines it the way it's supposed to be. And we see people in an entirely different manner. And when they are bathed in that light, which is what you feel when you come to AA, I don't know what's going on here, but it feels good. You're feeling some of this spiritual energy. You're feeling concern from other people with nothing in return for them. And it makes you feel entirely different. So instead of being self-centered alcoholics, which we've been all our lives, and our specialty is bringing out the worst in people, which we're all very good at. You know what I'm talking about? We had a plane and we landed somewhere to get it fixed, and we were there about 5 days, some little peaceful town out in Iowa. And I think that town is probably still recovering from that. You know, they were there fighting with each other, and because we were able to bring out the worst in those people. And that's what we do. We just, I don't understand. Let me talk to the manager. That's because that's what's being played. This place is unfair. You see what I'm saying? They rip you off in here. Where did that slide come from? There's a bunch of people over here that think it's wonderful. Oh, no, it's not. They rip you off. They rip you off. Where did that come from? I don't know, but it's there. I can see it. I'm projecting it up there, so when I see a place that rips me off, which I created, then I emotionally react to it. God, I'm getting ripped off. You see what I'm saying? I rip myself off, and then I go, God, I feel terrible about getting ripped off here. And it's just astounding, the emotional reaction that we have to erroneous thoughts. And that's why this trusting your feelings is a tough one in the spiritual world, because a lot of those are caused by our own thinking, which isn't true. So that's why we run them by someone else. I'm feeling this way. Well, get rid of it. It's not true. Oh, thank you. You follow what I'm saying? And our sponsors can see that. Or they can say, well, now that I'd be concerned about. You see what I'm saying? And that's why we never try to evaluate ourselves on our own. And these are the great principles that come out of the steps 5 and 6 and 7. They're huge steps. Now, when that light shines on people, it brings out the best in them. Brings out the very best in them. And when you finish your day, you come home and you go, God, I had a great day. And we have no idea that we caused it. That the light just went around having people respond to it. Hi. I mean, it's just, that's what happens. Just a smile sometimes, and you'll see what happens in a dry cleaning place or something like that. Hey, good day. Thanks for your show. Oh, God, I always love coming in here. And then they go, oh, really? Wow. I love working in this place. See how powerful that is. So the light itself is the solution. Now, here's the problem. The problem is trying to get all the slides, becoming willing to have them all gone, because that wouldn't leave much of me. You know what I mean? Me. There would be really no me. There'd be like just God talking through me. I'd be like a damn little puppet. You know what I mean? Hi, I'm Sandy. God's talking through me. How are you all doing tonight? That would be terrible, right? Wrong. Wouldn't that be wonderful? We'd just be an instrument. And we'd see everything the way our Creator sees it. And we wouldn't make up any stories about anything. We would just be. That would be the end of it. So it's quite a struggle to become entirely willing to have all of these removed. You know, when we talk about freedom and we were slaves to so many things, alcohol and sex and drugs and gambling and you name it. And if we looked at it like a person who was tied to a tree with ropes of varying length, and maybe there's 15 ropes, and you finally get the first one loose, so now you can go 3 feet away from the tree. Well, you're freer than you were. You know what I mean? And then you cut another. Now I'm 10 feet away. Well, now I got the whole 10 feet to walk around. But until you get that last one cut, you're really not free. You know what I mean? I'm more free than I used to be because now I'm 150 feet. I can walk all around this tree, but there's still that one. Now, those were placed there by some outside source. But we're going to come over and it's going to be the exact flip side of that. We're going to try and surrender all the ropes that we put. And the way the ropes work are, I got a death grip on it and I ain't letting it go. No, I'm not giving this up yet. And I'm going to tell them, I give up drinking. I gave up drinking. I told you about my sponsors. They can't drink. Okay. So AA is a not-drinking organization. Then he said, you're taking money down at work, that's embezzling, you got to stop. Oh, you got to not drink and not embezzle. So there's 2 things you're doing here. You remember that? And then, if you're going to have a happy marriage, you're going to have to knock off the affairs. Oh, so there's 3 things in AA. No embezzling, no drinking, no affair. And then it goes on and on and on until I've let go of everything. So in the same vein that if there's still one rope holding me from being free, there's still one clenched fist holding me from being surrendered, turning my life over. God, you got everything except these 12. I'm going to hang on to these for a while. I'm not throwing this little black book away. Maybe when I'm 80. Whatever it is that we don't want to give up. And so the 6th step is talking about perfection, and there's a story that C.S. Lewis came up with that I just think is wonderful. He's one of my favorite authors because he makes up stories. That's how he teaches. And I've told this story a lot, so if those of you who've been around, bear with me, but it's a quick one. But it's about the little boy with the toothache. And the story is that he's in grammar school, he's on the baseball team, they're going into the championship, and the coach says, guys, we've discussed everything. There's nothing left, no more practice, nothing. Go home, eat a wonderful meal, and go to bed and get 8 hours sleep. If you get 8 hours sleep, we're going to beat them. Guaranteed. That's all you guys need, just rest. So he went home, told his mother, had the dinner, went to bed, he's sound asleep, and about midnight, he wakes up with the beginning of a little toothache. And he feels it, and he says to himself, if I call my mother, she'll bring 2 aspirin in. The aspirin will take away that little bit of pain that I have, and I'll go right back to sleep. But he doesn't call his mother. He decides to wait and see if it'll go away by itself. And he waits, and he's feeling, oh, now it's getting a little stronger. You know how toothaches when they start? And so now he's totally focused on feeling the tooth. Well, nothing so far. Okay. He wastes 2 hours. Finally calls his mother. She gives him the aspirin. He goes to sleep, and he gets up, but he missed about 3 hours sleep, so he makes 3 errors, and the team loses. And the question is, why would he wait 3 hours before getting the aspirin? And that has to do very much with step 6. The reason he didn't call is that he knew his mother. And he knew she would run right in and get him the aspirin, and he could go back to sleep. But she wouldn't stop there. The next day, she would call the dentist for an appointment for him to go in to have this tooth looked at. And he knew the dentist, that when you got there, the dentist would look at that tooth, but he would also look at all the other teeth in your head. And if he found some other problems, there would be a series of appointments until you had perfect teeth. He didn't want perfect teeth, he just wanted 2 aspirin. The only help that was available was perfect help. And if you notice who we're contacting in the 6th step, it's the supplier of perfect help, God. We're entirely willing to have God remove all the defects of character. You think he's going to remove them part way? Part way? Gets rid of 90% of lust? I think he's going to take the other 10. That's going a little too far, like we talked about last week. So we can see that this is the beginning, as the 12 and 12 suggests, of a lifetime job of trying to get willing now about these. Now we come to the shortest step in the program. Humbly asked him to remove our shortcomings. And if we look in the big book, I have the 7th step prayer right on this little card. The entire 7th step says, we now said something like this. My Creator, I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad. So there it is, all. I mean, if the prayer says it, it says everything that has to be said. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows. And make no mistake about it, that's all of them. I remember telling myself, well, the reason I'm still a complete ass in these other 9 areas, God doesn't want them to go yet. Because they're not in the way of my being useful. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen. We've now completed step 7. Until you read the 12 and 12, which came out in 1953, which is quite a few years later. And I think Bill realized that this indeed said it all, but it didn't say it strong enough. It as he was working on the original 6 principles from the Oxford group, it left some wiggle room. You know what I mean? And it left us, well, I'm all done. This is it. Just take everything. Thank you. I'm on to step 8. So the spirit was there. It was perfectly clear. But as you see when he writes the 12 and 12, it's more than most people see. And I think he saw an additional dimension as he put together the 7th step. It's totally about humility. And humility is a very misunderstood word. It is a word that has a hard time of it in our society. You never see a car ad, buy this car, people will call you humble. It's just not, oh, isn't he great, he's so humble. You ought to hire him, really humble. Probably sell everybody. See that lineman over there? Look at him. Isn't he humble? He said, we need more humble football players, and then we'll be able to really have a winning season. Humble seems to mean wimpy, weak. At least that's what I thought it was. Humble. I thought, what is humble? And so when I got to this thing, and my sponsor said, now you see this step? And I said, yep. Humbly asked him to remove our shortcomings. Okay, well, you know what the shortcomings are. They're the defects of character. Yep. Okay. All you have to do is humbly ask God to remove them. I said, okay, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And he said, well, how you're going to do it. Before you do it, would you explain to me the difference between just regular asking and humbly asking? You know, like regular asking, hey, God, would you get rid of these? Okay, that's regular asking. Now, how do you humbly ask? And I thought to myself, and I remember a movie, I think it was Going My Way with Bing Crosby, and there was a nun in there. And every time you saw her, she was up in her room getting ready to pray, and the light was a certain way off of the mirror, and it captured her face, and I officially recorded it as humble. So I thought if I got up in my room in front of the mirror and looked in and got that look, God, please take everything, that I would be humbly asking. Now, maybe you did a lot better. But I haven't seen too many papers on humility, longer than one sentence or so. So it's a word that isn't really understood. And we say, well, if you think you have it, it's gone. And, we have a lot of funny sayings about it. But let's look what Bill writes. I copied down a couple of them. He says, humility is the foundation principle of all of our 12 steps. How about that? Without some degree of humility, no alcoholic can stay sober at all. So we must have got some humility when we came in here. Then he goes on to say, as long as we place self-reliance, and then he said, unless we get more humility, we will never have a chance of becoming happy. Those are pretty big words, aren't they? No humility, no happiness. Wow. As long as we place self-reliance first, a genuine reliance upon a higher power was out of the question. The basic ingredient of all humility, a desire to seek and follow God's will for us, was missing. So we see there's a lot of humility in joining AA and saying, I can't stay sober on my own. I need help. And now we're in AA, and then they say, well, just admitting that you're an alcoholic isn't going to do it. You're going to have to go to lots of meetings in order to continue to live and stay sober. I don't want to go to meetings. I don't think I should have to do that. I'd like to do stuff all by myself. No, you go to meetings. All right, go to meetings. This is additional humility. We are making a statement. I am powerless over all this. And then they tell us they get a sponsor. And why do I need a sponsor? Because you can't rely on your thinking. What? I'm a genius. Whose thinking am I going to rely on? Anybody but you will move you ahead. Anybody but you. Well, you don't think that's a huge chunk of humility? To rely on somebody else to do your thinking? We have a lot more humility than we realize. We are well on our way to erasing slides and becoming transparent so that this light can shine through us. So humility, I just made some notes here. I said, humility is the light. It is the absence of me. If I'm not there, everything shines through. I am the cloud between me and the sun. That's what I am. And if I can get that out of the way, things are going to be wonderful. So humility is, in fact, the light. It is the absence of self. And we see that as we start into AA. It's just that we get to a certain point and we're able to maintain a certain amount of sobriety and a certain level of semi-discomfort, and we call that success. Well, it is in the very beginning, But we don't want to go through the next 15, 20 years in 40% of the pain we used to be in and call that a win. You follow what I'm saying? They're going, don't settle for that. Keep going. Keep going. Humility, make me an instrument of thy will. There it summarizes it all right there. Humility allows the light to flow through because there's no self to block it. Of myself, I'm nothing. The light does the work. In the slide projector. I'm nothing. God does the work. It's all let go and let God. Let go of what? Let go of all the clouds that are blocking the light. That's what we got to let go of. You're in the way of your life. Your story is in the way. Okay, well, I think you're convincing me. Okay, let's go. One more caveat, as the lawyers would say. Is there any lawyers here tonight? No, okay. This is the caveat about step 7. I hate to break the news to you, but erasing slides hurts. I mean, like, it hurts. Like, I don't like that. You remember how humiliating it was to be an alcoholic and finally admit, okay, I'm an alcoholic. So I was wrong. I am an alcoholic. First time my sponsor wanted me to say I'm wrong, I said, yes, you're right. And he said, no, you say you're wrong. I don't want to say I'm wrong. Being wrong is painful. Well, it turns out every one of those slides is wrong. Oh, yeah. You ready to start scraping? Oh, I don't know. So that's what, if we manage to become entirely willing, the process of removing old ideas is quite painful, page 72. For us, the process of gaining a new perspective was unbelievably painful. He certainly doesn't mince any words, does he? And we stick to it and clean a few slides, and we begin to feel peace of mind and serenity. And then he writes on page 74, our eyes begin to open to the immense value which comes straight out of painful ego puncturing. The tremendous value, which is more of the light, more peace of mind, more serenity is now flowing in because I was willing. All right, we'll discuss gambling. All right. I got to change that. Oh, God, admit it's wrong. Okay, I'm willing to have it gone. And that's what we do here. We slowly go through what is called pain, but was later on called effort. Because as we realize every time that we experience this discomfort, that it makes us feel better later on, we start changing the name from pain to effort. It's like the first time you've been out of shape and you go to the gym to work out. Moving all those machines around, you remember how you feel after you go home? Every muscle in the body is dying. And you go, boy, it takes a lot of pain to get in shape. But as you get in shape, you're glad that you took the pain. All right, look at this. Hey, feeling better, breathing. I like this. What do you like? I like the fact that I went through that pain. But now we don't call it pain. We say, well, I got in shape and now I'm maintaining it. I think I'll even go further. I think I'll now try to run a marathon. I think I'll do this. I think I'll do that. And we suddenly see the immense value of what we once called suffering. Only we don't call it suffering anymore. And Bill writes that there comes a time when we voluntarily get humiliated. You follow what I'm saying? Instead of waiting for circumstances to rub our nose in it. We saw humility as something that was immensely desired. And so the 7th step is fitting in with perfection, which came out of the 6th step. And these are why you hear old-timers been around a long time, the old folks song, well, what are you doing today? 6 and 7, 6 and 7, 6 and 7, which Chuck talked about in the 10th step, which is uncover, discover, discard. What else am I wrong about? What other slide did I suddenly find that is ruining the view? And I don't blame the view for being ruined on the outside world anymore. I don't go, God, my luck, of all those things, somebody put that up there, you know what I mean? I go, oh, that came from me. I can fix it in here. Call my sponsor. How can I get that gone? Ask that be removed. Do you see what I'm saying? It is totally a wonderful inside job. Then I don't know where these thoughts came, but I'll stick them in at the end because we got about 5 more minutes. I do a lot of writing to myself, and I wrote down something and said, I suddenly realize that I know a lot less than I used to know about 15 years ago. And of what I still think I know, I'm much less certain about it. And I think it's a step in the right direction. It's a step away from thinking that knowing is going to solve things. In the military, we had the need to know. And you guys who were in the military, maybe other parts of the workplace have that. And you put on here, this document is available on a need-to-know basis only. And then there was, well, are you on the need-to-know list? No, you can't read it. So then we all wanted to be, well, I have a need to know. You know, with these freaking cell phones, if somebody finds something out 13 seconds ahead of you, you go, how come I wasn't told before that other guy? I want to be the first one to know what restaurant we're all going to go to. I don't want somebody else to know. And so there's this knowledge, and which is fine when you're trying to run a business and all those things, but in the spiritual world, it has nothing to do with being happy. Knowing and trying to know more doesn't help at all. What is comfortable is to be happy with not knowing and realize there isn't anything to know. There's just the light. And so I can be absolutely comfortable with not knowing. They say the greatest source of happiness would be to get rid of the need to know or wanting. So you get up and you never have the feeling inside, you know what I want? It never comes up. That's the same as getting everything. It's a spiritual flip side of getting everything. It's not wanting anything. You're 100% happy. You've solved the equation. Then the last point I was going to make is that spiritual teachers don't really teach us anything. They remind us of things that we forgot, that were already deep inside of us. We were born with all of our own truths. And as we go to meetings and we hear somebody say something and we resonate with it, it's because it's reawakening a truth inside of us. And I go, yeah. And then I go, you know, I already knew that somehow. And so that's why we have that feeling. Wow, I think I knew that. And so actually, in the slide booth, we came in with all the truths we'd ever need, and those are the white lights. And then we made up additional truths, which was our story. Well, there's the truth, which came from my Creator, and then there's the stuff I added on. And that stuff became quite scary, and it also became reality. That's where I lived. That's where I spent my whole time. And that's what the 12th step is talking about, awakening. That's why when I started this whole thing, I started with the 12th step, that the point of the whole program is awakening. Awakening means we're now in touch with all these truths that were there to start with. People who have awakened, Dalai Lama and some of those, totally awakened, the reaction that they have is, how could I have forgotten all this? My God, I can't believe I forgot all this. We didn't forget it. We went out and created reactions to events, and then we lived in the reactions, and that became home. And it's a scary place to be. It's very lonely in there because you're the only one that made the story up. So anyway, we're at the end of the time, and I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank everybody for coming and the group for putting all this together. And that'll wrap it up, Bill, and we'll close the meeting with the Lord's Prayer for anybody who cares to join in. Hi, everybody. My name's Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic. How you all doing? I'm really grateful everybody's here. It shows we have an interest in the fellowship and its history and principles, etc. So I'm tired. I just got back from Maine, and then I went to Washington earlier. They stay sober up there just like we do down here, and it was fun. If you haven't been here before, I just want to repeat the warning label on this talk ahead of time. This is not a step study. This is not a how to do the steps or a Joe and Charlie weekend or anything like that. This is simply somebody who's been around a long time, likes to tell stories, and I like to look back at some of the AA history that you may or may not be familiar with and talk about that, and then talk around the steps, talk about what are ways of describing them and what do they accomplish rather than the actual mechanics, and just end up with maybe a different view of what spirituality is, because that's what spirituality is, a different view. It is being able to have the power to see things differently so that you really enjoy the world that you're in, and could have enjoyed it all along had you been able to see it correctly. We have a tendency to only see problems through our problem-making eyes and our problem-making mind, and it doesn't enable us to see how wonderful everything really is. So that's really what stories are for, is to help us see through things. And I tried to get through the 40s and 50s and get into the 60s for this week, but I left out a couple things. I had them down, but I just didn't get to them. And so I got my trusty notes here. There was a lady who came into the New York office in the middle 40s named Nell Wing, and she became Bill's secretary until he died, and then she stayed on even longer and finally retired out of the New York office. And so she was our first archivist. She put together the wonderful collection that they have up in New York. All the old newspaper stories, the first editions, and all of the grapevines and photographs of all the big conventions, and it's really worth going to. And after she retired, she came down to Washington, D.C., where I lived, and it was really fun to get her to give a talk on the traditions because she typed them. And she was there working with Bill, putting these together and watching him agonize over, well, I don't know, this would be good and this would be that. And so she had a lot of little stories about that. And she passed away recently, and there was a big obituary column talking about all the work that she had done. And that was, she came in the 40s. And the other thing that was in the 40s, I forget whether I mentioned it or not, was the first Hollywood movie about the hopelessness of alcoholism called The Lost Weekend with Ray Milland, back when movies were in black and white. And that movie, I mean, he had the DTs and convulsions and the whole thing. And there was a joke in AA that if an alcoholic saw that movie, he would swear off movies. Because it was ruining his drinking to see that. And so that was, I remember that was going around when I came in the Lost Weekend, yeah. Then in the 50s, left out one or two things. Number one, AA Comes of Age, our first history book. Bill finally got that done. It's a little tedious compared to Pass It On and Dr. Bob and the Good Old Timers and Kurtz's books and so on down. But it was the first accounting where he went through his recollection of our history. It's got photographs, etc. Now, the other thing that took place in the 50s that needs to be understood, because we talk about this as if we really knew, and this is Bill Wilson and LSD. And we hear these stories all over the place, so let me tell you what happened. There were two doctors in Canada who had read about this LSD had been discovered in Switzerland, and some of the doctors there were having some success with schizophrenics in helping them see things more clearly. And so the doctors and the symptoms were kind of shocking, and it reminded the doctors of the delirium tremens, which are very scary. I don't know, we don't get them that often, but I had them and they were terrifying. So the original plan was maybe if we gave some of this to alcoholics, it would scare them so much they would quit drinking. Well, it turns out that's not what happens. And the experience is an actual shattering or punching through the ego, allowing the actual spiritual experience to take place. And Aldous Huxley knew Bill Wilson very well, and he suggested that they consider this for the alcoholics who were not coming into AA, not for the alcoholics who are already in, but for the alcoholics who were resisting coming in, and maybe if they saw what a spiritual experience was like, they would come in. And so there was always this concern that we forget that we're just concerned in here with the alcoholics who get here. But a very small percentage get here. There's a whole bunch that don't get to come here. And so it was taken in a very controlled environment. Lois Wilson took some. Father Dowling went out there. Sam Shoemaker went out there. And as it was done in an extremely controlled fashion, there were no ill effects. And it looked promising. But and of course, Bill doesn't keep anything a secret. He's not like a lot of us. He just announced to the whole AA world, I'm going out there and going to try this thing, LSD. And of course, that just opened up the gossip mill. Well, he's totally depressed and he's going to get high on drugs. I mean, hadn't even gone there yet. There's his depression. He's going to get high on drugs. And but he wanted to evaluate it and did so several times. And no, don't laugh. He didn't do that because it was for his own personal enjoyment. He really wanted to either include it or not include it, and he decided that it wouldn't be a good idea. And we're all familiar with what happened after it left the controlled environment. And Timothy Leary came along, and it was just handed out, and there was entirely different experiences. And so anyway, that was what happened, and Timothy Leary wanted Bill to come up and experiment up there, and he never went up and never met him and didn't do anything with Timothy Leary. So that gets us to the 60s. In 1960 itself, Bill turned down Time magazine's offer to put him on the cover because he had done so much for the country and they wanted to recognize him. And if you've studied Bill Wilson's personality, this was hard to do. I mean, Dr. Bob would have turned it down in a heartbeat, and then they said, well, maybe we could have you turning sideways so they couldn't really make you out. And he just totally rejected it because it would set a precedent, and other alcoholics would be suddenly putting almost their face on the front of the papers. And so they did a story without his picture on the cover. Father Dowling died, and AA celebrated 25 years in Long Beach. We're starting to have the every 5-year conventions of AA, and they had 10,000 people show up in Long Beach. Then in 61, the founder of the Oxford group died, Frank Buckman. And of course, that went from the biggest thing in the world down to something very small called moral rearmament, and it really fell out of favor due to his talking favorably about Hitler at one point. And he regretted that later on when we all found out what Hitler really had in mind when he was starting out to save Germany. Then comes the Carl Jung letters, and they took place in 1961, and these are very important parts of AA history in that they are reprinted in the Grapevine all the time. And it's Bill's letter to Dr. Jung and Dr. Jung's letter back to Bill, and then about 3 months later, Dr. Jung died. So it was very fortunate that this exchange took place when it did. And what Bill wanted to do was thank Dr. Jung for being a key player in starting AA. Because as we talked about in our first lesson on the history, a businessman named Roland Hazard, who was an alcoholic, went to see him with the hopes that he could fix him. And after a year, he sent him away, and he got drunk again, and he came back, and Dr. Jung, the world's greatest psychiatrist, told him there was nothing he could do for him, which induced total hopelessness, which is a big plus in dealing with alcoholics. And in that state of hopelessness, when he suggested that he go try and find a spiritual awakening, that some people had recovered from alcoholism with that, he went to the Oxford group and in turn rescued Ebby Thatcher, got him sober, and Ebby came and got Bill. So he wanted to write to him and tell him that, this chain of events took place. And so he just briefly described Roland Hazard, and as a result of this, we now have AA is this big, it's in so many countries, and we have this many miracles, and you played a large part in it. And Dr. Jung wrote back, and he said, no, I didn't know what happened to Mr. Hazard. I'm so glad that he did, and I was trying to induce in him psychiatrically the equivalent of a spiritual awakening, because I always understood that I've studied alcoholics long and hard, that what they really have is a thirst for a spiritual awakening. They all sense there's something missing inside of them, and alcohol appears to fix it. And so it looks like a natural match, that it takes that empty hole and it's filled when we have the alcohol. And so that's why he sent rolling off to have this spiritual awakening. And then he went on to say something that was pretty interesting. He made an observation about human beings in general, because he had studied all types of human beings for somewhere around 60 years. And this is what he said. It's got nothing to do with AA, but it does. He said that human beings come here to this planet and they have to deal with evil. We would call it character defects. And they always lose. That was it. That was sort of the thing, that mankind just ain't going to make it. The universe is too cruel. And then he said one thing. The only exceptions are people who have spiritual awakenings and are in a society that helps them maintain that awakening. And that's us. Yeah, that's us. So when I read that, I just realized how lucky we are to have this terrible disease and be forced in here to have something that is one of the most precious experiences that mankind has. And that is to be able to see life and make sense out of it, find a purpose, and feel inside of ourselves the part of the universe that we really are. Okay. 62, The Days of Wine and Roses came out. That was our next movie, and now the people in the audience go, I remember that. There weren't too many heads going, Lost Weekend. Well, I don't know about that. A few old people in the back. 63, Sam Shoemaker, the minister at the Calvary Church in Washington, where the Oxford group met, he passed away. And these are all key players in the starting of AA, and now you can see 30 years later we're losing them all. They're all disappearing, the ones that we talked about earlier. 1964, the only major event that happened that year. There were 3 guys in Washington, D.C. that got sober that year, and they were called the Class of 64. And I'm the last one. The other 2 have passed away. That is being kept out of the history books. So I'm giving you unofficial information that'll probably never make the history books, but that did take place. We got a few more minutes, so let me talk about 2 things that happened in 65 and give you some background on this. The same 2 doctors that got Bill interested in LSD made another discovery that would be extremely helpful to alcoholics, and that would help the, what's that sugar thing that when we overdo? Yeah, hypoglycemia. Almost all alcoholics had that. And this was going to be the great help for alcoholics with that problem. And it was called vitamin B3, niacin. Now, that I remember, because all of a sudden, the buzz, it was all over. Bill Wilson says alcoholics should take vitamin B3. Now, everybody went to the health food store. There wasn't anything, well, what is it, or anything like that. It didn't matter. Bill Wilson said vitamin B3, so everybody's down there. Now, if you take niacin instead of niacinamide, your face gets all blotchy red, and you're kind of like hyperventilating for a while. And there was a number of months where if you went to an AA meeting, it looked like everybody had a slip, and they're all in there. And I have no idea whether it helped with that, but he was absolutely sold on it. When he got his teeth into something, he wasn't going to let it go. And he would write letters everywhere to all the different states. This is it. Get the word out to the other. And then he set up a thing so people could write in and find out about it. And later on in the General Service Conference, they passed a thing that Bill couldn't receive mail about vitamin B3 through AA. He's going to have to set up a separate post office box and get it the hell out of because that would be an opinion on an outside issue and all this kind of stuff. That went on, and then the conference in Toronto, which would be the 30th anniversary. And out of that conference came something that many of us found hard to understand. And out of that conference came, I am responsible. Wherever the hand needs AA in the hand of AA, and for that I am responsible. And the feeling that some of us had was, is everybody acting irresponsible now? Are we sitting in meetings and the newcomer comes in and we go, let's none of us go help him? I mean, did this need, in fact, to be said? It just seemed like it was, officially after 50 years announcing the new AA policy is don't drink. You know what I mean? That's how it appeared to a lot of us. Like, of course the phone rings, you go. What's the deal? What is this? Well, there was more to it than meets the eye. If you recall in the 12 and 12, in step 12, Bill had this little paragraph there where he said, we went out and asked psychologists and people in the outside world to take a look at us now that we've been around quite a few years and are reaching maturity, and to evaluate us, quite frankly. And if you read that paragraph, it said these fine gentlemen evaluated us and much to our chagrin found out that we are in general childish, immature, and grandiose. And that's in the 12 and 12. You can just go read it. Now, Dr. Tebow was one of the, from High Watch, who got Marty Mann into AA, and he was a close friend and great supporter. But as he evaluated, he would just write to Bill and go, not grown up yet. And other psychologists would voluntarily send in or write articles that they've taken a look at AA and they have a long way to go to become a grown-up. So, if you're having problems having people believe that you're grown up and responsible, at your big convention, you announce, I am responsible. And it's hard to believe that was one of the big pushes in doing that, but it was so important to Bill that the outside world saw us as grown-ups. And I don't know if it's ever going to happen, to tell you the truth, that the people will say, yeah, I know a lot of AA members, they're very mature and grown up. That's what I think. I think we are responsible. I think we do meet our responsibilities and carry on in society and achieving success. But if they watch this in heavy traffic, or we get a letter saying, you're really not the best in the world, which we take as total rejection, they would find that we still have a ways to go on this hike. Well, I'm almost through, so let me finish. 66, Bill's sponsor, Ebby, passed away. Dr. Tebow passed away, and Sister Ignatia passed away. And we've talked about all of those. So you can see, as the 60s are finishing out, there's very few of the original people except for Bill. Dr. Bob has passed away, and Hank Parkhurst, and a lot of the key players, and then all of the supporting outside people. And as we'll find out next week, then in 1971, Bill passed away. So it was very important to him that they completely transfer all responsibility for the well-being of Alcoholics Anonymous to the fellowship and the General Service Conference. And he had the hardest time from the middle 50s up until he died of being able to separate himself from the fellowship as a co-founder and just be a regular AA member. He couldn't just go to a meeting and go, "Hi, I'm Bill. Yeah, my thoughts on that." I mean, because they would all run over, and he was the co-founder. And there would be so much pressure that he stopped taking speaking engagements and just spent a lot of time studying, writing out in, his place, I'm drawing a blank on that. Huh? Stepping Stones. Okay, so that's an update on the history, and now let's go into step 8. Now, what I want to do here is to go back and finish something with step 7, because we talked a lot about humility last week. And we have a tendency to make jokes about it as if it would be a bad thing to say that I'm humble. I mean, people, if you say you're humble, it's gone. So let's look at some examples of practicing humility that everyone in this room does all of the time. You go to meetings in order to stay sober, rather than trying to stay sober on your own. That is a total act of humility. That is saying, I can't do this. I call my sponsor up for advice. That's total humility. That is saying, I can't run my own life on my own, which our pride would tell us we can. We're self-sufficient. And so we read AA literature, looking for help in living our own lives. And so the more actions that we take that show we can't handle it on our own, that's the essence of humility. Leading up to, of myself I'm nothing, my higher power is everything. So every step we take towards getting more help and turning more things over is pure humility. So everyone in this room can say very comfortably, I get tremendous benefits from humility. And you would all be telling the truth. You get immense benefits from humility. And that's what we're supposed to learn out of this step. Stop trying to solve things on our own and ask for help, which is the essence of humility. It is the crushing of the pride and the ego and saying, there's no way I can manage this on my own. And so I just wanted to get that as the end of step 7. And of course, praying, meditating, all of that would fit into the same thing. That's a total act of humility. Now we come to the 8th step, which is made a list of all the people we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. We're continuing with our slide projector and our slides as an analogy to describe each one of the steps. And if you haven't been here before, we came up with a way of looking at spirituality by pretending that instead of being a human being, we are a slide projector, and we project up onto the real world, the screen of the real world, and then we look up there to see how the world is treating us, and we find lots of things wrong and disturbing and unfair. And we run up to the screen and try to move things around to make them more fair, because that's where we were trained. If you want to get things straightened out, go up and get the government straightened out and get your neighbors straightened out and get all it's all up there. That's where the problem is, and that's where the solution is. And we come in here and we go, well, actually, if we projected a different slide, maybe it would be a different world. Maybe we are the total cause of all these problems. And in AA we say our problems are of our own making. So that means we made a lot of slides that when we project them, we don't like it. We find that very frightening. We find that very unfair. And there it is. I thought up my ideas about the world, made a slide, the world is unfair, put it in the slide projector. I look up there and I go, my God, it is unfair. There it is. That proves it's unfair. And we go, but you put it together. No, it's unfair. It's up there. Go look. And so we've been going through the process of getting rid of these slides, which is what all of our program is. It is getting rid of old ideas until there's nothing of us left and white light shines through when you turn the projector on. And that light spiritually illumines the world so that we see it as God sees it. And so that's what this has been about. And so as we get to the eighth step, made a list of all the people we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them, we're now going to get out the slides of how we harm people. And we're going to take a look at this. And we're going to find later on that they come in, got a little slide for gossiping, we got a little slide for being unfaithful, we got a little slide for anger, we got a little slide for self-pity. Oh, look at poor me, and then we inflict that on everybody out there, and we wonder why they don't treat us well. And so, but when we get here, this is another one of the steps where in the big book it's just very brief. It's just about 8 sentences. And it simply says, well, we already made this list when we took the 4th step, and so now we want to develop a willingness to go out and make amends for any harm that we've done. And then in the 9th step, it goes on to discuss how these amends are made, how to approach certain people, etc., etc. But there's no real discussion of the in-depth of the list itself and what harm is. What do you mean by harm? We harmed people. So as you go to the 12 and 12, you see a whole big insight into step 8. So you see 6, 7, and 8 are really quite powerful in the 12 and 12. And then we get to 9, both books are dynamite. 10, both books are dynamite. So, but these 3, I've always felt it extremely helpful. That's why we study the 12 and 12 here on Sunday nights. And right off the bat, we find out about forgiveness. This becomes the lead way of approaching this particular chore, which are the slides where we harm people. Because without forgiveness, we look at these and conclude that it's partially their fault. And I know I acted terribly, but they made me do it. They made me do it. If they didn't do that, I never would have dumped all the beer all over their living room. You see what I mean? And we're transferring responsibility for our own actions over to other people, which was our specialty before we got to AA. And so forgiveness, as we start down the list, and Bill suggests that we, yes, take the 4-step list, but also let's go look more closely at harm. And all the way back to when we were children. We go back as far as we can think, because not only do we want to go make the amends, we want to get the slides changed so that we don't do it anymore. And that allows us to have an entirely different view up there in the future. And so forgiveness is almost like a magic spot remover. And just the act itself starts letting light through these various incidences, because it takes a lot of the anger that we have over the event and reduces it. And as we get to taking a look at this list, what is harm? And he described it as instincts in collision. The world is made up of people who are trying to go get something that's going to make them happy. And they get in each other's way. And we are, no, I need that. I want him. I want this. And there's the great confrontations taking place all the time because none of us have used the spiritual tools to see we already have everything we need. We don't have to be going out after anything, which will come out of an awakening. And so that causes us to live in complete absence of harmony with the fellow inhabitants of this planet. And as we live not in harmony with people, we end up doing something that alcoholics are specialists in, bringing out the worst in everyone. We just seem to have that knack. I've never seen that neighbor so mad till you came over here. I didn't know he could get that mad. And that's not just when we're drinking. This is our self-centeredness before we get rolling on changing. And here's the exact thing. As we have these slides that bring out the worst in people, we look up and we live in a rotten world filled with people who are just at odds with me all the time. Little did I know that I was the reason they are behaving so rottenly. And I tell this story every time I'm on this particular principle to show you the point. My sister now has 30 years in AA up in Connecticut. And back when she had about 15, my parents had their 50th wedding anniversary. And she was arranging a party up there and was going over the guest list with me. And she went down and said, oh, good, I've got that cousin, this coming, blah, blah, blah. And she got the one uncle. And I said, do we have to invite him, Sue? He's so obnoxious. I mean, we have this wonderful event, and then bingo, he comes in, spoils it. I mean, our parents deserve better. And my sister said, he only does that when you're around. He's a great guy. Everybody loves him. Now, if I wasn't in AA and she wasn't in AA, I never would have believed her. I know me. I know I wouldn't do something like that. I don't misread people that badly, that this guy is actually wonderful. But since I said, okay, maybe, and then I said the words that we all hate to say, maybe I'm wrong. What a revolutionary thing to say. Well, maybe I'm wrong. So I said, well, maybe I'm wrong. He is the greatest guy, so I'm going to run up and just give him a big hug and tell him how happy I am to see him. I'm going to just go overcome how I feel and run up. And I did that, and he went, hi, well, I'm so glad to see you. And it was like magic. It was like magic. And I spent a lot of time talking to him during that thing, learning about who he was. Well, really, you do that? Well, I didn't know. Well, I'll be darned. Of course, we never talked because I was being rude to him, and he was reacting to it. So anyway, this is, you can see right there how we're changing a slide and seeing an entirely different uncle up there. Only he was always that way. I was malfunctioning and was seeing very unpleasant things that I created. I just put it together and it appeared up there. And so this is what we're going to accomplish in this. And as we stop bringing out the worst in people and start bringing out the best in people, guess what the world starts looking like? You start going through your day wondering where all these nice people came from. Where have they been? God, I had the most pleasant exchange picking up my dry cleaning. It was just amazing. And I got over at McDonald's, they smiled at me, and I'm giving them geez, I don't know what everybody's on these days, but it's quite pleasant out there. We had no idea that we were in charge of the world we lived in. That what we were manufacturing in our projection booth was what we actually got out there. So you can see how valuable it's going to be to really look at this. This isn't being done to go make some other people feel better. They might not feel better when we make amends. It's being done so that we can get rid of the broken slides, the incorrect ones, and that we can create a different future for ourselves. Now, maybe it's going to make some people feel better. Maybe it's going to have positive results when we actually go do the 9th step. But the 8th step is strictly has to do with readjusting things in the projection booth for ourselves. And so Bill suggests a few slides that you might have in your collection of how to get along with people. And I copied them down out of the book. How about anger? I just like to go around with sort of a so that people don't screw with me. If you give them that look, they just leave you alone. You don't have to worry about it. So, I'm really scared to death. But I go like this, and that's how I kind of interact. And you go, really? And what kind of results do you get? People don't like me that much. It's hard. I don't have that many close friends, but at least nobody's taking advantage of me, I can tell you that. You see what I'm saying? That may be your slide. Oh, got to react with people. Hey, how you doing? Okay, what else do we have in the thing? How about, and I know no one in the room, lying. Where were you? Playing golf. And then your buddy comes home and says, wasn't that movie great? I thought you said we were playing golf. Well, I was just kidding. And then we wonder why nobody trusts us. What's the matter? They're always looking where I'm going. She doesn't trust me. Wonder why. You follow what I'm saying? Tom I has 50 years in AA, and I was talking to him at a convention one time, and I said, Tom, do you have a problem with lying? And he said, it's the first thing out of my mouth. Somewhere when I was little, I learned that the truth could be dangerous. And so if I'm over here and somebody said, where were you? I said, on the farm. No, actually, I was over here. I mean, he always corrects himself, but he still finds this pattern. And I was sharing with him, I remember doing that exact same thing. I've been sober a long time, and I finally got to retire a little bit up in Washington, and I went out and dragged my little golf cart around every day trying to break 80. You golfers know, if you could just get that done, And finally one day, I had a 78. And there was the cart and everything, and I could hardly wait to see my AA golfing buddies who we hung out and everything. And so they're there, and I said, I got news. Sit down. I want to tell you guys something. And they said, what? I said, I had a 77. Now, a 78 was a wonderful thing. And then I had to go back later and go, I was lying. I really had a 78. And they said, well, we don't believe that either. I ruined the whole thing when the truth was absolutely acceptable and wonderful. I had to change it. And so you could see those guys, that changed a little bit how we got along. Unfaithful. Well, I don't have to mention that because nobody does that in here. And it's devastating. And we just are, I don't know, I can't believe how that happened. And so we're going, there's something I need to get changed. And it's more prevalent. I have to, you read, I can't remember where it is in the big book. Bill's talking about the various problems that we have. We owe money, we do this. And then he says, we've been unfaithful to our wife and we're way behind on the alimony. That's a common problem. And I went, oh my God. Miserly. We got the money, but we're not going to dole it out. We're just going to make them suffer. I know they think I could help them. Might do that with your kids. Yeah, I'm sorry, the budget's too tight. I got to say no to you. Callous, very indifferent. Yeah, that's nice. I just graduated from college. Yeah, good deal, big deal. I'm glad you did. You see, each one of us has some of these slides. And this is our way of interacting. Who knows how we got started on it? It may go way back, but this becomes our little deal. Somebody gets promoted at work, and we go, why didn't I get promoted? So we barely congratulate them. Oh, nice going. So we don't want to really add to their joy, but let's subtract from their joy. Why? Why not participate in their happiness? I don't know. I'm sort of a joy killer. Cynical. What a weapon that is. And Bill listed all of these in the 12 and 12. Cynical. Yeah, I just decided to go to college. Dad, I'm going to work my way through. Well, we'll see. That really gave him a lot of confidence, didn't it? Yeah, we'll see. Almost like, I seriously doubt it. And then we play that one. Cold. That look, not involved, just like ice. Why we do that? Why is that? We can protect our emotions. We're never going to get involved. We'll never get hurt. Just stay Mr. Loner. Impatient. Okay, how long is this going to take? You ever do that and you just drive people crazy when they're trying to get stuff done? Impatient. Critical. I think everybody in the room knows how that works. Yeah, it's nice, but are you sure you like this color? I know you painted it and you think it's a good color, but have you asked anybody else about the color that you chose for your house? And are you sure you asked people about those drapes? I don't want to say that it's not perfect, but why is that? Dominating. That we can feel safe because we're in charge. And we just dominate. I remember sometimes with new people, I'll go, listen, we're going out to dinner tonight, and I want you to listen to the amount of time that each person talks. And we were there for 30 minutes, and that person talked 28. You follow what I'm saying? And there was no room for anybody else to participate. Didn't even realize it. Dominating. Hey, well, I like me the most, and I'm sure everybody else would like to hear about me the most. It's the most exciting thing there is to hear about me. So let me tell you one more story about me, and then you'll see how wonderful it is. Gossip. What's there to say? We want to get rid of it, but it's too much fun. So as I said earlier, we give up originating it, and we simply become a telephone wire to allow it to go from this side of the room to that, where it's supposed to be going anyway, and I'm just helping. I'm really not a gossiper. I'm simply passing on information that may be useful to this side of the room about your misfortune. And my favorite, which is very rare in AA, self-pity. And it's the first time I ever saw a sentence where it said, we inflict self-pity on others. But you know what that is? It's just, there's never smiling. And whatever we got, hey, we're going to go to the baseball game. Yeah, but I don't feel that it would be fun. I don't know why I should go. And let me tell you what happened to me. Matter of fact, I'll tell you what happened to me at the game. Because I don't want you to enjoy the game at all. And I just want to tell you what he said and what he did. And it's the 7th inning, and it's still going on and on and on about our problems. Fortunately, we never hear anything like that at discussion meetings. So, we would never inflict our self-pity on fellow alcoholics at discussion meetings. So you can see what we're doing. We're going to start changing our repertoire that we have of behavior, of patterns. We've collected these. This is what we put in the projector. Oh, that situation, click, covered. I got it. That's how I always do it. And we're going to see what it causes and what it causes us to see. And then we're going to come up with a new plan, which is to live in harmony. How can I adjust to them instead of making them adjust to me? That is a totally different, guaranteed winning perspective. And I'll give you an example of that. It was discussed up in Maine at one of the meetings. And the discussion was, groups are stopping the Lord's Prayer at meetings and switching to the Serenity Prayer. Now, the discussion was, what do we think about that? Every group's autonomous, doing any damn thing they want. So it came down to motives. If, in a group, somebody said, wouldn't it be fun to learn a Jewish prayer and sing it at our meeting to welcome our Jewish friends? And everybody liked it. That would be a very spiritual and wonderful change. On the other hand, if the reason for changing was, I don't like it, it offends me, what principle are we putting in there? We're trying to learn spirituality, nothing about politics, spirituality. The principle of the program is to teach us to adjust to the situation and not demand that the situation adjusts to us. So that would be a lousy reason for changing from a spiritual point of view. You see the difference? It's difference at night and day. I want this changed because it bothers me. That's our self-pity, self-centered. And once we get over that and can be happy with whatever the group decision is, we're going to see a whole different world up there. Not one that has to be changed to fit my self-centeredness. Anyway, we get to the end of the line, and just looking ahead, amends themselves are the cleansing agent on all these slides. That is what erases them. That the willingness to make these amends and then to go out and to actually contact the people either with letters or in person or by phone or whatever our sponsor advises, takes all of this past pattern and gets rid of it. And we are going to start seeing a totally different world. So the step really is something that's going to benefit us all. From a spiritual point of view, this is where we really start making huge spiritual changes and breakthroughs. So much so that the promises come after the next step. Big deal. It's the biggest deal in AA are those promises. And look where they're coming. They're coming right here when we're going to go in and fix the interpersonal relationship slides. So what could we say? Be thorough. Think of everything where you are obnoxious. Don't leave anything out, because you are going to be the beneficiary as you watch all of this disappear and this new world appear in its place. We're at the end of the time. Thanks to everybody for staying awake, and we'll wrap it up. We'll wrap it up with the Lord's Prayer for anybody who would care to join in.
I think we got a great talk going on here. Thanks for watching the channel. Taper Dave here. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom?
Well, hi everybody. My name's Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic. How y'all doing? Well, it's great to be back here and to see all of you on our 9th week. 3 more and I'm out of here. I always make these comments at the beginning in case you haven't been here before, and that is, this is not a step class or how to work the steps or Joe and Charlie or anything like that. It's merely somebody who's been around a long time, has some stories that may get across the principles behind the various steps, and they may be useful in your grasping what we're trying to accomplish here. And other than that, we're just here to have fun. We're also adding in some stories about the history of AA and a few other things. And so that's sort of the setup. And let me get started. There isn't much in the 70s. I made some notes about, we've gone through the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and so now we're at the 70s. In 1970, they had the International Convention in Miami, which was AA's 35th year, and the theme was unity, and Bill Wilson gave his last talk. He was quite ill with emphysema, and he was scheduled to speak, and then the word was around, he's not going to be able to make it. He's not going to be able to make it. And my friend Clancy was there, and he was talking to another old-timer, older than Clancy, and Clancy was saying, well, it looks like he's just too weak to talk. And the other guy said, he'll talk. Guarantee you, he will talk. And I'll be darned, at the last minute, the ambulance pulls up. And Bill gets out and gives his talk, and they took him off stage, and he went away. And Clancy said, well, how did you know? How did you know? And he said, well, in 1950, Dr. Bob got out of his deathbed and gave his last talk at the convention in Cleveland. And I knew Bill wasn't going to let that happen, where he wasn't going to go give his talk. And so shortly thereafter, on January 24th, 1971, Bill passed away. And we owe a great deal to Dr. Bob and to Bill. And I just am such an admirer of Bill, and one of my greatest regrets is that my friends in Washington go up to the Bill Wilson dinner every year, And I wouldn't, that asked me to go, and I'd say, I don't have enough money. It probably would have cost $70 or something like that to go up. And so they'd go, and then they'd ask me the next year and the next year. And I remember my friend Hal saying, you know, he's not going to last forever, and you're going to really regret that you never met him. Ask me if I regret it. Man, I mean, that would have been such an honor. But it didn't happen. 1972, we started our archives in the central the General Service Office, and Nell Wing, who took over as Bill's secretary, did a wonderful job of setting up wonderful archives, and she's passed away, but there's someone else taking her place, I understand, is really a professional, and so I look forward to my next visit up there. It's really great. If you go there, be sure and look at the archives. They've got newspaper stories from all the way back to first time AA was mentioned in the newspapers. Oddly enough, on the same page was a story about somebody over in Germany that was rising up and was going to save the country. And I often thought about, there it is on the front page of the New York Times, this thing called AA and this thing called Hitler. And you talk about a good and evil appearing all at once. And the amount of good that's been done by AA is just immeasurable. The next year, Came to Believe got published, and our big book reached 1 million copies. And they had a ceremony in the White House and gave it to President Nixon, who probably should have read it. Just observing, I'm not taking his inventory. And then in 1975, Living Sober was published, and that's the second biggest seller after the big book. It's really popular amongst AA members. 1976, the third edition came out, and in 1978, 2 million big books. So it only took 4 years to go from 1 million to 2 million. And that, and it took all those years to get there. And then 1979, Ernest Kurtz came out with his wonderful history book, Not God, where he did a PhD dissertation on our fellowship, and it is one of the better analysis of the dynamics of our history. And it's well worth reading when you get to that stage where you want to get interested in history. Now, there was another story that I wanted to talk about tonight, and then I'll get to the ninth step. And I'll tell you some stories. When I was in the Marine Corps many years ago, I was on a presentation team that traveled around the country and even the world giving a overview of the Marine Corps and how it would be in the future. And so they had a hypothetical situation. Oddly enough, way back then it was set in the Middle East. And Huntley Brinkley introduced it, and it was, the general was the head of it, and then we went through, and it showed all of the weapons, the fighter planes, the tanks, the artillery, the communications, the supply, and it was just this whole thing with slides and movies. It took about 8 hours to show the enormity of the operation with the Navy ships and all of that. And at the end of the show, the general would come out and he would say, ladies and gentlemen, all of the things you've seen, all of this only serves one purpose. And then they'd flash a slide of a Marine infantry E1 or E2 with a rifle, and he would say, to make his job easier. That's the whole point. That's what all the supply line, everything was to make his job easier, because that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where everything gets done. And the reason I tell that is to make an analogy to Alcoholics Anonymous. that in Alcoholics Anonymous we have, as we just talked about, the General Service Office, General Service Conference, we have international activities, we have publications and pamphlets, we have intergroup offices, we have, I don't know, 1 million or 200,000 groups, I'm losing track of that, and we're in over 100 countries. So we have this enormous activity known as AA, the big mothership known as Alcoholics Anonymous. And when you think about it, all of that is just there to facilitate and enable one alcoholic talking to another alcoholic. That's where it happens. That is why AA works. It is, all the rest of it just supports that. Our clubs, our dances, all of that just supports that. And the reason I bring that up is that it is absolutely essential to understand what the process of identification is. Because identification is how a new alcoholic connects to AA in a way that glues them in with sufficient bonding effect so that they're safe from alcohol. And when you think about it, if you are going to go see a therapist about your alcoholism, you go in the office and the therapist says, well, tell me all about you. Tell me all about you. But when AAs go on a 12-step call to a new person, they go, let us tell you all about us. It's exactly the opposite. And we just sit there and tell our entire story. And sometimes we'll bring two people. And two people will tell their entire story. And then, when I got sober, we went to just speaker meetings for at least 3 months before we went to a discussion meeting, so that we would hear stories, so that we could identify. And finally, the old saying was, somebody told my story. And they stood up there and they just, they hid the vodka in the toilet and they did this and they, my God, that's exactly the same, so that I felt this 100% connection with the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous and with the person that was going to help me. And as a sponsor, I also make the same bonding with the new alcoholic. And I can remember the first time I went on a 12-step call for a periodic. And he told me that sometimes he stayed sober for 2 months before he drank again. And I went, I don't know anything about that. I don't know what he's talking about. So I went back to my sponsor, and he says, well, we got a couple periodics in the group, so we're going to help. They're going to go with you the next time, and then there'll be this connection that is made. So I'm just telling you that I had this feeling that I was the wrong person to talk to a periodic, because we weren't exactly the same. And it's that exact sameness that creates the bond that keeps us sober when Dr. Alcohol comes knocking on the door. And so that's a very important thing. And back then, 50% of the people who came to AA never drank again. And 75% would slip around a little bit, and then they would never drink again. And of the other 25%, some of those made it. I think I had 4 months before I heard about a slip. You know what I mean? I said, what's that? Somebody out in Manassas. I said, what is that? And my sponsor said, you're not allowed to have one. So I got faked into thinking that there were classes of people, those allowed to have one and those that weren't. Anytime I thought about having a drink, I went, oh, I'm not allowed. Gee whiz, that's... And I got sober with two other guys. We called ourselves a class of 64, and I'm the only one left. I just was up for a memorial service. But all three of us never took a drink. Now, I'm just laying the groundwork here. And I'll make this point. Back then, everyone was dual addicted. All of the meetings were smoking meetings. All of them. And smoking set up a craving that you could hardly get through the meeting. I mean, it just was such a thing. You had to get money, you have to steal cigarettes if you didn't have one. And we knew it was killing us. It killed a whole bunch of AA. It still does. Killed Bill Wilson. It's a fatal addiction. But no one tried to use AA to stop smoking. We didn't identify ourselves as alcoholics and nicotine addicts. And then have someone who's an alcoholic non-smoker sponsoring an alcoholic smoker so that they could feel different from one another. It wasn't brought into the equation. We used AA principles to stop smoking, but outside of AA. In other words, everything was kept just alcohol. Now, I come up with the analogy of our space shuttle, which is kind of like the big mothership of Alcoholics Anonymous. And the thing that's been making the headlines over the past few years are the tiles that are coming off. And those tiles are put on there to protect it from temperatures from minus 1,000 up to plus 3,000, mostly during reentry, when the stress is the greatest. And there's great consternation when that happens, because if enough of them come off, it could endanger the whole ship. So when it happens, they go to the manufacturer and they really raise hell. They said, you didn't bond this, they weren't put on right. The bonding was not adequate to withstand the turmoil of the reentry. And the manufacturer has to go along with that. He doesn't say, no, it wasn't that. The Earth's atmosphere has changed. And there's more friction in the atmosphere now, and that's what's causing them to go off. No, it's the bonding wasn't tight enough. And so we hear a lot about, well, today's world, addiction is different than it used to be. And that's why the percentage is dropping. And that's why so many people, the percentages aren't as high. And so we take that into account and we just go, well, must be something else. But I'll submit to you that it is the bonding to this program that is going to protect each one of us during reentry. When the rubber meets the road, am I going to be held tight enough to not go flying off into alcoholism space out there? And so I just am bringing that up as a thought on that. And if you want to find out what's been written about it, I would suggest something that Bill Wilson wrote, which is called Problems Other Than Alcohol. And he thought, I mean, back then they had pill addicts, there was lots of drug problems. And so he thought carefully about what AA should do about all these things. And he wrote this pamphlet. And as you know, the decision was made to make AA itself exclusive and to give authorization to anybody with a different type of problem, permission to use AA's 12 steps. And we have 100 other problems, over 100, that are using the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And there is absolutely no problem if 5 or 6 alcoholic drug addicts wanted to form a group of alcoholic drug addicts. It just wouldn't be an AA meeting. It'd be the same steps. It would be the same everything. But when they met, they would be bonding perfectly. And so we're back to our situation. And I'll give you one final analogy. When you have a magnifying glass, you can use it to read small print. But you can also use it to start a fire. You can use the power of the sun to actually cause small twigs and leaves to ignite and start a fire. And I'm going to call that fire a spiritual awakening. Now, that's done by taking the magnifying glass and bringing the circle of light down to a pinpoint, down to the tiniest possible spot. And then, boom. It would be possible to move the magnifying glass in a little bit and have a spot about an inch or an inch and a half in diameter, which would make the ground right there much warmer than it was. It would be kind of warm and fuzzy. And it would be more inclusive. You could include more of the ground getting warm. And we can do the same thing. We can open the doors wider and wider and have a bigger segment of the population feel wonderfully warm, welcome, and fuzzy, and hugs, and dances, and all of the wonderful things. But when reentry takes place, warm and fuzzy won't cut it. It's just not going to work. We're going to go pew. And so I just want to make a pitch for this particular topic. I imagine an AA dance, and I imagine people having the most wonderful time. And for purposes of my story, I got a lady named Mary. She's got 8 months. She's never felt happier in her life. Being in this fellowship has made her appreciate life like she's never appreciated it before. And she has new friends. And she just has a new purpose and feels just wonderful about herself. No intention of drinking. She's just at the dance. And a black car pulls up like the Batmobile. And a guy gets out, and we're nervous already as he gets out of the car. You know, he's kind of tall, dark, mysterious with a cape. And he comes into the dance, and you can see everybody at the dance kind of go, whoa, what was that? What was that? And he looks at his dance card and goes right over to Mary, taps her on the shoulder, and she turns around and he said, "Hi, my name is John Barleycorn. May I cut in?" And there's a kind of a warning feeling in her gut, but she says, "Sure." And they dance a couple dances, and he said, "Why don't we get out of here and go really have some fun?" And she drives off in his car, and maybe 6 months later, even 6 years later, the car pulls back up, and she's dropped on the road, half dead. There wasn't any protection when the disease knocks. And the difference, when the bonding is complete, and we've been led to an awakening, the same situation happens, and the same car pulls up, and the same Barleycorn comes over with the dance card with Mary's name on it. He taps her on the shoulder, she turns around, and John Barleycorn sees God standing there and says, "Oh, never mind," and leaves. And she's completely unaware that there was ever any danger or of what could have possibly happened. She was dancing in a position of neutrality. Dancing in a position of neutrality. That car could pull up 50 times a night, and she'd just stay there dancing, having a wonderful time. And so I just offered up to think about, because I'm old. I'm not, AA's done well for 72 years, and it's done well by me for 42 years, but you guys are going to be around a lot longer than that. And I'm just asking you to think about this mothership and how tight the tiles are, because I was up in Maine a couple of weeks ago, and I gave a modified version of this little pitch. And afterwards, there were several irate people who came up to read me the riot act. And one of them was a young lady who said I'd ruined her life. She said, I joined OA some time ago, and it didn't work at all. So I went to AA. I went to an AA group. I asked them to have a group conscience that I could become a full-fledged member, and they agreed. And now I can sponsor alcoholics. And I said, well, we're really not discussing the fifth tradition here, primary purpose. We're now discussing the fourth tradition, which each group is autonomous. And that means that any AA group can do something really stupid. Just like the Richmond group did when they served booze at meetings. It just didn't last very long, and it didn't work. I was just working with a new guy. He's not here tonight. And we spent a lot of time on the first step and identification until I felt that I absolutely was connected with him and he was connected with me. And then I said, okay, now we're ready to go through the rest of the steps for the spiritual awakening. And he said, you really think it'll happen? And I said, well, let me put it this way. I'm as sure that it'll happen as I am when I put water in the freezer that it'll turn into ice. I can't guarantee it, but I'm pretty damn sure that it's going to turn into ice. And so I leave you with that thought. It's your mothership, and you're going to be the ones 30 years from now. And maybe the whole fellowship will be going through a turmoil. I don't know. Some kind of inner disputes or getting in trouble. The Washington Post just had a big story about an AA group in Washington that really did some bad stuff. And as the mothership goes through some kind of a major challenge, will the individual tiles stay on? That's all I'm asking. Will they stay on? Will they be bonded tight enough, like we're talking about, or not? So anyway, thanks for letting me get that little thing out of the way, and I will never bring it up again, ever, ever, ever. So we'll move over to what we've been talking about in our spiritual principles, in our 12 steps. And as you know, if you've been coming here, for sake of illustration, we've been comparing ourselves to slide projectors. I don't know where that came from, but... And we decided that as slide projectors, we projected up on a screen, which was the real world, and then the stuff we saw up there became disturbing, unfair, caused us resentments, made us angry, and we went up to the screen and tried to change things. That was our pattern before we got here. We went out in the world, we looked out there, we saw what needed to be changed, and then we went out and tried to change it. And we got more resentful, more frustrated, and more drunk. And then we came into AA and they said, stop trying to fix that. That's not the cause of the problem. The problem is in the projection booth. The problem is in the stuff you're projecting up there. If we fix what's in here, you're going to love what you see up there. And we talked about the fact that these slides that are causing all these problems are made by thinking. That's how you manufacture slides. Well, I got to put a slide together. Let me think for a moment. Wow, that sucks. This is no good. I don't like him. Put it on there. Boom. Look at that. Wow. There's a terrible situation up there, and now I feel bad about it. Now I can react emotionally to what I just saw up there, which I created by thinking about it. And so in AA, we have a saying that problems are of our own making, and that's how we make them. I just swear that if something's bothering you, there ought to be a law that you're not allowed to think about it. Anything else you want, but do not think about it. Because in reality, thinking about a problem is like pouring gasoline on it. It's going to get bigger and bigger and much more disturbing, whereas if you had ignored it, it probably would have burned out of its own lack of fuel. But it's very hard for us to believe that. And so we just talk about it. And I think the last time I was saying, I said, your thinking's not reliable. Remember somebody, you've heard that if you're new. Your thinking's just not reliable. It's just not. You really shouldn't trust it. You really shouldn't. So what do you think about that? I don't know. I think I'll have to think about that one and see you see what I mean? In other words, no matter what it is, our ego tells us that the answer is to think about it. And then we come in here and we're getting closer and closer to the not thinking, to just meditating, praying, and living, and just go through life and not think about it, not react to it, not editorialize on it. That is so hard for us to do, for human beings, to not see someone and then editorialize on them. Well, look at that guy. What kind of a stupid shirt is that? What is that? Why can't we just go, well, there's him, and there's her, and there's him. Well, we got some little editorial comment about everything. About the room we're in, about the coffee, about whatever it is. And then we play those in our head and drive ourselves crazy. And so this exercise of the 12 steps is to find out what all these problems are and to have our higher power remove them. And we've been through the inventory and the sharing with our sponsor, and then becoming entirely willing to have these slides removed. And we get into what looks like just sort of an afterthought, and that is to go back and take a look at the past and see what kind of harm we may have done others. And we have no idea that this is where the major, major changes are made in what we're going to see up on the screen. Because we're going to go into the booth and start looking at all the slides that we have where there was a conflict with someone else, which is almost all the slides. We got a few resentments with the IRS and the government or something like that, but almost everything else has to do with people. Only this time, instead of very carefully keeping track of what they did to us, we're going to use the magic eraser of forgiveness, and we're only going to focus on what harm could I have done them? How did I cause their day to be less pleasant as a result of me coming by? And before we get here, Bill writes in the big book that we have the power to bring out the worst in people. That's our specialty. Never saw that guy misbehave before? Watch this. Are you telling me that man never lost his temper before he met me? Isn't that amazing what I can do? So we are creating quite a world to live in, because the world is composed of other people, and we're bringing out the worst in them. It's no wonder we drink. It's such a rotten world. But until we get the slide projector and open it, we don't realize we're putting it together in here. Da, da, da. Well, I'm going to make a crappy day for me. Just a second. Now watch this. Oh my God, that's awful. I think I'll have a drink. We think that it's all happening out there, that the problems and the things that are bothering us and everything is up there. It's like we're playing a joke on ourselves. It's like our ego is the practical joker and we're the butt of the joke. It's just the same as if he just pulled the rug out from under me. And then I know I'm doing it, but I do it anyway. So now we start this amends process. And it is a very powerful eraser of the past events. It is one of the hardest things for the human ego to do, to admit that it's wrong, and to go not knowing what's going to happen and deal with things that we've been carrying around. They wouldn't be on our list if we weren't carrying them around. This list of harm we did others doesn't come from letters from people going, add me to the list. We're already carrying it. We carry it around day and night, the harm we've done others. Because there's part of us that doesn't want to harm people. And that's the part we want to get to know. But how do we know what's going to happen when we go make these amends? And that's when Bill writes, the spiritual life is not a theory. We have to live it. And this is a huge risk. I remember that story about the man who had robbed the 10 homes and told his sponsor he didn't want to go there. And he said, all right, let's try staying sober without going there. And a few years went by, and finally he said, I can't take it anymore. I got to go see all those people whose homes I broke into. And maybe you've heard this story, but he went there. The sponsor told the story, and the sponsor went with him. They went at 6 o'clock at night. He pulled up, and he coached them to say, I'm the man who broke into your house 5 years ago and took a whole bunch of your stuff. I'll be glad to wait here if you want to call the cops, but I'm in AA. I'm a sober alcoholic now, and I'm trying to make amends. Now, those people could have called the cops. He could have gone right to jail, but he had to do that in order to stay sober, because his mind would not allow him the peace until he had done it. And he tried it for a couple of years. And the story goes that each one of them did not call the cops. Some of them just said, I'm so glad you came back to tell me who it was that I'm going to just let it go. Other people said, well, I'd like some financial reimbursement, $500. And he'd say, well, I can pay $25 a week. And he made all the settlements till he got to the last house. And the lady answered the door, and he told her what the situation was. And then he said, I'd like to make amends. And she said, you already did. And he didn't understand what she was saying, and so she got her husband and said, tell my husband what you just told me. And so he told him, and they both said the same thing. Oh my God, you have really made amends to us. And when he asked them what it was, they said, until you came up tonight, we have always believed that our son did it and was lying. And now we know that we were wrong, and the family was reunited through that process. And in my own life, I had a story like that. And I've been sober about 25 years. And, you know, the memory bubbles will sometimes come booping up, and then you got one more amend to make. And if you've heard this story, I was getting ready to watch the Redskins play up in Washington, which was a big deal, like watching the Bucks down here. And I'd gotten everything done, so now I'm in my little townhouse, and I got Coca-Colas, potato chips, and the whole deal, and it's about 10 minutes till game time, and here comes this memory bubble. Hey, you remember Bill Marseille you went to flight school with, and how you'd always be broke, and you'd have to borrow the rent money from him, but then on payday you'd pay him back, and well, good drinking buddy and all that. Well, you remember the time that you didn't pay him? And I went, not until now I didn't remember, but I do. Yeah, I remember he got transferred ahead of me to the next duty station. I said, I'll catch you when we get, and then when I got there, it never got brought up. And so it was $70. And I said, where am I going to find Bill Marseille? I don't know where he is. I haven't got a clue. Well, why don't you look? I'm not going to look. The Redskin game is coming out. And I'm having this conflict with my own conscience, and it won't let up. And I said, it's Sunday. I can't call the Marine Corps and find out if well, think about it. What did he do? Think about it. Well, he liked to ski. Okay, well, then try someplace where they ski. Well, where do they ski? I don't know. They ski. Colorado, I think they ski. Vermont, they ski. Well, try Vermont. All right, I'll try it. And then I remember it was really getting annoying. I said, I'm going to try Vermont, and that's it. If he's not there, screw it. I'll do it later. So I called the information. He had a long name, William P. Marseille III, and I called information in Vermont. Is there a William P. There is? Jesus. All right, what's the number? So now I'm dialing the number because it's just like 3 minutes to kickoff. I said, he won't be in. What are the odds on him being in? He won't be in, but at least I dialed the number, so shut up. And hello, Bill? Yeah. Oh, hey, it's Sandy Beach, remember me? Oh, yes, Sandy, how are you? Oh, geez, well, listen, Bill, I got to get right to the point here. I joined AA a long time ago, and it's really wonderful. It's just the greatest thing in the world, but we make amends. And, geez, I just had this memory bubble of the $70 that I owed you. And he said, well, I really vaguely remember it. Just forget it. No, I can't forget it, Bill. I got to send it up there. What's your address? So he gave me the address up in Vermont, and he ran a gift shop at a ski resort. So anyway, I just told him how happy I was and how well things are going. Then I said, I got to go, Bill. I'll call you some other time. And I hung up. And then a few days later, I added like $250 to the thing for interest and mailed it off. And geez, about 2 weeks after that, I get a box from the gift shop. Probably had $400 worth of stuff that he sent down. And then he called me once and said he was moving to North Carolina and we ought to get together, and I had the phone number, and then it just went out the window. And about, 8 years later, I was speaking in North Carolina. And at the end of the talk, people come up and they thank you. And this lady came up and said, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Kathy Marseille, and it's such an unusual name. I said, oh, Bill Marseille's wife. She said, no, his widow. I said, oh, I'm so sorry. And then I looked at her and I said, what are you doing here? She said, I'm in Al-Anon. After you called him and told him how wonderful AA was and what it had done for you, he joined. And he had 5 years when he died. And so all amends are part of a bigger picture that we haven't got a clue about. And they will be revealed as we take the courage to go out and do this very thoroughly, after discussing it with our sponsor to get the most harmonious way to do the amends. And then we do it. And something unbelievable happens to those slides and the world that we live in. And so I wrote it down. Some of you may have heard about them. I don't know about these particular slides, we're going to look up there and see a new freedom and a new happiness that wasn't there before. We'd never even seen it before. All we were doing was knocking on doors, making amends. And then we're going to look up and see that the past has no power over us. It's been completely lifted. How many of us carried burdens from the past? And now we have no regrets about it. It's an open book. That wasn't up there before. There's a whole new reality that is being revealed as the result of following these steps. We look up and for the first time see serenity and peace. Serenity and peace. Just from calling somebody up and saying, I'm sorry? Well, that's what God asked us to do, and this is what He decided to give us as a result of that. That feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. How about that? Self-pity will disappear. Can you see the slide of self-pity and then the paint removers coming over it, and it just turns into liquid and just washes off of there? It just isn't there. These verbs are very unusual verbs. They're very spiritual. Will disappear. Self-seeking will slip away. That's even more amazing. It doesn't get figured out. We don't suddenly learn how to be not selfish. It just deserts us. It just goes out the back. That's the amazing part of this. We're not directly trying to have any of this happen. We're just doing these stupid things that our sponsor asked us to do. That's all we're doing. And the booth is getting cleaned out and being transformed. How about our whole attitude and outlook will change? Do you know how big that is? What that means is everything that you used to see when you got up and walked out the door is gone, and there's a whole new thing to see when you walk out there. That's remarkable. This is not small stuff. Fear of people, fear of losing money, disappear. We suddenly realize that we're getting answers from a different place, from our intuitions. And they can only be activated when we let go. So every time, that's why we let go. Oh, I got this thing I'm agonizing over. Stop agonizing. Let it go. Go to the movies. Write a poem. Go sit down and write an 8-line poem about flying. And allow God to contact you through your intuitions. And this happens all the time. Oh, I know. It just, you weren't even working on it. And then it occurs to you, here's the answer. And that's our highest level. That's where we operate when we're not disturbed. And then the jackpot is, we suddenly realize God's doing this. Now, up till then, God was something we knew about. We had read about Him. We had gone to a church and we knew all about Him. We knew when He was born, the miracles, we knew this, we knew that. And we knew more about Him than anybody else in the Sunday school class. But we never had contact until now. And when it says, we suddenly realize, that's what we see. The light of our higher power shines through us and produces a new world, and we're aware of it. And so we get back to the beginning of the big book where it says, the absolute certainty that our Creator has entered our hearts and lives in a way which is indeed miraculous. If that hasn't happened to you yet, you're missing out the whole point of the program. And it's all in the steps with a guide, with proper bonding and identification to go and experience. This is the jackpot. This is the awakening. And then we try to maintain it and try to expand it and try to share it. And so we've gone in. We didn't like the show. And instead of going up there, we went inside and followed this stuff. It's been around for a lot of years of transforming what's inside of us. And we transform the world, the one you live in. And that's all any human being can ever do, is to transform the world that they live in from a very painful, uncomfortable, God damn it world into one where you can see and understand why you're alive, what the whole deal is, life makes sense, and we become a very small minority in the population of planet Earth that understands the world in this light. This is something that people would love, only they don't know it's missing. They think they need a new TV. And they're going to work on changing that screen until they die. And so we, the alcoholics, with that rotten thing that we became an alcoholic and were forced into this damn program called AA, we really were the chosen few. Somehow, whatever it is, said, I'm going to take that rotten crowd and I'm going to single them out for something special, provided they pass it on to the next person. So we really have a noble calling here. It's not just, I'm going to hang around and go to a meeting. This is really a big deal. It's really fun. And I hope you all got the picture of how much fun it can be. We're at the end of the time. Thanks for your attention. And we'll wrap it up with the Lord's Prayer for anybody who would care to join in. Hi, everybody. My name's Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic. How you all doing tonight? We're almost there. You may not be looking forward to it, but I am. I want to welcome everybody, or anybody who hasn't been here before, and just say what I've said since the very beginning, and that is that this is not to be considered a step study or how to do it or an explanation or an interpretation or anything like that. We decided to make this just some fun. And somebody who's been around a long time has some stories, and a lot of them apply to the various steps and the principles involved, and I'm just leaving it at that. And so what we've been doing is spending roughly the first half of the meeting on some historical stories, and then talk about the step or the principle of the evening, which tonight is step 10. And so in order to keep my memory on track, this is very unusual for me, but I've been making notes. I like to just ad lib. But I can't remember all this kind of stuff, and so I made some notes. And we are up to the 80s. We started in the 30s. And the very origins of AA, even before the 30s, when the Oxford movement was getting started. And we sort of tracked through all of the decades, and we come to 1980. 1980 was a big deal for me. In the beginning of that year, I was invited up to New Jersey by some people that I knew, and they said, we got a little roundup here, and we want you to come up and speak at it. So I went up there, and I could tell there was a lot of tension in the room. Everybody was dressed up. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but Lois Wilson was there. And I got to meet her, and so the guy said to me, now really do good. And I've never, which is the perfect thing to tell somebody when you don't know what's going on. So I just did my stuff and all of that, and then they said, we'll let you know, just wait here. So let me know. Do I get the collection? I mean, I didn't know what was going on. And they came back, and it turned out that it was an audition to see if I was going to speak in the Superdome for the AA's anniversary over in New Orleans, and I passed. So I'm glad I didn't know it ahead of time, or that would have been a disaster. And so in 1980, AA's 45th anniversary was held in New Orleans, which is really a wonderful city for a bunch of people who don't drink to arrive. And I still can remember, this happens at all the internationals, the vendors are no slouches, and they do their homework. And they were selling Bill Wilson hot dogs on the corner. And they had signs outside the bars that they had these wonderful non-alcoholic drinks. And when you went inside, they had these things with fruit and little umbrellas. They were called the Serenity Sling. Or the Turning Point. And they had ginger ale and this and that. They were like $3, so they were making money off of the drunks. And they had 23,000 people there. And that was the night that it was, if anybody was there, you remember, it was kind of a disaster because they had told all the countries, they have the flag ceremony on Friday night, and they had told the countries that when they brought their flag up, they could say one or two words. And, it's kind of like the convention, the great state of Alabama, home of the blah, 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 blah. And so each country, we're talking about grinding out an hour and a half or something on that. And we're sitting on the stage waiting to talk and desperately needing to go to the bathroom. And this went on. And they finally got through with that, and the following year they got a guy that I know to do change the flag ceremony and cram it all into a much shorter period of time. And then there was a miscommunication with they always have the local congressman or congresswoman give a welcome. And her staff assistant was in AA, and somehow the word got that she was to give her full speech, which is 30 minutes. And that was Lindy Boggs, who was really from a great New Orleans family, and her daughter is Cokie Roberts. You watch her on the Sunday news. And anyway, she talked for 30 minutes. And then they started with the celebrities, and then they started with a lot of other things. And I was last. They have 3 speakers of 20 minutes each. And I could see the people leaving. I mean, they were just tired. They just were going home. And I would guess that probably 7,000 or 8,000 people had gone before it was my turn. But it was a big honor, and I used the pinball story, so that saved my butt that night. And that same year, Marty Mann passed away. And, of course, Marty Mann was one of the first women to get sober in AA and became very interested in education about alcoholism and started the National Council, which became the National Institute on Alcohol and Alcohol Abuse. and started all of the efforts really to make alcoholism a disease so it could be covered by insurance, and which led to the treatment centers, and it just became just something that was entirely different than it used to be, when the only way people got to AA was through word of mouth. You know, somebody, yeah, my uncle's in there, I'll get you in touch with him. And now we have employers and judges and all kinds of people that funnel new alcoholics into AA. 81, the big book hit 3 million. It's just staggering to watch the numbers as they take off. It took all those years to get to 1 million and 3 years to get to 3 million. 82, the estimated membership was just under 1 million. And we had 48,000 groups in the world. So you can see how it's gone from 3 groups and 35. Now we're up to 48,000 groups all the way around the world. And Nell Wing retired. She was the archivist and was the Bill Wilson secretary, and she typed the 12 and 12. And she started the archives in New York, and then a guy named Frank Mauser took over, who I became very good friends with, and I just love going up there. When I go to, if you go there, you got to go in and see the archives, and it's really wonderful how they treat you when you come in to the central office in New York. And Frank would come to conventions, and he had a big presentation with slides about the history of AA, and he really knew lots of obscure things that are of interest to me and other weird people. And he retired over on the east coast of Florida, and I had all these plans to get him over here to talk at different groups and all that, and he dies of a heart attack, I think, with less than a year after he retired, and it was one of the great losses of resources that we have. Okay, 85, we had the big one, the 50th anniversary of Alcoholics Anonymous up in Montreal, Canada, and we went up to 44,000 people at that convention. AA was starting to become one of the largest conventions that are held in the world. At that convention, the gal that typed the big book spoke, Ruth Hauk. Now that is really going back to the very beginning, and they gave her the 5 millionth copy of the big book. And so the celebration was quite wonderful up there, and a very obscure fact, but a true one, is that the Seagram's Distillery, which is right there in Montreal, maker of lots of whiskey that I consumed, not buying expensive stuff. And if you remember, Seagram 7 was way down. You could really afford that. And the Seagram's headquarters and their main distillery had their 3 flags at half-mast. The Canadian flag, the British flag, and the Seagram's family crest were all at half-mast for the entire time that Alcoholics Anonymous was in town. And they got some good publicity out of it. Later in that year, to show that there are some screw-ups that can happen, they discovered that the copyright on the first edition and the second edition had somehow been let to expire. And that opened the door for other publishers to print copies of the big book. And it turns out it really hasn't affected our literature sales that much. There was this great fear that one of AA's big source of income, being the literature, was going to be seriously affected, but it really wasn't. Everybody, all the intergroups kept buying the books from New York, and we keep buying them from intergroup. But in addition, I might have one of those special ones with rooms for notes and with a reproduction of the cover of the first edition or whatever. But the door was opened for the first and second edition to allow other people to print copies of it. So if you wondered if you ever ended up with a copy that was done by some other publishing company, that's the reason. It's interesting to note that Hazleton did not take advantage of that. They've really been quite a friend of AA, and they sell more literature and buy more big books almost than anyone. They just are tremendous assistants to Alcoholics Anonymous. Also, Bill and Lois's home in Bedford, New York, Stepping Stones, was declared a New York historical site, so it's been preserved and it's there for us to visit. AA membership reached 1 million. So that's astounding. I mean, just the number alone, 1 million people have gotten sober on a message. That's it. A message has been passed from one person to another. That's what happened. And 1 million people heard it and had their lives transformed. Because that's how it works. It's just one of us talking to another one. And we just have a support system, but the real action takes place in the individual groups. When somebody new, anybody want to get a white chip? You remember that? And up you come, and then people come around you, and pretty soon you're getting a 90-day chip, then you're getting a year chip, and then you're handing out a white chip to somebody. And it's just nice. 1 million people. 1987 or 86, the paperback edition came out of the big book. And a lot of people like that. It's lighter and you can carry it around. I got one of both, or one of each. 87 we were starting to, we're getting a lot of different ideas in AA. Well, I think we ought to do this. I think we ought to do that. And there was just a lot of pressure to go in a million different directions. And so the General Service Conference met, and they made it very clear that our preamble is not going to be changed. There was just, we ought to have it read that. We ought to include that. We ought to get this. We ought to do that. And they made it was just absolutely unanimous from all over the country. The preamble is going to stay the way it is. And besides that, we're going to print up cards, send them out to all the groups that talk about our primary purpose and what a closed meeting and an open meeting is, just to clarify all that. So AA just made a decision, stick to the basics, do what we do best, and it was formally adopted in 87. 88, Lois Wilson died 97 years of age. Now that is astounding, that she was there from 35 to 89 and saw all this happen, and Al-Anon blossom into the wonderful fellowship that it is. So we're seeing now just about everybody from way back then isn't around anymore. And Bill passed the torch way back when he stepped down and allowed the fellowship to govern itself and to take care of itself. And it's been doing that ever since. And we'll never have two co-founders again. There'll never be anybody who wrote all our literature or anything like that. And it's interesting to look back at that literature, and a lot of the language is kind of archaic today. We don't use the same adjectives. We don't use the same type of sentences. And people of 17 years of age connect with it. Yeah, I was reading the book. It really helped me. So there's a message in there that's amazing. And it is the message. And it's funny, but that year, The Language of the Heart was published. And if there's anything that describes AA, it's the language of the heart. It's one heart speaking to another. It's not an intellect. It's like, and people give talks, they speak from their heart, and they are, and you connect, and you realize you're in the right place, and that nobody's here with an angle. They just want to help you. And then once we make it, then we help each other stay here, and this continues to grow. 89, you may not be familiar, but Leonard Strong was Bill's brother-in-law. He was a doctor, and he died. And he really was a tremendous assistance. He paid for Bill to go to treatment. He was the one that got him the appointment with Willard Richardson in Rockefeller's office, which set up the whole thing. Even though they didn't get a lot of money, they got a lot of wonderful things happened as a result of the advisory board in the Rockefeller Foundation. And he himself was on the board in the very beginning of our Alcoholic Foundation. So he really was someone who took an interest in Bill and then in AA and carried it on till when he died in 1989. And that year, the last thing I have is James Woods and James Gardner playing Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob, big Hollywood movie, My Name is Bill W. And people went to that and really learned about AA. They consulted with New York on that film, and so when you see it, it really is real. I mean, it really is. You go, yeah, that's just like my group, and it's just wonderful that was done, and it's just a nice thing that happened and gave us more credibility and more getting over the stigma of alcoholism, which is very small now. It is just, you rarely hear somebody say, gee, they found out I'm an alcoholic at work and they're letting me go. I mean, a sober alcoholic. They ought to let us go if we're a drunk alcoholic. So that'll bring us up to the 90s, which next time there isn't much. We're running out of real historic material, so I got a couple things planned. One is about service, and then the finale, I don't know, it's going to be weird. So we come to the 10th step, and if we were to rewrite it for the package that we're using, it would say, continue to only inventory the projection booth, and when we found something wrong, promptly admitted it. So why are we inventorying? This is the master switch from inventorying the big screen to only inventorying ourselves as a way of straightening out the world. We started out talking about that if we just, for example purposes, instead of having us be human beings who are living in this world and the world's a mess and we're trying to straighten it out, we imagined that we were slide projectors and the world was the screen, and we looked up there and there was just all these terrible things going on and we're being treated unfairly, and look at that guy and look at that guy and look at that guy, and we're up there on the screen trying to change them. Well, I ought to move this guy over here, I ought to move that guy over there. And we go, the reason it's screwed up there is what you're projecting from the projection booth. You are putting that story up there. If you go inside through our process of our steps and inventory all your old ideas with your sponsor and start transforming what's being shown up there, you're going to find what we call an awakening. And you're going to find that when you look at the world, it's a much happier and better place than you ever dreamed. And we found that the process really was of getting rid of things. Spirituality is not done by getting anything or learning anything. Knowledge is not part of it. Getting rid of knowledge is part of it. getting rid of ideas until there's nothing left except being you, with no judgments on it. We simply exist every day, and we don't editorialize on the events that are happening. They just are. See, the editorializing was our problem. And it's been every human being's problem since God knows when. It isn't what happens in life, it's how we describe it to ourselves. You follow what I'm saying? Somebody forgot to save you a hot dog. You follow what I'm saying? There was 10 of us, and when there was only 9 hot dogs, you ended up not getting one. All right, so what's the deal? One guy didn't get a hot dog. Okay, that's the end. That's the headline. One guy didn't get a hot dog. Now, how is that filed away with that guy? What's his editorial on it? The biggest insult in the world was done to me today by a group of insensitive people who I will never speak to again. There was only 9 hot dogs. That has nothing to do, but that's the story that got filed away. And so we're producing all these slides, and then we look up there, we go, there's no hot dog for me. And look up there, there's whatever it is, and it's driving us crazy what we're seeing up there, and we have no idea that we're doing it. Now let me give you an example. About a month ago, I was in my living room, and I happened to be looking at the big book. I was just reading something out of the chapter of the agnostic. And the lamp that I was using burned out. And so I went out to the kitchen, and I got another light bulb. And I came back in, and I took the lampshade off, and I touched the bulb. It was just okay with my handkerchief to unscrew it. It was still a little hot. Put the other bulb in, put the lampshade back on, went in the kitchen, and threw the bulb away and continued reading. That's what I did. What I didn't do was call my sponsor, ask him why a light would go out while I'm reading the big book, sending me a signal that God doesn't like me and that I never should have been reading the big book in the first place, that probably I'm not supposed to get sober, or that lamp never would have gone out while I was reading the big book. Can't believe that that would do it to me. I've never felt more rejected when it went dark as I was reading the big book. That's quite a problem out of a bulb going out, isn't it? Don't we all do it? We just create this stuff, and we are so good at it because we know how to press our own buttons better than anybody else does, and we just continuously do this. This is how the ego continues to exist and to dominate. And as it continues, it creates a story that becomes our own reality. Once upon a time, an actor got a job. He'd been looking for work for quite a while, and he got a job on a Broadway show. He got a part in the show. And the part he got actually had a very significant meaning in the play. He was a janitor. The play opened with the janitor on the first floor of a brokerage firm, and he's sweeping the lobby, and the lights come on and people start coming to work, and then they're up in the offices on the second floor where all the action is taking place. They're making the deals, they're running down, they're going by him occasionally, hi. But as it turns out, when they got problems, they talk to him. And he really ends up being like the philosopher in the play. But he doesn't see it that way. He sees himself a janitor sweeping the floor, which is what his part called for. So for a month or so, he's so happy that he got the part because he's getting paid regularly and he's up there. But the longer it goes on, he goes, look at this, there's 500 people in this theater watching me sweep the freaking floor. They're looking at me going, hey, look at the janitor. I have a lot more talent than the guys upstairs, the brokers. I mean, I'm a much better actor than these other people in this show. This is really bordering on a tragedy of huge proportions. This is almost up at the King Lear or the Shakespeare level. What is being done to a sensitive actor like me, placing me in a demeaning position in front of 500 people every night, is awful. It's a disgrace. What this play really ought to be about, and we really ought to tell the audience, this isn't a play about the stock brokerage firm. This is a play about a sensitive actor getting screwed. That's what this play is about. And he carries this on to the point that that's the play he's in. That's the play he's in every night. He's in the play where he gets embarrassed, humiliated, and he's no longer in the play. He's in his own. We all are in our own. And that's the one we're trying to break. And those are the slides that are going up there. We've been putting them up there for years. We started out with a real play in childhood. When we arrived here, we were in God's world. We hadn't made one comment about his world yet. But as soon as we began to be able to think about things, we started describing it to suit ourselves, and we ended up with a mess. We ended up with, because we have the ability to think, the temptation to make us the center of everything is overpowering. And that's why we say self-centeredness is the root of our problem. Yes, the world, I see it, this is as God created it, but he didn't make me important enough in this world. So I'm going to ratchet it up a little bit. And each one of us has made ourselves the star of our own story. You follow what I'm saying? It's almost like a dream. You know, did you ever have a dream you weren't in? We're the stars of our dreams. Everything happens to us. And so as the years have gone by, everything that happens to us. You know what I mean? There's a tidal wave in Burma, and it ruined my day. Well, I had to look at that. So the tidal wave really happened to me. And I wish it had happened later, because I was having a bad day, and that kind of pushed me over the edge. So the tidal wave didn't happen to all the people, the victims. It happened to me. And this is what self-centeredness does. And this is why we go so wacky that we want relief from it, and we drink. And we get relief from that perspective. So all we're doing as we become spiritual in this program is to go back home. Go back to what was there before we superimposed the story on top of it. And we get a glimpse of it as we're doing the first 9 steps. We get that magic moment when we personally see through our own story and see a glimpse of God's kingdom. When we feel financial insecurity leave us, when we feel self-seeking slipping away, when we suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we couldn't do for ourselves, we see it. And we start seeing the light from the projection booth, which is inside of us, which is our spiritual light, is now shining through some openings in the slides. And the more we can erase them and allow more light to come out, then that light is what shines on the world as we go around, and the world is remarkably better than it ever was, because the light itself causes everyone to behave differently. And as we said last week, instead of bringing out the worst in people, we're bringing out the best. And that transforms everyone that we run into somebody nice. And it's all because of us. We're generating the entire show all by ourselves. So as we come into the in the big book, it really emphasizes this. The big book only has a couple pages on the 10th step, but they are powerful. They are pure spirituality. If you're new and you want to read spiritual language, read several of the sentences in the big book. It's just amazing. I think about the third sentence says, "We have entered the world of the Spirit." Now that's a pretty big sentence. Now we've gotten through 9 steps, and we've now entered the world of the Spirit. Now what do you suppose that means? That we looked around and go, "Hey, I see the Spirit here." It means we got a glimpse of it. And we saw that our old way of doing things, of being, the one you put together, isn't that good? And we've had a glimpse of something better. And the something better has to do with abandoning old ideas. However you decided life should be lived. Remember all the rules we put together? You got to get ahead in business. You got to screw this guy out of this. If you don't get your share, who's going to get it for you? Don't trust people. They're all bad. People are basically evil. Life makes no sense whatsoever, so why even give a damn? I mean, this is all stuff that's flying around. And those are the ideas in whatever your rules for living. Somebody cuts me off once, I cut off 3 people. If somebody does this, I do that. Whatever they all were. We're going to abandon them. This is where we're just deciding. We're going to come into the world of the Spirit. We're going to see what this consists of. And what this consists of is stop paying any attention whatsoever to the screen. Stop paying any attention. That no longer is relevant. What everybody else is doing is no longer relevant. Let's not even keep track of it. We're only going to focus on ourselves. That's all we're going to do. I am going to get up every day and just look at me and see what I can do to be spiritual. So, bingo, right out of the block. And here's the problem with spirituality. It's too simple. It's too freaking easy and simple. We are complex, intelligent, smart people. We don't like bumper stickers. You know what I'm saying? So, here's the sentence I was trying to remember, but I couldn't. It's right in the first paragraph in the big book. It says, now here's how to live from now on. Are you ready? Continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. When these crop up, we ask God at once to remove them. Any questions? That's it for the day. You got it? That's it. Just go out and that's all you do. I see if that crops up, ask God to remove it. Hey, God, remove it. Hey, man, you got to be more than that. That's... I'm used to doing some of the managing myself. That kind of leaves me out, doesn't it? Hey, but God, just reporting this. Okay, good thing. I'd like to handle some of it. See what I'm saying? It's too it works perfectly. It works wonderfully. Well, I feel some fear coming on. God, please give me, please. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy and it works, but I'd like to screw it up. This is just driving me. It's driving me crazy that this is so simple. That I can just rely on a higher power and that's it. I'm having a problem with this step already. Then another phenomenon comes along. If we have a vision, as was described in the promises, and we continue to work on it, it will expand. And we will be much more controlled by our spiritual side than by our ego. And part of us loves it, and part of it hates it. This is very threatening to that part of us which controlled our lives until we got to AA. So it is going to come up with different techniques of talking to us. One of the most common is, Mary, you know that quote, quote, spiritual breakthrough you had? You know, the big light, the glimpse. You suddenly knew God's doing it. And that was probably indigestion. Do you remember what you ate that day? A lot of people see stuff like that after a lot of hamburger and sauerkraut. And in other words, doubt is one of the greatest weapons to the spiritual progress. I swear, about 2 months ago, I got up one day and I said, you know, everything you know is a lie. All of AA is a lie. Why do you believe it? And it was, where did that come from? I'm just standing there. I think I was shaving or something. And it's just, this is your friend talking. I'm just trying to warn you. All of that is a lie. Do you see God? Do you see any of this stuff? Are you gonna? You can't be falling for this stuff still. Unfortunately, I just said, get out, dismissed it. But you hang in long enough and give those voices an audience, and they'll take over again. They'll take over, and you'll be back checking the screen to see what you should do next. And so I throw that out because I remember that so vividly. And it works something like this. It's just, okay, we're inventorying, I'm changing this, I'm doing that, and it'll just come in. It's you, so it doesn't have to really sneak in. It's already there. And it'll just say, God damn, look, big trouble up there, look. What? Made you look. Anything to get you to look up there. You could see that. The stock market went down 400 points. You're going to be broke in a week. Look. So that's why we need each other. And we really need this program to maintain and continue to develop the glimpse that we've been given. Then we have some beautiful language in the big book, and I just want to read these three. We've ceased fighting anyone or anything. How's that for a new plan? Does that look anything like your old plan? We've ceased fighting anyone or anything. That means anything can happen and it's fine with me. Did you ever think you'd get there? Wait a minute. You mean I just leave the world untouched? Yeah. Well, isn't it important for the world to know my opinion? No. Shouldn't I be looking at it and seeing what I can straighten out? No. We've ceased fighting anyone or anything. Now, we want to contribute to the world. We want to change the world. This is how you change it. There can't be peace in the world till we're at peace with ourselves. It's a joke. We have to find inner peace. That is what this is all about. And then it will just happen. We will just spread peace wherever we go. It's very contagious. It is a program of attraction, not a program of jamming something down your throat. A program of attraction. Did you ever hear that? Well, we got 3 million people who've been attracted just from a message that 2 guys started. That's pretty powerful stuff. So let's stay in the booth instead of on the screen. And let's just continue in here. Now it's describing what spirituality looks like. It's talking specifically about drinking, but this applies to all other situations. And you all remember this sentence. We've been placed in a position of neutrality. What a place. What a place. I'm neutral. I am just unaffected. I'm neutral. The problem has been removed. That is the difference. Problems aren't solved, they're removed. We took forgiveness and we took making amends, and it cleaned the slides. And the problems on the slides were removed. And when the problem was removed, the light shined through. The light shone through. So what a description. We're in a position of neutrality. The problem's been removed. Now, I made the problem. So all we did was undo my work. And that's what we all do. It's not up there. Nothing up there has to be fixed. I just have to have these problems removed. So it's always going to come back to me. Continue to take personal inventory. And when I'm wrong, promptly admit it. When I find something going wrong, I admit it and I ask God to remove it. Then we have the wonderful sentence, we have a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our booth. You see what I'm saying? As long as we are maintaining this cleansing of the slides, the light will shine and we will enjoy our lives. It is all in here. But part of us is going to keep telling us, hey, and it'll be back in action. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff that needs to be fixed. So this step is setting us up for the rest of our sobriety with looking at only ourselves. Now, the 12 and 12 is also brilliant on this step, in my opinion. It's just wonderful what Bill got in both books. In the 12 and 12 is the sentence that people use all the time, which is, how do you know if something's wrong in the booth? You follow what I'm saying? And here's how you know. If something disturbs you, no matter what the cause, there's something wrong in the booth. That's paraphrasing what the 12 and 12 said. If something disturbs you, no matter what it is, there's something wrong with you. Now see, that is entirely in harmony with everything we've been saying tonight. Problem, it's in the booth. And so you go, well, gee whiz, what about them? What about them? I mean, we want to protect ourselves, and so we point out there, well, hey, did that, and that happened, and that happened. So what is wrong with me? You're disturbed. That's what's wrong. How do you get undisturbed? And that's why I love the 12 and 12. 4-point plan. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, self-restraint. That is the great gift to pray for. Self-restraint. Things happen, do nothing. Some people call it counting to 10. You can do whatever you want to call it. Do nothing. My boss said to me, this memo sucks. Hurts me so deeply, I go, I quit. And the words are now crossing the office, and they haven't got to his ears yet, and I want to get them back because I need this job. So with self-restraint, I go, okay, I'll look at it. That's number 1. Friend of mine, Ed, whose memorial service I went to last week, used to say he lets 5 people be wrong ahead of time when he gets going out his door going to work, which is a spiritual cushion against the world. Follow what I'm saying? 5 jerks can do anything they want today, and I'm giving them permission. There was another guy who would have Thursday be traffic day. Everybody can drive any way they want. Fine. Yeah, cut in. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was my spot, but you take it. Hey. And then when you do that, you see, God darn, I didn't get upset all day. This is funny watching all these clowns out here. That's because the ego wasn't involved. And there was probably a better spot right up around the corner. So that is self-restraint, which allows the rest of the 3 things to take place. Without self-restraint, we blow up and it's over. The second is an honest analysis of what's wrong. Honest analysis, I use someone else. I get on the phone, I call up somebody, I say, can I run this by you? It only takes a minute or so. This happened, the guy said that, I said that, now I'm really, feel terrible. And then I get my feedback. He said, well, you're totally wrong. You're reading the situation wrong, you're absolutely 100% wrong, go make an amend. Go make the amend. Back to undisturbed. See, the goal is always to get back to undisturbed. This is the new goal for the day. It used to be make a lot of money. It used to be get a promotion. Now we're in the world of the spirit. Undisturbed. Go through the day undisturbed, you win. We have a new scoring system. You undisturbed? Hey, put a check mark up there. You're ahead. That's all we wanted anyway. That's all we ever wanted. Peace of mind. Get undisturbed. Now, what if it's the other person? I call up and I go, hey, boss came in. If it's different, they called me. He said, wow, your boss is completely out of line. You don't have anything to do with that. That is outrageous behavior. Forgive him. Where do we end up? Undisturbed. 1, 2, 3, 4, undisturbed. Getting disturbed. 1, 2, 3, 4, undisturbed. I either made an amend or I forgave. Because the game isn't to win. There's no competition. There's nobody to roll over. I'm just working in the booth. I'm just getting that straightened out. So you can see we got to get rid of a lot of other rules that we had. on how to handle a million different situations. This is totally foreign, so we're going to make mistakes. So practice. We continue this step for the rest of our lives, trying to get better and better and better at not only not getting disturbed, but if we do, getting undisturbed very quickly, so that as you look back on a year, you can go, I only really got very angry twice. Do you know what a change that is for all of us? To look back and say, last year I really only got really angry twice. I mean, most of us were in anger management before we even showed up here. We spent half our time angry. Angry at what? At that mess up there that we created. And we were going to stay angry till we hit the grave, until we started changing inside. So when it says it's the world of the Spirit, that's what it means. We're going to abandon all the other ways of handling a poker game, going to a football game. All of those have to be gone. I got a slide on how to handle the Washington Redskin fans when they come to town. Okay, well, let's get rid of that slide. You see how many areas we're going to have to give up? Man, I'll tell you, this is not a pleasant process. But it's a jackpot. It is an absolute win, more winning. And when we go to the last couple steps, you'll see that now we want to really open the channel and see how much light we can get before the game's over. How bright can we get that light with what time we have left? Okay, we're at the end of the time. I thank you for your attention, and we'll wrap it up with the Lord's Prayer.
I think we got a great talk going on here. Thanks for watching the channel. Taper Dave here. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom?
Well, good evening, everybody. My name's Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic. How you all doing? We're almost there. I want to thank everybody for coming, and I think I've said this every time, that this is not a step study or how to do the steps or anything to replace your sponsor or anything. It is time to have some fun and tell some stories about AA, talk about some principles that are involved in our 12 steps, and talk about the history of Alcoholics Anonymous and how AA is put together, and just share with you some of the thoughts I have on each of these aspects. Now, we just about wrapped up the history last week as far as the stuff that's in the history books. Obviously, we've been going through things over the last 15 or 20 years, but the historical figures have pretty well faded into the past. And the only two that are really left, well, they're not left, but that I haven't talked about. Bill didn't have any children. He and Lois tried, but they ended up not having any children. So there's no heirs over on that side. But over on Dr. Bob's side, he had two children, a daughter and a son. And the daughter, Sue, ended up running off to get married with one of the first guys to get sober in Akron, Ernie Galbraith, much to the chagrin of those around there. He was staying in their house. That is really taking advantage of your sponsor when you take off with his daughter. So we were doing outrageous things from day one. which is why sponsors don't look surprised when you tell them some outrageous thing, because it's already happened, or they've done it. And I put down some notes on this. She eventually remarried her childhood sweetheart, and they had 2 sons. She passed away in 2002, and it was survived by her 2 sons. Now, the 2 of them got together before they both died. Smitty was the son's name, and a lot of people around here may have met Smitty, because of all things, he ended up in Al-Anon, marrying an alcoholic. And so that brought him into the fellowship through a different door than his father was in. And the 2 of them collaborated on a book, The Children of, I'm forgetting the name of it, The Children of AA. And it's very interesting. Smitty talked about his own life, and he was a B-24 pilot in World War II and a very successful businessman. And remarried after his wife died, and a lot of us met his wife, and they weren't married but about a year when he died in 2004. The interesting thing when I read that book was to watch the beginning of Sue's story, and she took almost the entire first page to let everybody know that Bill Wilson got too much credit compared to Dr. Bob. And it's funny how that Akron perspective on things continued. It just continued over the years. Henrietta Seiberling felt the same way, and anything that she wrote or was quoted on, it just made it clear that there was too much publicity that went to New York. And to this day, there's still the tension. I think we talked about it before, on the 2 approaches to AA, the New York and Akron. Now, what I want to talk about before I get to the principles on the 11th step, we have a triangle. You've seen it, the circle and the triangle. And then you know that it says recovery, unity, and service, which are the 3 legacies of Alcoholics Anonymous. And we've talked about the steps, which are recovery, and we've talked about the traditions, which are unity, but we haven't really talked about the service side of Alcoholics Anonymous that much. So I'm going to take 15 minutes or so and give you my brief history and summary of that part of the triangle. Now, when you go back to the very beginning, Alcoholics Anonymous was pretty much run by Dr. Bob, Bill Wilson, and the Alcoholic Foundation Board. If you recall, Bill set up a foundation after Rockefeller wouldn't give him any money because he thought money would ruin AA. And Bill said, very interesting, but I want to raise money. So he got the foundation board and set out to use them to donate money to and to raise money. And from the very beginning, Bill wanted to make sure that there were more non-alcoholics on the board than alcoholics. And they hired a law firm to write the bylaws of the original board. And the lawyers had a very hard time figuring out how to put in a legal document what an alcoholic was. In other words, how do you explain being an alcoholic legally so that it helped? And they really wrestled with that. But they ended up with 3 non-alcoholics and 2 alcoholics. And one of the alcoholics on the board got drunk and had to be replaced. And so that started the thing that, well, we better keep the number of non-alcoholics in greater numbers than the alcoholics. And it became a sore spot with Bill as he felt AA matured, and he wanted to change the majority over to the alcoholics. And that board was increased a couple of times, up to 9. And then in 1954, the foundation was over, and we created the General Service Board. And since that time, that has been the entity that is mainly in charge of our service. In 1955, it was a big thing for Bill and the old-timers, because at the St. Louis Convention, they wanted to, Bill knew that eventually AA had to govern itself, that all the drunks that are coming in had to be in charge of their own fellowship. Up till then, Bill and Dr. Bob, and they would run to Bill, what do we do about this? What do we do about that? But he knew he's going to die. Dr. Bob already had died. And so they had a formal passing on in 1955 of the three legacies over to the fellowship itself, and the General Service Conference became the conscience and director of the organization that you and I belong to. In 1962, the General Service Conference adopted Bill's manuscript on the 12 concepts, which give instructions to the delegates and the board as to what principles they should follow in managing the affairs of Alcoholics Anonymous. And the interesting thing is that that manuscript adopted by the General Service Conference is the only official publication in AA with a byline. In other words, by somebody, and it says by Bill W. Just a trivia thing for those of you who collect trivia out there. Now, until 1971, in spite of transferring everything over, we couldn't resist asking Bill's opinion on everything. You follow what I'm saying? He's still alive, and he's showing up, and he'd drop in the office once in a while, but it was really difficult. And so finally in 1971, when he passed on, we started running our own show. In the back of the big book, just about the last page, are the 12 concepts. And they basically describe where the authority in the fellowship is. They talk to the fact that the GSC is our voice and conscience, and then they establish certain rights. The right to make decisions, the right of appeal, and the right to participate. And that means we all get to participate as much as we want, and when decisions are made, they can be appealed. And so it's a very important thing. And the final one, these are not all of them, but I'm trying to give you a feel for what they are. It is a principle that never should power be centralized in one little group or one person or anything like that. And so that's a very important one of our concepts. So right now, what is managing our affairs are 21 trustees, and Bill was able in 1966 to get the majority of the trustees to be alcoholic. And now there's 14 alcoholics and 7 non-alcoholics that constitute our board of trustees. In addition to them, we have 93 delegates from U.S. and Canada in 93 areas in those two countries. And so we have a delegate from our area, and the way it operates is, if problems are coming up and we want to make sure New York and the annual General Service Conference hears about them and deals with them, or at least thinks about them, this is how it's done. We have our intergroup representative, and we pass on, and we attend meetings and find out what's going on in other groups. And you'll see when we get into some of the issues that AA service has had to deal with, that this is really important to participate in this. We also have the General Service Conference, and we have the employees in the New York office. And there's 11 employees in that office, and each one of them, if you've ever been up there, they each have an office, and they have a specific area of responsibility, like literature, setting up a conference, for dealing with people overseas, dealing with the professionals, dealing with prisons and jails. And in the absolute tradition of AA, every 2 years, they pick up all their crap and move over to the office next to them and take over the responsibility. So like, well, I was in prisons, but now I'm in literature. So that nobody gets to be, I'm in charge. And with that expertise, if something happens to one of them, there are other people there that know how that job is done while they break in somebody new. So it's a fascinating thing to go up to New York, and they just switched offices last month. So if you'd been up there, you would have seen moving day, and you take all your stuff to the office next door. The delegates have a term of 2 years. The trustees have a term of 4 years. And as I said, the GSO staff rotates every 2 years. Now, I did some research and looked at some of the issues, just so you know what has come up. And these are some that I decided to take a look at. One of them was reaching out. In other words, part of AA's job is to carry the message to other alcoholics. And the first example of reaching out goes all the way back to the very, very beginning, when Catholics were having a hard time joining Alcoholics Anonymous. You remember that story way back in Akron? And they came down from Cleveland, and the church said, well, if you keep going to the Oxford group, we're going to excommunicate you. And Clarence decided to start a meeting outside and not call it the Oxford group, and they were able to be accommodated. And since that time, they have made special efforts to reach out to blacks, women, Hispanics, handicapped, including illiterate. In other words, that became a thing. How do we help an illiterate person who can't even read our literature? What can we do to help that alcoholic stay sober? Pamphlets for gays, Indians, young, old. I can't believe they wrote a pamphlet for old. I don't feel I need any help. They're not talking about me. They're talking about old alcoholics that can't believe that they have the problem, and getting them to surrender and try AA is very difficult. The military, those in jails and prisons. So that was kind of, give you an example of reaching out. And so they would have meetings they'd come up with. This seems like a good idea. This is how we can go to jails. And so our institutions committees. And this is the kind of stuff that gets deliberated. The next thing was the professionals. Now, we didn't have to worry about professionals until the 70s, when federal laws were passed making alcoholism a disease. That didn't bring the professionals in. It's when it was covered by insurance. That brought the professionals in, because now you could make money treating drunks. Up till then, you didn't want them in your office. They never paid their bills. And who wants to help them? But now with insurance coverage, so now we have other people advising new alcoholics on how to stay sober, sometimes in conflict to what they hear when they eventually get to Alcoholics Anonymous. And so we had an outreach program so that AA could go and talk to professionals and make them more aware of what AA is doing. And then we ran into the treatment centers that, geez, the best counselors would be AA members. And when that first happened, I don't know if some of you were around then, it was, oh, he's a two-hatter. That was the term that was being used. He's a traitor to carrying the message for nothing. You follow what I'm saying? He's being paid to carry that message. And they finally resolved it, that he wasn't 12-stepping and carrying the message. He was helping the person get through detox and educate them about the disease and get them ready to come to Alcoholics Anonymous. And so that finally the two-hatter thing, and now many of us work in the treatment facilities with no problem whatsoever and no stigma attached or any of that. We ran into the first time judges started sending people to AA. I mean, I couldn't believe it. A guy came in with a sheet of paper. I mean, when it's the first sheet of paper you've ever seen at an AA meeting, you go, we don't sign papers. We've never signed one before, and I'm not starting tonight. I mean, I think I'm capturing the essence of every AA group. We don't do it that way. And so we had to go through the process of educating all the AA groups and talking with judges, and things have smoothed out, and now it's not a major event. Then we had the treatment centers taking people through the steps in treatment, and then they come out, and now they got a sponsor, and they go, oh, no, the treatment center, that's not the way to do that at all. So we had to work on those types of problems. Then we had conflicting advice to newcomers, pills, and outside experts. The earliest one I remember was the RAND report from the RAND think tank up in Washington, and they concluded that AA didn't know what they were doing, that we really ought to be taking alcoholics and teaching them how to drink. And so we had to respond to these various things. And I remember the Sobels were two psychologists from Canada, and they had, all of a sudden, it hit the thing. We have been treating alcoholics for years with our aversion therapy, and we have hundreds that are staying sober. And this was the only time when there was great big numbers. And everybody went, wow, this is what is that? What is that? And it stayed that way for a number of years until two more psychologists studied the follow-up. Nobody was sober. It turns out they were doing their research by calling the alcoholic, asking him how he was doing. I'm doing great. Okay, we have another success down there in Utah. Okay, then we went through the types of groups. And this is within AA itself, people started identifying by women. Well, let's start a women's group, or a men's group, or a gays group. In other words, it had nothing to do with having a different disease. It is just that we find comfort in getting to people who are similar to us. And we've used that with women, gay, black, old, young, pilots, lawyers, and doctors. And I find them very useful when you're new. But then it's time to get into mainstream AA, where there's one of everything in the room, and not all around the table looks just like you, because all you get is the same perspective that you have. And there's nothing like an old housewife to tell a Marine colonel he's full of crap. At a military meeting. You follow what I'm saying? Well, you may fly the plane well, but you're stupid. So then we have a thing called meetings. So if a treatment center wants to offer a meeting type situation, sometimes we call that a meeting. And we take a meeting to a treatment center so that the people in there can hear what a meeting looks like, and they can get sponsors and so on down. But it's not a group. Nobody belongs to it. You follow what I'm saying? The other thing was the dual purpose meetings. And those started up as we got an increase in dual addiction. And people said, I'd be more comfortable just meeting with other people who are dually addicted. And those groups started up, but the General Service Conference took a look at that and said, great, I hope it helps you, but we're not going to list you as an AA group. That is not AA. And so that type of dual purpose, it was felt, and very wisely, that it would start broadening AA and weaken the identification that is so necessary, and we talked about before. And the last thing they said there's still a problem, and we've never really been able to completely address it, of drug addicts who choose to attend closed AA meetings in spite of knowing what the traditions are, because there's nobody in charge. You can't not allow that. You see what I'm saying? There's no rules in AA. And so that continues to be a problem across the country. Okay, the last item was finances, self-supporting. And, of course, they declined outside contributions from the very beginning, even though it was contrary to what Bill's plan was. And they tried to make AA self-supporting, meaning from you and I. You know what I mean? In 1964, when I came in, they passed the word that the General Service Office could function if every member of AA would donate $1 a year. And they didn't get it. They had to get some of the income from big book sales. So think about that. $1 a year? And so when they ask at groups, could you increase? That's what they're talking about. They're trying to make us self-supporting off of us and not off of selling books. And so as we got more successful, and the big book, 1 million, 5 million, suddenly people, non-members of AA, are buying more literature than AA members, and our income, if you really get technical on that particular situation, is coming from outsiders. It wasn't a member buying a big book, it was a treatment center and libraries or wherever they're going. So that became more urgency in upping the ante that comes from you and me. And we still, I would say the average donation at an AA meeting for all the coffee you can drink and all the spiritual advice you can get and the wonderful fellowship and camaraderie, the average donation is about 1/4 of what it costs for a cup of coffee at Starbucks. And so when they ask could we put a little more in, don't be embarrassed to put $2 in. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to share where they are. Bill had this saying when I was new. He said, drunks will buy the bar a round of drinks when they're drinking. They'll set up Madison Square Garden. When they get sober, they're tight as the bark on a tree. And that was his quote. Anyway, the individual limit went from 100 to 1,000. Lois wanted to donate stepping stones. They turned it down. They said, no, we're not going to take that and own it and get the income off of that. So it became a state historical place. And the last thing on that is our magazine, The Grapevine. Now, The Grapevine, I think we talked about it, started out as a little tiny newsletter, and it became one of the great magazines where people could contribute stories and share their experiences in AA. And it was a very powerful thing. And a man outside of Chicago just celebrated his 60th anniversary, and I sent him a card. His name is Paul M. And I used to wait for the Grapevine that would have a Paul M. story in it, where he's going to discuss some principle in AA. I mean, he was such a good writer, and it really was exciting. And this is a general feeling across the fellowship that as the years have gone on, while Grapevine became more diverse, it backed off on really focusing on God. The God banner just seemed less than it used to be. And it was more a reflection that perhaps that's the culture that we're in. The country doesn't want to hear that much about God, so we won't put it in there that it might offend somebody. Now, that's just a few people's opinion. I'm sure there's other ways of looking at this, but that's the last thing that I was going to talk about in terms of the structure of AA, the history, and all of that. So now we're just left with the 11th step and then a total wrap-up next week about the whole deal and just some stories, and I hope it becomes a real fun wrap-up meeting. So we're on this step, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood Him, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. Quite a mouthful. And at some point in telling stories, I told you about one of my heroes, Chuck Chamberlain, and his assessment as he got older. And his assessment was, and I think I talked about it earlier, there's only one, this is for all human beings, there's only one problem, and that includes all problems. And there's only one solution, and that includes all solutions. The problem is conscious separation from God. Our awareness, before we get working on these steps, tells us that we exist separate from God. That God is something over there, and then there's us. And I think I told you my reaction to God is everything or He's nothing. I said, well, I guess He is everything. I'm just going to imagine Him. He's everything. He's this floor, He's all these people, He's all that. And part of me went, yep, and then there's you. I don't know if you relate to that, but it was like, yeah, but I'm over here. I'm not in the big circle of everything. I'm over here. And that's what conscious separation is. And it exists because of our story. We put together all the slides and God isn't in them. So whenever we look at the world that we created, there's just me at the center, just like in a dream. Never did I have a dream I wasn't in. And so we become the center of our own lives, which causes terrible problems because it's us against them. It's, I'm the only one I can rely on. I have to be strong. I have to do this, and the world is unfair. And it's so overpowering, and it's all caused by conscious separation. What does this 11th step say? Sought to improve our conscious contact. No more separation. Conscious contact. Now we're in touch with a different world. And there's a saying, instead of being apart from, we're a part of. And it's a little play on words, but it's very powerful. Instead of living apart from everything, I come over and become part of something. And that begins with starting to be part of AA. And you like it. And we go, I'm really part of AA. It was the only thing I was a part of. And then as I worked the steps and went through the changing of the old ideas, we've been using slides. And as I did that, the picture on the screen started changing, and it became apparent that the Creator was the center, and I'm just one of the guys on the bus. And it took a lot of pressure off. I wasn't in charge of anything. I'm just supposed to show up, have a cup of coffee, listen to the speaker, and enjoy it. My top job is enjoy life. We absolutely insist on enjoying life. And so we start in on this, and of course the ego has not given up. We've made a lot of progress in squashing that guy down, erasing different old ideas. And he sees this thing about prayer and meditation. And he immediately comes up, I don't know about you all, but as soon as somebody said prayer and meditation, I said, that doesn't work. I never tried it. But I said, it doesn't work. Therefore, why should I try something that doesn't work? And Bill uses a sentence in the 12 and 12 that I've always loved. He said, we are the same as a scientist who refuses to perform a certain experiment lest it prove his pet theory wrong. And part of us doesn't want to try prayer and meditation out of fear that it might work and make us look like a jerk. Hey, I've been wrong all these years. This stuff really works. Now, isn't that silly that we would cut off our nose to spite our face and not give this a fair shake? And so all of this is designed to further erase our old ideas and move closer to the light so that that's what's shining through. The other part of the thing I wanted to talk about was praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. Now, many people, when they see that, they go, well, I'd like to do that, but I also want to pray for my uncle. And I want to pray for world peace. And I want to pray for the starving people over there. I want to pray for this, and I want to pray for that. And there's all these causes that we want to pray for. And yet the step suggests praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. It turns out this is a remarkable change in the traditional way of looking at prayer. Praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. The purpose of the whole program is to have an awakening. To have an awakening. If we go back to the varieties of religious experience, the author of that book said the greatest contribution that has ever been made to the human race are awakened people. That contributes more to the world than anything. It is a much higher goal than a limited target. A limited target, how is the target chosen that I'm going to pray for? By my ego. I think this ought to be different. And so I want this person to get well. Well, maybe they're not supposed to get well. Maybe they're supposed to learn some lessons from further sickness. In other words, we aren't in charge of everything. And so Bill makes this point over and over that when we're doing that, we are simply looking at the big screen and deciding what's wrong and praying that it be changed. And we're back working up there instead of in here. It may sound unkind, but it really isn't. Of course we want all these things to turn out a certain way. But the best way we can contribute to all of that is to allow more light to come through us. That's the greatest contribution that we can make. And so that's why he comes up with praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. So if we focus on that, and we're back in our slide booth, working only on the slides in there, and not keeping track of what's going on in the world, because we want to change the world that we're living in, this is where we work. And we're working on we have a collection of, God, I suppose the average person has 10 or 15,000 slides. We got opinions on everything. And we got memories of experiences, and each day we look around going, wrong, right, wrong, wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. This is that. I hate that. This is right. I mean, there's probably 1,000 a day, and we don't even know it. And it causes us a great deal of pain. And so we're going to go, I'm going to stop fixing the screen. I'm going to stay in here. And that's when we inventory and we start bringing them up to get them erased, to get them so that only light shines through. And that's a long-term project. But as the results come in, it looks something like the prayer of St. Francis, where we reach in and we take out the hatred slide and we allow the program to erase it and are focusing on our higher power, and what shines through is love. It came out of us. This is what is inside of us. When you look at the prayer of St. Francis, he is describing this. Ooh, that's going to sound good. Chris, why'd you bump into the microphone?
Got it into the headset.
He is describing the powers that are inside of us and what happens when the barriers to them are released. He is describing you. This is who you really are. Your essence is love. Hatred is what we got by watching this stuff. Well, I hate that, I hate that. But that isn't who you are. That's the story that we create. Well, you got to hate that guy. And when that thing's erased, that hatred slide, love comes through. And that's what his whole prayer is about. Where there's hatred, I bring love. That where there is wrong, remember we look at all the wrong in the world? Look, that's wrong, that's wrong. You're wrong. You wronged me. And then we clear this off, and what comes out is forgiveness. Just that comes out naturally. Oh, somebody wronged me. Well, they're probably messed up. Pray for them. That's fine. It's a whole different thing. You can see we're so free as these events are happening. Everything's screwed up. Absolute discord. Then we work on that. Harmony comes out. This is what is inside already. This isn't anything that we learn. This is not, it's there. This is the true nature of our spiritual selves. And so we're not learning how to be loving. We are. It's just been blocked by this stuff we've been creating up there. Where there's error, we bring truth. Truth comes intuitively. It suddenly is revealed. We didn't figure it out. We didn't study it in the book. We didn't do anything. We just got error washed, and what was left was truth coming out. That where there is doubt, do you doubt all the way around? And if we get that to disappear, faith automatically appears. We already have it. You see how different a view of everything this is. So where there is despair, oh my God, it's the end of the world. All right, well, we don't want to play that one anymore. Let's just wipe it. Oh my God, hope. Hope springs eternal. It's just out it comes. It's already there. That's the wonderful gift that we're getting here, is the awareness of what's already inside if we do this work. That where there are shadows, I may bring light. So there's the light. We don't go get it and bring it. It shines. You watch people in this program as they go through and follow. They're going, yeah, my sponsor wants me to do this. And I can't believe he wants me to go to New York and make a freaking event. And then they start glowing because they went up there and erased an old hatred slide. And you start seeing them at meetings and you just go, God, you're always happy. You're just going on. Where was I? Shadows. And finally, where there's sadness, I bring joy. Bill said the whole theme of AA is the joy of living. What does that mean? It means we're going to open it so that that's you. Why do people become joyful? Because they got sadness out of the way. I mean, it's such a different way of looking at all of this. And St. Francis went through hell to get to this point where his awareness showed all of this. And I think we talked about it earlier about the life of St. Francis. When you see a picture of him, birds are sitting on his shoulder and deer coming out of the woods just to stand near him. What is that? I would say in AA vernacular, that is a program of attraction. That people aren't, you don't come in here and get beaten to do these things. You go, that really happens? Does that really happen? And then we see it happening in people. That is called a program of attraction. And then he goes on, it is by self-forgetting that one finds. So the way to really take care of yourself is to not take care of yourself. I'm just going to leave that go. And then everything is revealed to us. And it is by forgiving that one is forgiven. It is by dying that one awakens to life eternal. What does dying mean? Clean slides. It's almost you're walking around without a past. Man without a country. Man without a past. I can't even remember what I used to resent. How would that be? What's your biggest resentment? God damn, I can't even remember. Where'd it go? Somebody blotted it out. God damn, I wish I kept a record. I can't remember. What a different way of looking at all of this. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve this contact that began at the end of the promises when we said we suddenly realized that God is doing for us what we couldn't do for ourselves. The awareness was personal. It wasn't a theory. It wasn't, God's real to me because other people tell me about it. No, that's not real. That's just book knowledge. What we want in order for this to really work is for us to go, holy cow, I felt it myself. You mean this spiritual stuff works? I remember the couple of young people up in Washington, D.C., and one of them was trying to explain it. They were probably 18 or 19. Now they're much younger. Maybe they were 20. Seemed real young to me. And one of them was trying to talk his buddy, who was brand new, into the program. And he summed it all up by looking him right in the eye, and he said, this spiritual crap works. And you know something? That's the language of the heart. And I think his buddy went, it does? Because he said, this is what I thought it was before it changed me. I thought it was spiritual crap. And it stays that way until we do it. And then we start having this experience sought to improve our conscious context. So for our story purposes, improving is getting another slide erased. Getting another one erased. Now the more that we do that, the more, remember the problems that we want to help, we will intuitively know how to handle things. We will bring an awareness and a knowledge to the situation that we didn't have before, and we're going to contribute much more to every situation than we did in the past. And none of it's going to happen by learning anything. It's all going to happen by erasing what we know. Isn't that ironic? Oh, you know all about that? Come here. Now you don't. Now, we're not talking about knowledge about how to work a computer or how to do your job. We're talking about how the world works, your personal story about the world, your editorializing. That's what we're talking about here, because that is where all our problems are. As we said earlier, our problems are of our own making. Who made all these lousy slides? Oh, I did. Yeah, everyone in there I made. And I made it by thinking. That's how we create them. I'm going to think about this. Come to think of it, that was really bad what that guy did. As a matter of fact, the more I think about it, it's outrageous what he did. I'm going to think about it all night. I'm going to move it up to kill him. That's how you create slides. So thinking has to be out. And that's where prayer and meditation, we're trying to go into a state where thinking is sitting on the outside, not screwing everything up. Thinking is the ego saying, prayer and meditation isn't going to work. You don't want to try that. You look silly. What if somebody came in the room and you got your eyes closed? They go, look at Larry. That's the ego trying to talk us out of doing this. Yeah, you look bad. You look bad. Whatever it is. It's not going to work. Remember, you tried it once when you were 15. You went, help, help, nothing happened. That's enough proof for me. We're just about ready to wrap up. But I will say that as I inventoried my ideas to get rid of, the ones that most of them were put together by the time I was 15. And I'm 40. They govern my life, and I'm reluctant to get rid of them, even though they produce terrible results. Well, look, you keep doing that, you're always going to get this, and you feel sick. And I know, but it's me. It's the real me. I hate to. That is the pride to hold on to the way you thought things should be or are. Your evaluation of the situation. The hardest thing for self-centered people to give up is their judgment about things. I'll decide what this whole situation looks like. And when we give that up and go through this process, we see what the situation looks like from God's perspective. And it's entirely different than from self-centered me. So I'll leave that with you. We're at the end of the time. I appreciate your attention. And I hope you come back next week for the wrap-up. And we'll close with the Lord's Prayer for anybody who cares to join me.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
My name is Sandy Beach, and I'm an alcoholic. How you all doing? I'm really happy that we did all this. I've been thinking about it, and I just feel very pleased. And I can't thank everybody enough for coming over and for lending support and for giving me some good comments and so on down. So that really makes me feel good, and I thank you all very much. As you know, we've been using stories to try and talk about our wonderful spiritual program. And we've come to the last step, which talks about a spiritual awakening, which is where we started. If you recall, on step 1, I said we were going to sneak ahead to the end of the book and see how it ends, so that we would know what we were doing the whole time, which was to get to the jackpot, which is that spiritual awakening. And so now we finally come and have a step, having had this spiritual awakening. We try to carry this message to others and practice these principles in all our affairs. And it's been my experience that part of a spiritual experience is the irresistible desire to pass it on. I mean, you can just have 3 months and you are over there talking to somebody with 1 week. Let me tell you. And we don't know what we're going to tell them, but boy, we're excited. Because that's the contagious nature of spirituality. And we talk about it all the time. You have to give it away in order to keep it. Well, it's almost like we don't have to talk about it because it's part of the deal. When that happens, I used to see, it's not so much anymore, but I remember in the 70s when treatment centers were really big. And somebody would get 2 years, and it was inevitable. They'd start talking, and they'd go, well, how's it going? You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking of becoming an alcohol counselor. And it was part of passing it on, this desire. And we'd go, well, hang with it for about 6 months. It'll probably go away. And it generally did. But I'm just sharing that enthusiasm and the exuberance that we have to share this is almost irresistible. And so that's why this is so much fun for me, is to just get up and try to pass on all the wonderful things that have happened to me to those of you that are just getting here. Now, to review the story, when we go back and take a look at our big book, now that we're operating on a frequency of awakening, we will find lots of sentences that talk about it, that we kind of slid by maybe when we were going through it. And I wrote down some of them. We may have been granted a glimpse of that ultimate reality, which is God's kingdom. That's quite a statement. It's a glimpse. That's what breaking through the ego is. That's what cleaning those slides off is. A glimpse. But a glimpse is enough to want us to get more and to see it more clearly and to have a better view. We found much of heaven and we've been rocketed into the 4th dimension of existence. These are amazing sentences, you know what I'm saying? And they're just scattered throughout the big book, and I think one of them came from the 12 and 12. In the beginning of the big book, the central fact of our lives today is the absolute certainty that our Creator has entered our hearts and lives in a way that is indeed miraculous. The absolute certainty. So this is the difference between knowing about some higher power and experiencing it, where you go, wow, that's what they're talking about, and it just happened to me. And this is why AA is so successful and so much fun, is because that's what we're passing on, is how to have that happen to you. We found the great reality deep down within us. When we drew near to Him, He disclosed Himself to us. And We've entered the world of the Spirit out of the 10th step, and then out of the very end of the big book, we feel we're walking hand in hand with the Spirit of the universe. Now, what a feeling that is. I'm walking hand in hand. I'm a little child. I got my hand in my Father's hand, and we're going to walk that way forever. It's the perfect picture, except for my ego, who says, yeah, this is great, but I look like a wimp. Look at everybody staring at me holding on to somebody's hand instead of handling all this on my own. And so there's the internal struggle. We're given the perfect deal, and we decide to improve on it. And that's what we mean when we take it back, and people during the week, they'll go, well, I decided to do today on my own. I've been to 4 meetings to recover from it, but I seem to be doing a little bit better. And so we see this circle, this cycle, that where we started and ended. And the steps really could be put in a circle, or they could put on a piano as piano keys. And then we play different steps to stay in harmony with the situation that we're encountering in that moment. But they become an integral part of us. And these are the new ways of relating to the world. And so, as we reviewed the story that we were talking about here, it probably looked something like this. That we use the analogy of we are a spiritual being having a human experience. Most people seem to like that. It describes kind of, okay, I see what's going on. You have this spiritual, and I'm here to have some kind of a human experience. Now, in order to do that, we have to be given a mind and awareness so that we can experience the human experience. And part of that awareness is the ability to think about other things other than what's going on, and we call that our ego. And so we are having a human experience, which was fully intended, but we're also editorializing on it as it happens and categorizing it as pretty bad. That was pretty bad what happened to me when I was 6. It just happened, but we filed it away as pretty bad, pretty bad. God never should have allowed that to happen. And we build a story. And we've talked a lot about this story, and that's where it starts. When we're probably about 3, the first time we say, mine. And then we just keep building it. Now, the more we build this story, and we're encouraged to do so because everybody else on the planet is doing that, and society is doing it, and they have their own story, so it's very rare that somebody can get out of this. That's why we talked about how lucky we are and what a small percentage of the people in the middle of their stories ever have a chance to break out. And so as the years go on, this story thickens, and it becomes a place that we can hide. In the beginning, it seemed like it was good protection. We could hide in our shell. Most of us became loners, and we felt safe in there. Yeah, there's all this stuff going on, but then I can go isolate and get inside where I think about things. Remember that. That's the important. You can't just go in there. You got to go in there and think about things. Man, the more I think about it, it's crappier than I thought. It's much worse than I thought yesterday. I'm going to think about it some more. There's more ramifications to this, and I'm building a thicker and thicker shell. Now, this shell becomes almost like a bird shell. And in order to survive and to not die in that shell, that little bird has to break out of there. And that has to be one heck of a struggle, especially if the shell is a little thicker than it should have been, or the bird's a little weaker. And so it starts. Now, most people never get a shot at this. They just assume this is all there is, and I'm going to make the best of existing in here with all of my ideas that are scaring the hell out of me. And I go to therapists, I go read books, I go everywhere, but I never get out of there. I can make it. It's like getting an interior decorator for your prison cell. You follow what I'm saying? This really looks nice. Looks a lot better than it did last week. But I'm still in it. You follow what I'm saying? It's still, I'm in there. And I know it. And I know that there's supposed to be something more than this. I also miss something. And what I miss is how it was before I built this prison to hide in. And so we've been talking about this in terms of slides, in other words, create a story. You can use any analogy, but that becomes the reality that we live in. And we make it so bad that the only way to live there is to drink. At least drinking makes it seem like it's better. But when we sober up, it's worse. It got even worse. So this is sort of like the human condition. And those of us that are lucky enough, those of us that are in the small, minute 10% of alcoholics who find AA, are given a chance to bust through that shell, to actually crack our own ego and see beyond it. Now, the ego's telling us there isn't anything beyond it. This is all there is. How often have we been told that? This is all there is. Stop talking about that. You're not in a shell. You're just screwed up. So get a therapist and get with it. But we come in here, and here's the amazing part. The people in here have done it. And they were exactly in the same place we were. They were alcoholic. And when we met them and they told us their stories, we cemented with that bond of identification that we talked about during primary purpose. We actually, that's what connected me to trying this. And I suddenly went, that guy got out. And he also knows what it feels like to be in here. That was amazing. The first time I heard somebody talk like he was reading my mind. He hid vodka in the toilet just like I did. I couldn't believe it. And then the stories he made up, they were the stories I made up. It was almost like, did my sponsor brief this guy ahead of time to give a talk like that so that I would see? And we've all had that happen, where we suddenly identify and realize we're in the right place, and therefore we're going to try something that looks absolutely weird. When we look at these 12 steps from an intellectual perspective, it looks like hogwash. I mean, it just looks like, what are you talking about? Because we're trying to reason with them. We're trying to make sense out of them intellectually. We're trying to understand the steps. And we aren't in that world. We're moving to the world of the spirit that the 10th step talked about, and we don't use the same language. So the trick to the steps is to do them on faith. So a lot of us call it taking action in something we don't believe in. I didn't believe in them, but I knew if I didn't do them, my sponsor might hurt me. And so that's my story. I just went, another thing is peer pressure. Well, everybody else is doing it. I'm going to look bad. Even the ego tricks itself. I'm going to look bad if I don't do them, so now we're doing something to get the ego, and he doesn't even realize it. But for whatever reason, we suddenly find the magic word comes into our vocabulary, and it's called willing. I become willing. Willing means to set aside my judgment in favor of someone I chose, my sponsor, or the group, or the collective wisdom of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I allow that to be superior to my intellect and my deciding how my life should go. That is a huge step. And this is the place where it happens. So you can see how lucky we are to hit bottom. Now, hitting bottom is the beginning of the effort to get out. That is what motivates us. Everyone's story is different, but that is the point at which the journey down stops. That's the bottom floor. And now we're going to go the other way, not by our own knowledge or our own resources, but by the power of the program, our sponsors, and our newfound higher power. And we begin the process of breaking out. I love to think of the 12 steps as the process of breaking out. Okay, gang, we're planning a breakout tonight. Let's meet in an anonymous meeting, not use our names, and we'll plan the breakout. It's like we're sneaking up on our egos and diverting them with diversionary tactics, and we're going to break out. Because once you do break out a little bit, and we get a taste of that light, it becomes irresistible. We just want more. And so this is where we start. When I was, about a couple years ago, I was thinking about the jokes and how I trick myself and how everybody does. This is really, they call life a game, they call it an illusion, a play. We talked about the play where the actor's on the stage, and pretty soon the real play is going on in his head, and it has nothing to do with the one that he had the lines from. And so here's a crazy little poem that makes me laugh at myself. And it goes like this. Where shall I hide, I said, where I will never find me? I know, I'll pretend that I'm not me, nor you, nor he. I'll hide in a story and pretend that it's real. Oh boy, what a joke on me. And I love that last line. Oh boy, what a joke on me. And it's amazing as we abandon old ideas. I don't know about you all, but when I look at some of the stuff I got rid of, I go, I can't believe that was my philosophy. I can't believe this was my way of living. Me, nice, smart guy. This is crap. You know what I mean? This is crap. And I was proud of it. Oh, well. So, we come to see how everything goes around, how there's two sides to the same thing, and we start realizing we're going to be happy, then we're going to be sad. And then we're going to be happy, and then we're going to be sad. Everything is very cyclical, because if there wasn't the both of them, neither one could exist. There can't be sadness without happiness, because it can't exist not in relation to something. I think that's where Einstein was talking about relativity. If in order to be down, there has to be an up. In order to be black, there has to be a white. There can't just be white, because it wouldn't be in relation to anything, and we wouldn't call it anything. And so that's why we have all these things. Life and death. Birth and death. War and peace. Up and down. In and out. All these cyclical when I breathe, I'm actually giving birth to a breath on the way in and saying goodbye to it on the way out. Very short lifespan. Birth, death. You know, I go like this. Hey, how you doing? Come on in. Hey, I need some oxygen. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Oh, leaving already? Yeah, I am. Well, thanks for your help. You're taking the carbon dioxide out. Yes, I am. Okay. Hey, hi, welcome. Come on in. Oh, you're going to be going around inside. Oh, sorry, you got to go. Oh, hi, come on in. Now, you may not do that when you're breathing, but you're not as crazy as I am, so... And so when we see it that way, birth, death, it's what? It's hardly a big deal. As soon as one ends, the other one starts. As soon as one ends, the other one starts. So we can't make a big deal out of anything. It's just the way it is. It's very cyclical. Some of the other, and I was thinking about it because they're part of us, kind of like the war and peace, perfection and imperfection. We're all perfectionists. You remember that? Well, we ought to be doing it perfectly. You're not doing it right. You're too vague. You're over here. It's too wishy-washy. You hear it in here when we say, you got to get back to the basics. You ever hear that? You got to get back to the basics. The meetings are getting too watered down. Watered down and basic. You got to get back there. And you know, we were talking about that in the history of the tension between Akron and New York. We're using those as just because that's how we are. We have the same tension inside of us, so it's a wonderful way of looking at it. And we had the Bible versus the anything goes. I mean, if you want to carry it to that extreme. And so we look at it and we go, well, that's right. We got to go back to where everything's black and white. And there's that part of us that wants that rigidity, the conservative. I want everything to be in order. But then you have no fun. So I want to get out and mess around for a while. So then I go over here and I go, no, this is more like it. This is more like it. But as soon as I get through, this side of me goes, you should be ashamed of yourself. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? So then I got a club. And I go, can I have a little bit of fun? Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I was only kidding. Bang, bang, bang. And we just have to accept this and that, the yin and the yang. So we have the extreme moralism and the liberalism. And we could phrase it this way. Do you want to follow a co-founder who was faithful to his wife, or... And so then you go, oh yeah, you see, it's that simple. It's black and white. Well, if we did that, we wouldn't have any writings. Maybe one short letter. So it looks like we're going to have to settle for following imperfect people. And you're going to find that your sponsor's imperfect. And you're going to find your home group is imperfect. We're going to make stupid mistakes. Oh, here comes the treasurer. What's the problem? Oh, I ran off with the money. All right, come on. We'll set up a payment plan and welcome back. I don't know what got into me. I don't know what happened. And what we want to do is not go, well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Say, you know, I could have done that. That's what we want to say. I could have done that. I could have been in that spot. They left me with all the money. Who knows? So then we see that in the whole nature of things, where it goes this way and then it goes that way. And the greatest cyclical thing that I like to talk about is where you and I are now. What we happened in this wonderful AA journey. as you know, we hit a bottom, and now we're going the other way. And every year, we see things more brightly. And it's just wonderful to see that. So it really was something that has a beginning and has an end, and then has another beginning and then has another end. So to use a story, I'm going to steal two stories and make them into one. And these two stories have been around since the beginning. So I'm going to call the story The Prodigal Adam. And it seems that Adam was in his father's kingdom, which was perfect. And he just loved it. And his father loved him. And he said, this is your deal. This is it. Enjoy it for the rest of your life. And you'll be as happy as can be. But his father was pretty smart. And he had a little device that he could use to tell if people in the kingdom really appreciated it. Really were grateful for everything that was there. And the little device was an apple. And he just said, the whole deal is yours, just don't eat the freaking apple over there, okay? It's just an apple, you don't even touch it, okay? And as it turns out, the vast majority of the people found that yes, it was fun, but why can't we have the apple? We have all of these wonderful things. Did any of you ever focus on the negative only? You have a wonderful life and you just sit around, one little thing, and we just focus on it, and I'm sure the people in that kingdom thought a lot about that apple. And finally they said, I don't want to live here anymore. I'm getting out of here. I'm taking the apple. And I'm going to go create my own world where it'll be a lot fairer. I can do better than this. I'm not going to have a damn thing like this, loose end. So off we go. The prodigal sons and daughters are on their own doing better than that. I can improve on that kingdom. I know I can. And we hear these stories every night at speaker meetings. My name is Mary, I'm an alcoholic, and I had a nice little house, and my parents were pretty nice, and then I decided that the reason I'm so unhappy was because they were so nice. How about that? It's always got to be their fault. They were too poor, they were too rich. I was so rich I was alone all the time. Oh, wow, that's so bad. I feel so sorry for you. And so we start our story. And they're all the same except for the details. One person's puking in a boat and another one's puking in an oxygen mask. And one person is robbing this and the next person is stealing that. But what is it? It's all leading to a bad ending. And along the way, we know it is. We could see it coming. And we know if I keep doing the same thing, I'm going to keep getting the same results. What do? Tonight it'll be different. I'll just have 2 beers, maybe a hamburger, play 1 game of pool, and go home to my family. All right, so what happens? So now when he gets bailed out of jail, then... And he has all the whole family's there, and they're lecturing and everything. He's going, I know. It's crazy. I promise that won't be happening anymore. And then he tells himself, I'm going to have just 1 beer and a ham sandwich. And then I'll come home to my family. And then he's back in jail. And no matter what we come up with, we go down and down and down. And eventually we see the 4 horsemen, and worse. And finally we get to what we call the bottom. And if we're lucky, there's a hand of somebody else who just was there. And they take it and they start leading us out of the trap. And we come back, and it's a very long journey. But it gets happier and brighter and more useful and more rewarding. And finally, at the end of the line, we make it back to the kingdom. And they are so happy to see us. Hey, how was it? Oh, bad. I had no idea how wonderful this place was. Oh, my God. I'm just taking it all. I can't believe that I left here. I know one thing. I'm 100 times happier than I was before. It's just amazing. That trip itself made this 20 times better. I can't look at it. I'm looking at the colors. I'm looking at indigo. I've never seen it that bright. Wow, this is amazing. And the guy said, yeah, well, we've noticed that everybody who goes down to earth, when they come back, they're 20 times happier than they were. Really? Yeah. That's why there's that 6-mile line over there trying to get back to earth. No kidding. Yeah. Yeah, it really does that. By the way, they changed from apple to banana, just so you know. How'd that happen? The Apple lobby. They came in and played all their cards, said, why are we picked on for 1 billion years? How about somebody else? So they finally thought, well, isn't that the damnedest thing you ever think of? God, that's just amazing. And so he starts to settle in, and he starts to just appreciate the fact that from his old place where he loved to sit, he can see 5 galaxies. He can feel God's energy just surrounding him. And he's experiencing a peace that was beyond his wildest dreams. And he just sat there in awe and ecstasy that something this wonderful could happen to him. And he just sat contemplating it. He just sat breathing in and out. And he said to himself, I now know what they were talking about when they said, it can't get any better than this. This is it. And then he thinks, bananas? Why would they switch from apples to bananas? I don't like apples anymore if I can't eat them with my dentures. Bananas are perfect. Why would they pick that? Why would they do that to me? And then we learn out of all of this that that's not as good as it gets. It's about to get 20 times better. And we start another journey and another cycle. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. It captures the nature of life for me. And when we understand that it's going to be that way, I'm going to feel real healthy, now I'm sick. Now I'm happy, now I'm sad. Now everybody's behaving themselves, now they're going nuts. You follow what I'm saying? And then we just go, yes, that's what I'm part of. I am part of this particular universe. And so, I think I'm getting near the end. When we read the 12 and 12, which we study over here, on the last page, I think it's 125 in the 12 and 12, The last paragraph starts, and whenever I hear it, I have a little sadness. It says, "These little studies of our 12 steps are now coming to a close." And I just can see Bill writing that. And I think it probably made him feel real good. These little studies, which is what the whole book was, just these little studies of our 12 steps are now coming to a close. And what do we do here when they come to a close? We start all over again with Rob. You follow what I'm saying? It comes to a close and it starts again. And then we have step 1. And then we have step 2. And we experience the wonderful spiritual journey of our 12 steps over and over and over again. And we experience it over and over again every time we sponsor somebody. And we watch Hopeless Wreck, Hopeful Halfway There, very useful AA members sponsoring 3 people, making the coffee, attending the intergroup functions. And we go, wow. And then knock, knock, "Hi, I'm brand new." "Oh, you're a mess. I don't even think God can help you." And then he does, and I go, God, no way did I ever think he could have possibly made it. That's beyond my wildest dreams. I can't believe that guy. He's sitting over there. He's totally responsible. Absolutely incredible. And so our stories are coming to a close. And it's just been delightful. But I'm leaving a loose end that I haven't talked about. And this is just my take on it. We punctured the shell, and we could see the light, and we're entering something that we really don't understand, which is God and the universe. And so, how do we communicate and relate to this discovery? Now, we know that our thinking does nothing but screw things up. So thinking would be the worst possible way to do this. And so what's left? Well, I'll tell you something that I came across about a year ago in a history book. When Bill was getting near his old age, he'd been around a long, long time, probably 34 years or so. He wrote a letter to a friend, and he was reflecting in the letter on how he saw AA at that time. And this is what he called AA. He said that it was, wait a minute, I got to look it up, an utter simplicity which encases a complete mystery. In our 12 steps, there isn't anything more simple than those steps. It is a very simple program. And Dr. Bob said, keep it simple. And we take these very simple actions. The ego gets cracked, and we behold a complete mystery. And that is what we are now trying to relate to. And so when I was thinking about it, I thought about, what if I was a composer of music, maybe symphony music, and I wrote a symphony, and I wanted to know how you all felt about my symphony. Now, one way would be to wait for the end of the performance and see if everybody stood up and you got a standing ovation. But standing ovations are getting to be pretty perfunctory. At the end of everything, we stand up and applaud. We may not mean it, but we stand up and applaud. So that's not a very good. Something that might be better would be to be behind the curtain and have binoculars so that you could look at the faces while the music was being played. And I think you would get all the information you would need by just watching sadness, wonder, total rapture, totally lost in the music, totally consumed by the precise moment. Now that would be quite a message if you were the composer. Wouldn't that make the composer really happier than anything you could ever say? Could you top that with any kind of words? You couldn't. So maybe, as we step into this, we have to fully accept it's a complete mystery. And we have to become mystery beholders instead of mystery sleuths. There's nothing to figure out. It is beyond figuring out. You simply don't know. And so we get happy with not knowing. There's nothing to know. There's just a show to behold. That's what's there. And I think we mentioned it earlier that the first question we're going to get when we get over back into the magic place, wherever it is, did you enjoy the show? I absolutely told you to insist on enjoying life, to display enjoyment. And so if I want a wonderful life and a wonderful universe and a wonderful God, maybe I should just look at the definition of that word, full of wonder. Full of wonder. It's that simple. There's nothing left to do but that. Isn't that amazing? Now, there was a great hero of mine who passed away, I don't know, about 20 years ago. Everybody knows him. He's our dear brother, Louis Armstrong. And when I think of Louis Armstrong, this is what I think of, are these words. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom from me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, bright blessed days, dark sacred nights. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people passing by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies crying. I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yeah. I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Thank you all and good night. You get that?
Thanks for watching the channel. Taper Dave here. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with, and it's actually controlled through the iPhone through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control's connected. So I pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs. Long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst, then one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, oop, out, in, up, down. And then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if that shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right. But I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.